Chapter 2002. Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let's end today's sparring here, let's go back." "And here?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He grabbed Madman and said, "This won't do." "Why not? Today we've met our match. It's a draw." Madman said. "Evenly matched? Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. 3,000 incarnations, evolved to the small success stage. When Feng Zihan finally came, he clearly noticed that Madman was at a loss. But now, he actually had the audacity to say that they were evenly matched and the victor could not be determined? Wasn't this clearly trying to act shamelessly? Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Madman's expression was quite awkward. This time he was really careless. Why did he suppress his cultivation? Otherwise he wouldn't have been caught by this person. Suddenly, his eyes turned and he secretly laughed. "If you don't want your identity to be exposed, I can fight with you again." "Identity exposed? What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "I know that woman Feng Zihan very well. She definitely hasn't really left. She should be hiding somewhere and monitoring us," Madman said. Qin Feiyang was shocked and quickly released his divine sense. "It's useless. Feng Zihan's spatial divine item is embedded with the hidden soul stone," Madman said indifferently. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He didn't know if Madman was telling the truth or not. "You don't believe me? Okay, I'll call her out." Madman laughed mockingly. Looking at the surrounding void, he said angrily, "Damn woman, where are you hiding?" Shwa. A woman in a light purple dress suddenly appeared in the void not far away. "She's really here." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Madman stared at Feng Zihan and coldly snorted, "I knew you wouldn't leave so easily." Feng Zihan coldly glanced at the madman before looking at Qin Feiyang. That cold gaze caused Qin Feiyang to feel a chill in his heart. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, "So it's senior sister Feng Zihan. It's an honor to meet you at last." Feng Zihan said, "I heard you say that Frenzy lost to you?" This, Qin Feiyang didn't know how to answer. "Bitch, you're humiliating me, do you know that? I am Nine Heavens Palace's fiercest. How could I lose to a rookie who just entered Nine Heavens Palace and is even an outer disciple?" Madman said angrily. "Shut up." Feng Zihan glared at the madman. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Jianghu, I have long heard of your great name. Why don't we spar and see if you have the qualifications to step onto Turtle King Island?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The first few words were just pleasantries. The last sentence was the main point. Did he have the qualifications to step onto Turtle King Island? If this wasn't jealousy, then what was? It seemed that this woman really liked the madman. It was a pity that the madman, who was a battle maniac, couldn't understand. Feng Zihan's gaze was aggressive. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. As senior brother Madman said, "I'm just an outer disciple. How would I dare to spar with senior sister Feng, who is #1 on the heaven leaderboard?" "Don't be so modest. I'll also suppress my cultivation to the level of war god like Madman." After Feng Zihan finished speaking, she really suppressed her cultivation. And without any explanation, divine power surged out as she took a step towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. Was this woman jealous, or did she want to take the opportunity to help Feng Zihan kill him? Shwa. But suddenly, Madman took a step in front of Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "You stinking bitch, you're not done yet, are you?" "What did you say?" Feng Zihan froze and stared angrily at Madman. "Lousy said you're a stinking bitch." Madman said. "Bastard, I'm not done with you." Feng Zihan was enraged and turned to slap Madman. Madman saw that the situation wasn't good. He grabbed Qin Feiyang and flew away like lightning. "Stop." Feng Zihan shouted angrily and followed closely. "Really troublesome. Brother Qin, let me tell you, in Nine Heaven Palace, Lousy isn't afraid of anyone, but I'm afraid of this woman." Madman was secretly annoyed. What? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. This woman likes Lousy, but Lousy doesn't have any feelings for her. Actually, it's all Lousy's fault. I shouldn't have fought with her back then. Madman's face was filled with regret. Fighting with her and her liking you, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with it, right? Qin Feiyang was even more puzzled. Who said it's not related? That's when she started to like me. At that time we fought on this island for 3 days and 3 nights. We were almost exhausted. Just as the victor was about to be decided, a sea beast suddenly barged in. And it was extremely strong. If it was at its peak, whether it was me or her, we could easily deal with it. But at that time we didn't have much strength left. Seeing the sea beast charge at her first, I stepped forward to protect her. Don't misunderstand. I really don't have anything to do with her. It was completely out of a man's instinct. Madman thought. I won't misunderstand. But obviously this woman misunderstood. She thought that you protected her because you liked her. Qin Feiyang snickered. Isn't that the case? Later on she came to find me every few days. It gave me a headache. Madman rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Qin Feiyang glanced at Feng Zihan behind him and snickered. I thought you didn't know that she likes you. Lousy isn't blind. Madman glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head in amusement and thought, let's not talk about Feng Zihan for now. In short, thank you for helping me keep it a secret. But you have to do what you promised me. After all, you have to keep your word. Wait. What did I promise you? Madman raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang suppressed his anger and said, you said that if you lost, you would help me do something unconditionally. Also, tell me about the situation between my ancestor and Lu Xingyang. Did I say that? No. I don't remember. Madman shook his head and laughed. Are you really going to go back on your word? Do you believe that I won't spread the news that you lost to me? Veins popped out on Qin Feiyang's forehead. Madman said indifferently, but you have to admit that we didn't win. Moreover, I have something on you so you can't threaten me. Alright. Let's get rid of Feng Zihan and change places. Then we'll fight again. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth. Forget it, after being disturbed by that woman, I've already lost interest. Let's wait for the next time. Madman shook his head. Qin Feiyang was incomparably annoyed. His eyes turned and he suddenly sneered, I really didn't expect that you would be such a person. What kind of person am I? If you don't make it clear today, I won't let you off. Madman's tail was suddenly stepped on as he said angrily. Qin Feiyang sneered, touch your conscience and tell me if you don't release the suppression on your cultivation, can you beat me? Madman raised his eyebrows. Finally. He glared at Qin Feiyang angrily and said, fine, I admit defeat. I promise you I will help you do one thing. That's more like it. If you want to spar in the future, feel free to find me. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Don't. I can't afford to provoke trouble like you. Madman hurriedly said. I'm trouble like that? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. What I mean is, if I had known that you were the descendant of Qin Badian, I would never have asked you to spar. I'm just looking for trouble. Madman shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret. It was as if in his eyes Qin Feiyang was a god of plague. What the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang frowned. Madman's words had a hidden meaning. Madman glanced at Feng Zihan behind him and said, let me tell you this, if your identity is exposed, you will be finished on the spot. The entire North region will not tolerate you. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Could it be that his worries were true? His ancestor and Nine Heaven Palace had really turned against each other? It's not convenient for me to say the details. You can investigate it yourself. In the future, try not to find me, I don't want to be implicated by you. No. I have to move out of my current cave and take the initiative to keep a distance from you. Madman thought. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Move out of the cave? Was there a need to be so exaggerated? A moment later. The two left Turtle King Island. Feng Zihan followed closely behind. Outside the island, there were no less than 300 to 400 people gathered. Madman glanced at those people and said angrily, who spread the news of me and Jianghu sparring here? Hearing this, everyone immediately dispersed. But there were 4 people who didn't leave. They were 4 black-clothed men. They stood in the void and ignored Madman, only looking at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 and found that there were no flame patterns on their bodies. They were obviously not from Nine Heaven Palace. Moreover, the aura they exuded surpassed War God. Who is it? Madman looked at the 4 suspiciously. Feng Zihan flew over and was also puzzled. One of the men with a scar on his face looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, you are Jianghu? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 4. The scarred man cupped his hands and said, we are the guards of Star River City, Lord. Please follow us to Star River City, young Master Jiang. His tone and attitude were very polite. But when he heard the word Star River City, Qin Feiyang knew what these 4 wanted to do. Not free. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Star River City, Lord. At the same time. In the void behind, a light flashed in Feng Zihan's eyes. When the scarred man heard Qin Feiyang's words, he couldn't help but feel angry. He said with a fake smile, Young Master Jiang, we are just following orders, please don't make things difficult for us. Qin Feiyang's eyes also gradually became gloomy. Madman suddenly took a step forward and grinned at the four people. Hey, may I ask, what is this Star River City Lord thing? You dare to come to our Nine Heaven Palace and ask for someone? Qin Feiyang was a little surprised. Didn't he say before that he wanted to keep a distance from him? Why did he take the initiative to help him now? When the four people saw Madman stand out, their pupils shrank. They obviously knew Madman's name. Chapter 2003. Sir, this is a private matter between us and Jianghu. Please don't interfere. Moreover, we are in the Sky Dragon Sea and not Nine Heaven Palace. The scarred man looked at Madman and tried to maintain a pleasant tone. There is nothing wrong with what you said. The Sky Dragon Sea is indeed not under the jurisdiction of Nine Heaven Palace. However, Jianghu is now a disciple of our Nine Heaven Palace. You coming to capture him is equivalent to going against our Nine Heaven Palace. Madman grinned and did not give the other party any face. Sir, this is a bit too much. We have been politely inviting him to Star River City. When did we say we wanted to capture him? The scarred man frowned. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Jianghu was brought out by me. I naturally have to bring him back alive. If you have nothing to do, then get lost. Don't block my way. Madman shouted. The four's eyes trembled and unwillingly retreated to the side. Let's go. Madman smiled proudly and swaggered past the four of them. Qin Feiyang glanced at the four and chased after Madman. But just as Qin Feiyang passed by the four, the scarred man's eyes flashed and he sent a palm toward Qin Feiyang. The other three were also filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to the four. The moment the four attacked, he immediately activated the walk word art and retreated far away. The speed. Seeing this, Feng Zihan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. At the same time, Madman was also taken aback. He turned around and stared at the four with hostility. Four early-stage divine lords dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Courting death. Boom. Before his voice faded, Madman's aura was fully released and a terrifying blood wave rolled toward the four. No. The scarred man and the other three had a change of expression. But it was too late. The blood wave drowned them. The four screamed as their divine bodies were torn apart in the void. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded by what he saw. Four early-stage divine lords were killed in an instant. This is Madman's true strength? Terrifying. It was too terrifying. If the Madman hadn't suppressed his cultivation, he would have had to activate his slaughter domain to have a chance. How is it? Are you scared, silly? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva and stepped forward with a frown. Aren't these people a little too arrogant? They clearly know that I am a disciple of Nine Heavens Palace, yet they still dare to attack me? What's wrong with that? As long as it's not within the Nine Heavens Palace, those old bastards above us won't care. Moreover, you're only an outer court disciple. Who would make such a big fuss for you? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and cupped his hands. Thank you. Madman waved his hand. Speaking of which, with your strength, shouldn't you stay in the inner sect? Why do you want to stay in the outer sect? Could it be that it's really as the rumors say, that you were expelled to the outer court because you were too mischievous? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Expelled to the outer court? What a joke. If I'm not willing, do they have the ability to do so? I can kill my way into the inner sect in minutes. I can only say that it's lonely at the top. Madman shook his head and sighed. Show off. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disdain. He had never seen someone who could show off so much. Madman smiled and glanced at Feng Zihan. Actually, it's related to this woman. Ha! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't I just say that this woman would come to find me every few days? I had a headache, so I hid in the outer court. Madman sighed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. So this is the reason why you're in the outer court? Yes. This woman, although she likes me, she cares about her face. She can't put it down and follow me to the outer court. So I just want to hide in peace. Madman said helplessly. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. To be able to make Madman afraid to this extent, how difficult was this woman Feng Zihan? Feng Zihan glanced at the four dead men before looking up at Madman. He asked, Madman, did you and Jianghu know each other before? No. Madman shook his head. Then why are you helping him? Feng Zihan raised his brows. Can't I have fate with him? Madman snorted and swept up Qin Feiyang and left without looking back. Saying that you have fate with a man, don't you feel disgusted? Feng Zihan said angrily. It's none of your business. I like men. Madman roared. Bastard bastard. Feng Zihan stamped his foot in anger. Divine items shot out in all directions like a waterfall, causing the sea to churn for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Countless sea beasts were affected and cried out miserably. What a terrifying woman. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Once she was angry, the sea would shake. If she was provoked, wouldn't she pierce through the sky? However, Madman's words made him more concerned. Like men? He turned his head to look at Madman and goosebumps appeared all over his body. What's with that look? Madman rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and transmitted his voice. I have heard about the grudge between you and Feng Zijuan. Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai aren't simple characters. You have to be careful. Qin Feiyang sighed. They have already begun to deal with me. So fast? Madman was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, do you know why the city lord of Star River City sent people to find me? Is it related to Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai? Madman asked. The city lord has a son called Nye Yun. This person was bribed by Feng Yuan and wanted to get rid of me during the assessment. But in the end, I killed him instead. There's also the matter of slandering Nine Heavens Palace. I believe you should have received the news. This was also arranged by Feng Yuan. Qin Feiyang thought. I didn't expect him to act so fast. Looks like my decision was correct. I can't afford to offend Feng Zihan's family. Not only will I have to avoid them, I will have to stay away from them. Madman snickered. Avoid? But why do I feel like you don't care at all? Can you not always exaggerate? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Madman chuckled. Under Madman's full speed, the two soon left the Sky Dragon Sea. Wang Qin Feiyang's image crystal also sounded. I'll leave you to it. Madman said as he directly opened an altar and flew up. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. After pondering for a moment, he looked up at Madman and said, Can I trust you? You have no choice. Because you can't beat me and you can't kill me. You can only choose to trust me. The madman smiled playfully and his figure quickly dissipated. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed. Feng Zihan flew out of the Sky Dragon Sea and looked at Qin Feiyang. Jiang Haoyin, what was the result of your fight with Madman? Qin Feiyang smiled. Senior sister, you should ask senior brother Madman personally. Feng Zihan said angrily, if he will tell me, will I put down my face to ask you? Senior sister, it's just a spar. Is there a need to be so concerned? Or does senior sister have other intentions? Qin Feiyang said. Feng Zihan's gaze instantly changed. It was as cold as ice, causing the entire area to turn cold. But Qin Feiyang didn't have any fear and looked straight at Feng Zihan's eyes. And the image crystal in his hand also stopped trembling. After a long time, Feng Zihan opened an altar and stepped on it without looking back, saying coldly, You're on your own. I should be the one saying this to your Feng family. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Feng Zihan suddenly turned around and two cold lights burst out of her eyes. Qin Feiyang's expression was calm as he cupped his hands and said with a smile, Senior sister, take care, I won't send you off. As his voice fell, Feng Zihan disappeared from the altar. Qin Feiyang sighed. Although he had just met Feng Zihan, it was not difficult to see that whether it was her brain or strength, she was much stronger than Feng Zijuan and Gongzi Feng. Even her father, Feng Wenhai, might not be comparable. She was definitely a difficult character to deal with. This Feng family is really a big trouble. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, entering the black tortoise world. Not long later, the image crystal buzzed and trembled again. Qin Feiyang's divine power surged and awakened the image crystal. Two phantoms suddenly appeared. It was Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. Young master, what are you doing? We've been sending you messages but you didn't respond. Zhao Tailai said unhappily. Qin Feiyang said, I was in the Sky Dragon Sea before so I couldn't receive any messages. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhao Tailai said in a deep voice, It's not just a matter, it's a matter of life and death. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened and he said, Tell me. Here's what happened. Didn't we go to find Shangguan Qiu as you asked? But she recognized us at a glance, we're your subordinates. Zhao Tailai said. What? How is that possible? Qin Feiyang's face was blank. Tang Hai said, What old Zhao said is true. We didn't even have a chance to speak before we were directly kicked out. Shangguan Qiu also threatened that we're not allowed to enter the treasure pavilion again. How dare she? Even if you're my people, she shouldn't have kicked you out. Qin Feiyang was quite angry. That's not the point. The point is, how did she know our identity? You know, we've never shown our faces in the ancient world. Tang Hai said. There's something fishy about this. Qin Feiyang thought for a while, and his eyes trembled slightly, and he said, could it be them? Oh. The two of them were surprised. Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing. Now, only the two of them know of your existence in Sky Dragon City. Wait. Sheng Guanqiu suddenly blocked me, and he didn't say a word about the Jianghu Yellow Dragon Pill. And he knows you, this matter? Qin Feiyang frowned and suddenly understood, and his eyes shone with a fierce light, and he said, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing are behind this. Tang Hai said, you mean Sheng Guanqiu has already reached an agreement with Mu Tianyang? Yes. Disguise yourselves and go to the treasure pavilion. I think the treasure pavilion will auction the Jianghu Yellow Dragon Pill in the next 2 days. Think of a way to get the alchemy fire and cauldron no matter what. Also, I want to know all the details about the city lord of Xinghe City. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Yes. The two of them responded respectfully, and the shadows quickly disappeared. Mu Tianyang, you're good stealing my business. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Qin Feiyang sneered, and left the Black Tortoise world, and opened an altar to return to the Ninth Heaven Palace. Chapter 2004. Nine Heaven Palace. Cave Mansion number 1000. Qin Dage, didn't you say that you would be back very late? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang, who hurriedly entered the cave mansion, and asked in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled. Something happened. Then what were you busy with? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Nothing? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Still hiding it from me? I already heard that you and Madman were sparring on an island. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes at him. Heard? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Right now the entire Nine Heavens Palace is abuzz with the news. Everyone is curious as to who won and who lost. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This was too fast. How was it? Fire Lotus's eyes were filled with curiosity. Qin Feiyang said, Madman is very strong. If he hadn't suppressed his cultivation, I definitely wouldn't have been able to beat him. So you're saying that you won? Fire Lotus said. It's not really my win. Because he has been testing my strength and didn't use his true means. If it wasn't for Feng Zihan coming to disturb the situation, we would probably still be fighting. Qin Feiyang said. Feng Zihan? Fire Lotus was stunned and said in surprise, that big sister of Gongzi's? Yes. This woman's strength can't be underestimated. Qin Feiyang sighed. Then did she do anything to you? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang with concern. She didn't. Although the battle with Madman this time didn't end well, I still gained a lot. Qin Feiyang smiled. What gains? Fire Lotus was curious. You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Guiyuan Sword Technique, I've already upgraded it to a mid-tier god technique. The Ruins of End Incantation Eclipse Moon has also been upgraded to a high-tier divine incantation. The 3000 incarnations have also entered the initial stage. But all of this is nothing. The most important ones are still the Fire Phoenix Technique and the Divine Dragon Technique. The Fire Phoenix Technique has been upgraded to a perfect deity technique. The Divine Dragon art has evolved to a pinnacle deity art. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Even he couldn't help but feel excited. Wu Lian was also stunned when she heard this. All the major deity arts had been upgraded. Didn't this mean that Qin Feiyang's current strength was several times stronger than before? What a scary guy. Qin Feiyang sighed. However, my identity has also been exposed. What? Exposed? Who knows? Fire Lotus exclaimed. Only lunatics. However, what I don't understand is that he actually helped me keep it a secret. Qin Feiyang frowned. Regarding this matter, he could not understand it no matter how much he thought about it. Keep it a secret, Fire Lotus muttered, her eyes suddenly trembled and said in shock. He couldn't be lying to you, right? Lying to me? Qin Feiyang was startled. He said that he would help you keep it a secret, probably to make you careless, and then secretly inform the upper echelons of the Nine Heavens Palace, and then kill you off. Fire Lotus said in a deep voice. Could it be like this? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although he had just come into contact with the lunatic, it was not difficult to tell from his personality that he was not such a sinister person. However, one had to be wary of others, so it was better to be careful. Otherwise, when the time came, he would really be caught off guard and there would be nothing he could do. Stinking woman, what are you doing? Suddenly, an angry shout came from outside. The voice of a lunatic? Fire Lotus was startled and frowned. Who is he angry at this time? Stinking woman? I think only Feng Zihan can call me that. Qin Feiyang thought. Feng Zihan? What did she come to our Sword Peak for? Fire Lotus was surprised. Let's go. Let's go out and take a look. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he turned and walked outside. Fire Lotus also hurriedly followed. When the two of them walked out of the cave, the people from the other caves such as Gao Xiaowei, Ma Guang and the others had already run out. Everyone looked at the first cave abode above. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus also looked up, and saw a woman in a light purple dress standing opposite the lunatic in front of the first cave abode. The two of them, one was as cold as ice, the other had a face full of anger. Who is she? Her aura is so strong. Someone muttered. Seeing that Feng Zihan did not speak for a long time, the lunatic became even angrier and shouted, I'm asking you, what are you doing here? Feng Zihan said indifferently, What do I want to do? There's no need to report to you. The lunatic was so angry that his face turned red. Fire Lotus said in a daze, Qin Dage, what's going on? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. At this moment, Feng Zihan turned and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and the others. So beautiful. When they saw Feng Zihan's appearance, the hearts of the men present could not help but tremble. Feng Zihan said, From today onwards I will live in this Sword Peak, and I hope that everyone will take care of me in the future. What? She wants to move here? Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other. The lunatic was also stunned, and when he came back to his senses, he immediately said, I don't agree. This Sword Peak is not yours, what right do you have to disagree? Feng Zihan said coldly, and directly turned and walked into the second cave abode. Seeing this, Ma Guang hurriedly said, Wait, that, senior sister, the second cave abode is mine. But before his voice faded, accompanied by a gust of wind, a pile of daily necessities flew out from the second cave abode, and landed in front of Ma Guang in a mess. Just like that, I took it all? Ma Guang looked at the things on the ground, and then looked at the second cave abode, his face full of astonishment. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and patted Ma Guang on the shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Ma, this is your honor. Honor? Ma Guang was taken aback and turned to look at Qin Feiyang saying, Brother Jiang, in any case we are now friends, how can you make fun of me? Brother Jiang did not make fun of you. At this time, a hearty laugh sounded. Hui shook his head and leisurely walked out of the cave abode. Ma Guang glanced at Hui and then looked at Qin Feiyang, frowning. Two brothers, what is the meaning of this? The other disciples, including Gao Xiaowei, also looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui suspiciously. Hui smiled mysteriously. Brother Ma, do you know her identity? Identity? Ma Guang was taken aback and shook his head. Her name is Feng Zihan, the number one on the heaven list. Do you know what it means to be number one on the heaven list? It means that she is the strongest among all the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace. Even some elders are not as good as her. Now tell me again, isn't it your honor to be number one on the heaven list living in the cave abode you lived in? Hui laughed. Number one on the heaven list. She is Feng Zihan. Ma Guang was dumbfounded. The rest of the people were also shocked to the extreme. Wait. Brother Hui, Brother Jiang, she is number one on the heaven list. Why did she come to our outer sect? Ma Guang looked at the two and asked. I don't know about this. Maybe she is tired of the inner sect life and wants to come to our outer sect to experience life. Hui shook his head. Experience life? Ma Guang and the others were speechless to the extreme. These big shots were really bored out of their minds. Madman glanced at the group of people and stared at Qin Feiyang and said, Qin Feiyang, no one knows about me and Feng Zihan, don't talk nonsense behind our backs. Don't worry. I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. In fact, he knew that Feng Zihan coming here must have something to do with Madman. Of course, it might also have something to do with him. Really troublesome. Madman sighed and turned to enter the cave abode. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said, Madman, wait. What? Madman didn't look back. Qin Feiyang asked secretly, Where does the Vice Palace Master live? Vice Palace Master? Madman was slightly taken aback and said secretly, Why are you asking about this? I want to check the history books of Nine Heavens Palace. Qin Feiyang replied. Check the information of Qin Badian? Madman was secretly playing tricks. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Haven't you heard of the saying, see through but don't say it? Don't ask me this kind of thing, I won't tell you. Of course, you can ask others and I won't ask what you want to do. In short, don't look for me if there's nothing. All of you are troublesome. Madman snorted secretly and entered the cave abode, and the stone door closed. Looking at the closed stone door, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. The number 1 on the heaven list came to our sword peak? What the hell is this? All of them are really bored. The group of disciples shook their heads and sighed, and dispersed one after another. Qin Feiyang and the others also returned to the cave abode, leaving only Ma Guang with a bitter face. He looked at cave abode number 2 for a long time, unable to recover his senses. At first he wanted to fight for cave abode number 1. But who would have thought that the one living in cave abode number 1 was a guy called Madman? Fine. Then he would settle for the second best and live in cave abode number 2. But now, before he could sit down, it was forcibly occupied by the number 1 on the heaven list, Feng Zihan? Why was he the one who was injured? Cave abode number 1000. Hui Yi leisurely followed Qin Feiyang and walked in. Fire Lotus looked at Hui Yi strangely and said, "Brother Hui Yi, we don't seem to have invited you in?" "Sister Fire Lotus, we are all family, is there a need to be so distant?" Hui Yi looked unhappy. "Don't. We haven't reached the point of being so intimate." Fire Lotus quickly waved her hand and said with a pout, "If you say that, I will be sad. After all, in order to inquire about Shangguan Fenglan's residence, I spent a lot of effort." "Fine, I asked for a rebuff, I'm leaving." Hui Yi shook his head and sighed, turned and walked out of the cave abode in disappointment. Shangguan Fenglan's residence? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Fire Lotus hurriedly grabbed Hui Yi and said with a smile, "Brother Hui Yi, I was joking, did you take it seriously?" "Ah, I was also joking." Hui Yi laughed. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. He took out a tea table and 3 stools and placed them in the cave abode. Then, he sat on one of the stools in a dignified manner. Next. He raised his head again and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman who were standing at the side. He chuckled and said, "Why are you standing there, please sit." That attitude, that tone, it felt as if he was the owner of this cave abode and Qin Feiyang and Madman were guests. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other, shook their heads speechlessly, and sat on the other 2 stools. Chapter 2005. First, you were schemed against by Cheng Li, then Madman came to spar with you. Now even Feng Zihan came to find you. Brother Jiang, so many things have happened on the first day of entering Nine Heavens Palace. How are you going to live in the future? Hui Yi looked at Qin Feiyang sympathetically. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Don't gloat. If they want to deal with me, you won't be able to escape either." Hui Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. "I really regret colluding with you." "Colluding with you? Brother Hui Yi, do you know how to talk?" Fire Lotus looked at him with dissatisfaction. Okay. I was wrong. Hui Yi hurriedly apologized. He looked at Qin Feiyang curiously and asked, "What was the result of your battle with Madman?" "That's not important." Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked suspiciously, "Why did you ask about Shangguan Fenglan's residence?" "Not important?" Hui Yi was slightly taken aback and smiled bitterly. "It seems that you still don't know. Right now, all the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace are concerned about this problem. After all, your opponent is Madman." "Let them be." Qin Feiyang smiled indifferently. "Okay. Pretend I didn't ask. I went to ask about Shangguan Fenglan's residence." "Of course it was for you," Hui Yi said. "For me?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. This was somewhat unexpected. "Why did Shangguan Fenglan save you?" "Obviously, she wanted you to deal with Feng Wenhai. And with your personality, you definitely wouldn't be willing to be a chess piece. So, I thought that you would go and negotiate with her. So, while you were sparring with Madman, I went to ask about her residence. I also learned about Nine Heavens Palace's situation," Hui Yi said. When Qin Feiyang heard these words, he looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. This person was too terrifying. Not only had he seen through Shangguan Fenglan's scheme, but he had also figured out what she was thinking. Fire Lotus asked, "Shangguan Fenglan, as the lord of the disciplinary hall, should be staying in the disciplinary hall, right?" "If that's what you think, Fire Lotus, then you're too naive. According to my investigation, Shangguan Fenglan has been cultivating in seclusion all these years and has not asked about the matters of the law enforcement hall. Feng Wenhai and Yin Hui are basically in charge of all the affairs of the enforcement hall. In other words, right now the ones in charge of the family are actually Feng Wenhai and his wife. The people from the law enforcement hall basically follow the lead of these 2 people. In other words, Shangguan Fenglan's position as palace master is only in name. If nothing unexpected happens, Feng Wenhai will definitely become the next law enforcement hall master. That is the reason why Shangguan Fenglan wanted to take care of Feng Wenhai. Wei Yi laughed. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother, it's just as you guessed." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked Wei Yi, "Then where is she staying now?" "In the depths of Nine Heavens Palace, Lotus Lake. Do you want to go? I can lead the way." Wei Yi smiled. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then stood up and said to Wei Yi, "I really can't wait." Wei Yi shook his head and smiled, then stood up and said, "But you're just an outer disciple. If you go find the law enforcement hall master, it will probably cause criticism and even cause people to guess. It's best to cover it up." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he brought Hui Yi to the Black Tortoise world. Then, he controlled the Black Tortoise world and flew out of the cave dwelling, towards the depths of Nine Heavens Palace. Hui Yi looked around in surprise and said, "Brother Jiang, isn't this spatial divine item of yours a little too big?" "Spatial divine item?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked with a smile, "Isn't it good to be a little bigger?" "It's good to be a little bigger, but this is too outrageous. It looks like a small world. And there are so many living beings." Wei Yi exclaimed. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, but he was secretly paying attention to Hui Yi's expression. This person was getting more and more mysterious. He must not be careless. Not long after Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi left, a black-clothed youth flew through the air like lightning and landed in front of cave dwelling number 1. He bowed and said, "Shirtai requests an audience with senior brother Madman." "What's the matter?" Madman's voice came from the cave dwelling. "Senior brother Feng Zijuan, let me ask you something. How was your battle with Jiang Haotian?" Shirtai asked. "Nonsense. He's just a little rookie. How can he be my opponent? If you dare to ask such a boring question again, I'll cripple you." Scram. Madman's angry voice sounded. Shirtai's gaze trembled as he carefully asked, "Then what about senior brother and Jiang Haotian?" Madman was silent for a moment before he teased, "Feng Zijuan wants to know if I have any relationship with Jiang Haotian?" "I wouldn't dare." Shirtai hurriedly shook his head. "I have nothing to do with him. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't disturb me," Madman said. "Yes." Shirtai replied as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He then turned around and landed below the sword peak. His expression immediately became overbearing as he said, "Jiang Haotian, get out here." Inside the cave dwelling, Wu Lian was taken aback. Then she frowned. Who was shouting and yelling? And from his tone, it seemed like he didn't come with good intentions. "Hurry up!" Shirtai shouted impatiently. Fire Lotus raised her eyebrows and walked out of the cave dwelling. She looked at Shirtai and cupped her hands. "I wonder why senior brother is looking for my brother? The person I want to see is Jiang Haotian, not you," Shirtai said with a face full of arrogance. "I'm sorry, my brother happened to have something to do and went out. Please come earlier next time." With that, Fire Lotus turned and entered the cave dwelling. Since the other party was so rude, there was naturally no need for her to be polite. "Stop right there." Shirtai raised his eyebrows and said angrily. Wu Lian didn't even want to pay attention to him and closed the stone door directly. But the moment before the stone door closed, Shirtai stepped out and rushed into the cave dwelling with a murderous aura. He immediately slapped Fire Lotus's face. Fire Lotus flipped in the air and fell to the ground. The mask on her face was also shattered. But because she fell down immediately, Shirtai did not see her face clearly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you show your face to me? Do you know who I am?" Shirtai's slap was not enough. He stepped forward and stepped on the back of Fire Lotus's head. Fire Lotus was about to get up when her face hit the ground with a bang. Her head was bleeding. "Then tell me, who are you?" Fire Lotus's face was pressed tightly to the ground. It was difficult for her to even speak. Her heart was filled with grievances. Shirtai said, "I'm Shirtai, an inner disciple, half-step divine lord." "I'll remember it." Fire Lotus gritted her teeth and said, "From your tone it seems like you're not convinced?" "As expected, like brother, like sister. A bunch of arrogant trash. If it weren't for the rules of Empyrean Palace, I would kill you right now." Shirtai sneered and took out an envelope from his chest. He threw it on the ground and said, "Give it to your brother. I'll be waiting for you at the battlefield tomorrow morning." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left with a loud laugh. However, he did not notice that Fire Lotus slowly raised her head. Her blood-stained face was as cold as steel. His eyes were filled with the light of the god of death. After Shirtai left Sword Peak, Feng Zihan walked out of cave dwelling number 2. He looked at Shirtai's back and then lowered his head to look at cave dwelling number 1000. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. In the depths of Empyrean Palace. Under Huiyi's guidance, after an hour of hurrying, the black tortoise world finally arrived above a lake. The lake was about half a mile wide. The lake water was as clear as a mirror and white mist lingered on its surface. Colorful lotuses were in full bloom. The lake was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. Hundreds of flowers bloomed. It was a very elegant and quiet place. On the northern shore of the lake, there was an exquisite attic. It was richly ornamented and had an antique feel to it. At this moment, in front of the pavilion on the balcony by the lake, a woman in purple stood facing the wind, looking at the quiet lake. A cool breeze blew, her black hair fluttered and her dress fluttered. From afar she looked like a woman from a painting, extremely stunning. Huiyi looked through the painting entranced. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and waved it in front of Huiyi's eyes. "What are you doing?" Huiyi slapped Qin Feiyang's hand away. He glared at Qin Feiyang and continued to stare at the woman in purple. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He said disdainfully, "You're drooling. It's none of your business." Huiyi wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed. "When we were on the sky stairway, why didn't I notice that this woman was so stunning? No matter how stunning she is, it's not for you." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "What?" Huiyi frowned. "Don't you know who she is? Is she a woman that an outer court disciple like you can get?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "You're too vulgar. Love has nothing to do with status or poverty. As long as two people truly love each other, even if there is a difference between heaven and earth, they can still walk together. This is the power of love. Forget it, even if I tell you, you won't understand." Huiyi impatiently waved his hand at Qin Feiyang. He stared at the woman in purple with shining eyes. "He's gone mad." Qin Feiyang shook his head. He controlled the black tortoise realm and flew over. Then, he dragged Huiyi and appeared beside the woman. "Ichem?" The woman in purple sensed the aura of the two and was slightly stunned. She turned her head and said in surprise, "It's you too." Huiyi cupped his hands and said, "Miss, I am Huiyi. Hua as in flames, E as in easy. I haven't married yet. I have no other relatives in my family, only a pair of deceased parents." The woman in purple looked at Huiyi in astonishment. What kind of drama was this? Qin Feiyang was also stunned. He thought that this guy was just joking, but he didn't expect him to really do it. It had to be said that he was really bold. "Miss, may I ask how old you are? Where do you live? Do you have any relatives? Do you have someone in your heart? What do you think of me?" Seeing that Huiyi was still chattering, Qin Feiyang directly kicked him and said angrily, "Get lost, don't cause trouble. Jiang Haoyan, you've gone too far. I'm pursuing happiness." Huiyi said angrily. The woman in purple's mouth twitched. She looked at Huiyi strangely. He actually dared to tease her? This little guy was a little something. P.S. Today's 2 chapters. Chapter 2006. Seeing that the purple-robed woman's eyes were a little unfriendly, Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "Hall Master, this guy suddenly had epilepsy, don't bother with him." "Wait. Who is having epilepsy?" Huiyi said angrily. "Shut up." Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. Couldn't he tell that she was helping him? Who was the Shangguan Fenglan? The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Her strength was unfathomable. The most terrifying thing was that she was scheming, hiding behind the scenes and using their hands to get rid of Feng Wenhai and the others. If she succeeded, the one who benefited the most would naturally be her. And if she failed, she would not lose anything. Even Feng Wenhai would not know that Shangguan Fenglan wanted to deal with him. So, for this kind of woman, it was best to stay away from her. She actually took the initiative to provoke her, wasn't she asking for trouble? Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Huiyi, looked at Qin Feiyang and said indifferently, "Do you know where this place is?" "Yes. Lotus Lake. The residence of the Hall Master." Qin Feiyang said. "Since you know, why did you come? This place is not somewhere you can set foot in, hurry up and leave." Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. Did she really intend to be a person who had nothing to do with her? Since that was the case, then he would not be polite. "Hall Master, then let's be frank. If you want to use us, you have to pay something," Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and puzzled. "Why don't I understand? Why would I want to use you?" "Hall Master, this is meaningless." Qin Feiyang laughed. Shangguan Fenglan said, "I really don't understand." Qin Feiyang said, "Then what is the meaning of the note you gave me? The one you are talking about. I just want you to find out the truth, so that you won't have to bear the infamy of slandering Jiutian Palace for the rest of your life. I am doing this for your own good. Shangguan Fenglan smiled. Thank you very much. However, this disciple really doesn't mind bearing this infamy. As for the Feng clan, I'm just a small fry. I don't want to offend them. Brother Hua, let's go and find Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai to apologize. Qin Feiyang called out to Hui Yi, then turned around and strode away. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang's back and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This little guy was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Bring a bramble and ask for punishment? Hui Yi was startled. I believe that Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai are reasonable people. As long as we show enough sincerity, I think we should be able to bury the hatchet. In fact, these two might even become our backing in the future. Qin Feiyang said. These words were naturally said on purpose for Shangguan Fenglan to hear. In other words, if you continue to put on airs, then I will go and help Feng Yuan. Let's see who will be at a disadvantage when the time comes. That makes sense. Wei nodded thoughtfully. He glanced at Shangguan Fenglan and frowned. What about my happiness? Qin Feiyang's veins were bulging. He wanted to slap him. Shouldn't there be a limit to fooling around? Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to go berserk, Hui Yi quickly waved his hand and said, Okay, we'll go and apologize. Wait. But at this moment Shangguan Fenglan spoke. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, turned around and said, I wonder if Temple Master has any other orders? Don't pretend. Shangguan Fenglan glared at him. I'm innocent. Qin Feiyang looked innocent. Aren't you the one who has been pretending? Shangguan Fenglan looked at the two and asked, Tell me, what do you want? I want you. Hui Yi chuckled without hesitation. Get lost. Qin Feiyang couldn't bear it anymore and kicked Hui Yi's butt. Hui Yi immediately hugged his butt and jumped up, grimacing in pain. What a joke. Qin Feiyang glared fiercely at Hui Yi, then looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, First, let me enter the Vice Palace Master's study. Secondly, each of us will pay 100 million soul stones and a legendary level divine art. What? Hui Yi looked at Qin Feiyang dumbfounded. Entering the Vice Palace Master's study. But 100 million soul stones and a legendary level divine art, this was asking for too much. And 100 million soul stones for each person, one for each person. Shangguan Fenglan was also dumbfounded. She really didn't know how this boy dared to ask for so much. Feng Zihan alone can receive 1 million soul stones every month. I think a few 100 million shouldn't be much to you. As for the legendary level divine art, Nine Heavens Palace, as the largest force in the northern region, must have it. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Aren't you afraid of bursting? Shangguan Fenglan said in a deep voice. Bursting? Palace Master, you underestimate the appetite of this disciple and the others. This is not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Qin Feiyang laughed. Shangguan Fenglan laughed angrily. Then shouldn't this Palace Master thank you? There's no need to thank me. After all, we're not outsiders. If I can help, I'll help. Qin Feiyang laughed. The corner of Shangguan Fenglan's mouth twitched. The soul stones are no problem, but the legendary level divine art is a little difficult. But in comparison, this Palace Master is more curious. Why do you want to enter the Vice Palace Master's study? In Hui Yi's view, entering the Vice Palace Master's study might be a small matter. But in Shangguan Fenglan's eyes, this was the most important thing to ponder. Qin Feiyang said, purely out of curiosity. Curious? Shangguan Fenglan shook her head disapprovingly and said, How about this? This Palace Master can agree to the above conditions, but the legendary level divine art must be replaced with a pinnacle level divine art. But these things can only be given to you after the matter is over. After that, she added, in addition, everything you do in the future has nothing to do with this Palace Master. After the matter is over? Qin Feiyang frowned. What if our lives are in danger? Hui Yi asked. Shangguan Fenglan said lightly, That's your own business. It has nothing to do with this Palace Master. This? Hui Yi turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. It's hard to predict the future. If you give it to us after the matter is over, I think we'd better not blindly get involved. Let's go to Feng Yuan and apologize. Okay. Hui Yi nodded. He finally became serious. Threatening me again? Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows. Qin Feiyang pretended not to see it and looked at Hui Yi. When we go to apologize, let's perform well. Maybe we can get more benefits. How should we perform? Hui Yi was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, Tell Feng Yuan that someone wants to harm his family. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Shangguan Fenglan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a terrifying aura firmly locked onto the two. Hui Yi's pupils shrank and he quickly became vigilant. Qin Feiyang's expression did not change. He looked at Shangguan Fenglan indifferently and said, "This disciple knows that with the strength and status of the palace master, it's easy to kill the two of us. But since we dared to come, that means we're not afraid." "You're quite confident." Shangguan Fenglan sneered. "Although the strength of this disciple is low, we still have a little confidence. Otherwise, this disciple wouldn't have dared to provoke Feng Wenhai in public at the top of the mountain this morning," Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and pondered. A moment later, she withdrew her aura. Hui Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. When he touched his back, it was already dripping with sweat. If this woman flipped out, then this matter would not be settled peacefully. Shangguan Fenglan said, "You're talking about yourself, Hui Yi, Jiang Rushuang and Jiang Fire Lotus, right?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's a total of 400 million soul stones, 4 peak-grade deity arts. If it were Feng Yuan, he would definitely be able to take it out directly, but this palace master can't get so much in such a short time." Shangguan Fenglan sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then Feng Yuan wouldn't dare to embezzle the public funds of Nine Heavens Palace." "He wouldn't dare. If he's found to be embezzling public funds, even Feng Yuan would be punished," Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang said, "Then you can't go to the resource hall to ask for these soul stones and deity arts?" "Of course. 400 million soul stones, 4 peak-grade deity arts, is not a small amount. If we go to the resource hall, Feng Yuan will definitely ask where these soul stones and deity arts are. And he will have to ask the first elder." Shangguan Fenglan sighed. Although she was the hall master of the enforcement hall, there were many things that she couldn't decide. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Then how are you going to get these soul stones and deity arts?" "That's none of your business. But as you said, the future is hard to predict. This palace master can't give you all at once," Shangguan Fenglan said. "Then why don't you come up with an idea that can satisfy both of us?" Qin Feiyang wasn't surprised. How could such a shrewd woman give him all of it at once? 10 million deity crystals in advance. "I'll give you the rest later," Shangguan Fenglan said. "That's too little. At least half." Qin Feiyang shook his head decisively. "Impossible." Shangguan Fenglan shook her head and said, "Don't always think of threatening this palace master. If we really fall out, the one who will suffer in the end will definitely not be me." "Brother Jiang, what you said makes sense. Even if we tell Feng Yuan, will he dare to come and settle the score with Shangguan Fenglan? Won't we suffer in the end? Taking a step back, even if Feng Yuan doesn't deal with us and lets us follow him and work for him, with our relationship with Feng Zijuan, I don't know what he will do to us. He might even be a cow or a horse." Hui Yi said to himself. "Of course I know this. I can't really go and join Feng Yuan. But now, what we lack the most is soul stones, so this time, we must do our best to get the largest amount." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Seeing Qin Feiyang silent, Shangguan Fenglan frowned and said, 20 million no more. No. 100 million no less. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then if you fail or run away halfway, this 100 million soul stones will be wasted. How about 30 million? That's the limit of this palace," Shangguan Fenglan said. "Too little." Qin Feiyang frowned. "Almost," Shangguan Fenglan said. Neither of them was willing to give in, and the situation was in a deadlock. Chapter 2007. Looking at Qin Feiyang arguing with Shangguan Fenglan, Hui Yi couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. How could this person be so bold? The enforcement hall master was a core figure of Nine Heavens Palace. Which disciple of Nine Heavens Palace didn't respect her like a god? But this guy not only repeatedly threatened her, but also refused to back down. If the other disciples were to see this, their jaws would probably drop in shock. "Brother Jiang, stop arguing." Hui Yi hurriedly interrupted Qin Feiyang. If they continued arguing like this, they would really anger this woman. "Brother Jiang, Hallmaster, how about this? We each take a step back. 50 million soul stones first. 50 million soul stones. For you, Hallmaster, you won't suffer a loss or be cheated. And we won't run away from Nine Heavens Palace for a mere 50 million soul stones. As for the rest, we'll pay you in installments," Hui Yi said. "How do we do it in installments?" Shangguan Fenglan frowned. "Every time we kill someone, you'll give us some. For example, Feng Wenhai. If we kill him in the future, you'll pay us 100 million soul stones," Hui Yi said. Based on the number of people, this idea is not bad. Shengguan Fenglan nodded. Huiyi looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Brother Jiang, what do you think? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded, I have no objection. Isn't this a happy ending? Huiyi smiled. But words are no proof. Let's write it down. Qin Feiyang said again. Shengguan Fenglan was stunned and immediately said angrily, You're doubting this Hall Master's character. Hall Master, please calm down. Although Brother Jiang's method is wrong, it's pardonable. After all, you're not an ordinary person. If you really go back on your word, then we can only watch helplessly. Huiyi smiled flatteringly. Fine. As you wish. Shengguan Fenglan glared at the two of them and said in a deep voice. Huiyi immediately took out a brush, ink, paper and inkstone. Qin Feiyang scribbled furiously and wrote everything on the paper. Then he pressed a thumbprint on the paper and looked at Shengguan Fenglan. Palace Master, please. Shengguan Fenglan was about to go crazy. He was actually playing such a childish game with two immature brats? It was simply embarrassing. She cut her thumb, gritted her teeth and pressed a fingerprint on it. Huiyi smiled, it's finally over. Qin Feiyang was also beaming from ear to ear. He carefully put away the receipt, then extended his hand and said with a smile, Lord Hall Master, 50 million soul stones. Wait here. Shengguan Fenglan snorted coldly and turned to enter the attic. Huiyi laughed mischievously and said, Brother Jiang, we've made a killing this time. I did get the soul stone, but Feng Yuan and the others aren't that easy to deal with. Qin Feiyang sighed. Huiyi meaningfully said, I think that with Brother Jiang's methods, it shouldn't be too difficult. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, From what you said, you're planning to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? No. Since I've taken the soul stone, then I must contribute. However, I also know that I'm not that capable, so Brother Jiang is still the one who comes up with the plan. I can only assist from the side. Huiyi laughed. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Shengguan Fenglan came out and threw a Qingquan bag to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and kept it. Shengguan Fenglan said, Aren't you going to be more careful? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I still believe in the Palace Master's character. Don't say such high-sounding words. I've already given you 50 million soul stones. I hope to see results as soon as possible. Shengguan Fenglan said with a cold face. Don't worry. Very soon, the Palace Master will know that the 400 million soul stones and the God art will not be spent in vain. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Huiyi. Brother Hua, let's go. You go first, I'll be right there. Huiyi responded, looked at Shengguan Fenglan and smiled like a gentleman. Miss, are you free tonight? Shall we go and have a seat? Scram. Shengguan Fenglan's face darkened as she shouted angrily. I'm sincerely inviting you and I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want to communicate more, Huiyi licked his face and said shamelessly. But before he could finish, Qin Feiyang angrily dragged him into the Black Tortoise realm and rushed out of the sect like lightning. That's enough. Shengguan Fenglan was about to explode with anger. One openly threatened her, the other unscrupulously teased her, and they were both outer sect disciples. She was a big shot of the Nine Heavens Palace. When had she ever encountered such an encounter? It's best if it can be of some use, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. 50 million soul stones. I don't even dare to dream about it. Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang sized up the universe bag, his face full of excitement. To break through to the initial stage of the false god realm, one needed 1,000 soul stones. From initial to small success, one needed 10,000. From small success to large success, 100,000. From large success to perfection, 1 million. From perfection to perfection, one needed 10 million soul stones. In other words, these 50 million soul stones were enough to accumulate 5 perfection war gods in a short period of time. This was a true overnight millionaire. Nie Yun and the others' soul stones were nothing. No. Huiyi still had a portion. Other than Huiyi's portion, there seemed to be only 30 million left. Wait. This guy, why isn't there any reaction at all? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Huiyi, only to see him standing at the side with his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking, but he was giggling non-stop. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, he patted Huiyi and said, What are you thinking about? What are you doing? You scared me. Huiyi glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. You were too engrossed in your thoughts. Tell me, are you thinking about Shengguan Fenglan? Qin Feiyang asked curiously. Isn't that nonsense? Could it be that I'm thinking about you? Huiyi rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Why are you so stubborn? This woman, you really can't afford to offend her. I'm only interested in women that I can't afford to offend. Hui chuckled. You really won't turn back until you hit the wall. How about this, I'll help you? Qin Feiyang said. Really? Hui's eyes lit up. Of course, us brothers, would we lie to you? But if I help you, you have to repay me. You don't need these soul stones and divine arts. Qin Feiyang laughed. Hui was stunned. He immediately rolled his eyes and said, I knew you didn't feel at ease. Let me tell you, don't play dumb with me. This time, not a single soul stone less. Let me calculate 50 million soul stones. For people equally. 1 for 1. 1 for 2. I've calculated each of us will get 12. 5 million soul stones. This is just enough for me to break through from the advanced god of war to the peak. Give it to me. Hui stretched out his hand, looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. Did he really think he was a fool? Such a large amount of soul stones, he didn't even dare to think about it before. Now that it was in front of him, how could he not want it? Let me tell you, you're so stingy you'll never get Shengguan Fenglan. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. This is two different things. It's irrelevant. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to take it all for yourself, I'm not done with you. Wei said. All right, who wants to take it all for himself? Don't think that I'm as shameless as you, okay? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and carefully counted out 12. 5 million soul stones, not one more, not one less, and threw it to Hui. In other words, right now he only had 37. 5 million left. However, he should be satisfied. This amount of soul stones, if placed on an outer court disciple, he would not be able to earn so much in his lifetime. Half an hour later, Qin Feiyang and Hui finally returned to the outer court cave. But as soon as they entered the cave, Qin Feiyang and Hui were stunned. Fire Lotus was sitting on a stool in a daze. Her face was stained with blood and her body was also somewhat dirty. She didn't even notice Qin Feiyang and Hui entering the cave. What's going on? Qin Feiyang glanced at the cave. When he saw the broken mask on the ground, his entire body was filled with killing intent. He walked in front of Fire Lotus and asked in a deep voice, Who did this? Brother. As soon as Fire Lotus heard Qin Feiyang's voice, she immediately shed tears of grievance. Who is it? Tell me. I'll go kill him right now. Qin Feiyang shouted, his heart aching. However, he didn't notice that Hui, who was behind him, had been staring at Fire Lotus's face the entire time, his eyes flashing with a bright light. It's a person called Shirtai. He's an inner disciple, a half-step divine lord. At that time, after you and big brother Hui left, he came looking for me. Originally, I was very polite, but he had an overbearing attitude, so I didn't want to bother with him. But because of this, it seemed to have angered him. He directly barged into the cave, slapped me and even stepped on my head. As Fire Lotus spoke, she threw herself into Qin Feiyang's embrace and said, Brother, believe me, it's really not my fault. He was the one who was rude first, I didn't cause any trouble for you. Shirtai. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with an astonishingly sharp light and laughed. Silly girl, of course I believe you. Don't cry, I'm here. There's a letter on the table? Hui suddenly noticed that there was an envelope on the coffee table. That was left behind by Shirtai. Fire Lotus said. Hui opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. On it, there were 7 words written with a murderous aura. Tomorrow morning, see you on the battlefield. Battlefield? Hui frowned and handed the letter to Qin Feiyang, saying, This is a letter of challenge. This Shirtai invites you to enter the battlefield to fight. Qin Feiyang glanced at the letter and asked, Where is the battlefield? Between the inner and outer sect, to enter the battlefield, one needs to pass through a fixed transmission altar. It is said that this battlefield is formed by a spatial divine object. It is hidden in the void and is very large inside. It doesn't matter how you attack. Wei said. Spatial divine object. Fire Lotus was shocked and said, Qin Dage, let's forget about this matter. What? Qin Feiyang frowned. Since it is formed by a spatial divine object, then the big shots of Nine Heaven Palace will definitely be able to observe the situation inside. What if your purple gold dragon blood is exposed when you fight with Shirtai? Fire Lotus said worriedly. What about you? What should I do about this? Qin Feiyang asked, his heart moved. What a considerate woman. I'm fine. As long as Qin Dage is fine. Fire Lotus thought. What a silly girl. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Don't worry, a mere half-step divine lord doesn't have the ability to expose my identity. Literature Museum. Chapter 2008. He even dares to bully my little sister. He's simply courting death. There must be a conclusion to this matter. I will immediately investigate Shirtai's background, Huiyi said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at Huiyi and said, "When did Fire Lotus become your little sister? Do we still need to distinguish between each other? She's your little sister, isn't that the same as my little sister? Besides, Fire Lotus calls me Big Brother Huiyi. As a man, how can I let her be wronged?" Huiyi said angrily. Fire Lotus was moved and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Huiyi. We're all family, don't be so polite." Huiyi smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang. "I will go investigate now, wait for my news." Qin Feiyang nodded. Huiyi turned around and walked a few steps, but suddenly turned to Fire Lotus and said with a grin, "Sister, you should continue to wear a mask in the future." What? Fire Lotus was stunned and looked at Huiyi suspiciously. "Because you're too beautiful. If those disciples outside saw you, wouldn't they come looking for you every day? I believe you wouldn't like having a bunch of flies following you around all day." Huiyi chuckled. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Fire Lotus said angrily, her cheeks flushed red. After Huiyi left the cave, Qin Feiyang wiped the blood on Fire Lotus's face and said with a smile, "Go wash up in the Black Tortoise world and relax." Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Red Lotus instantly disappeared. "Shirtai, I want to see who gave you the courage to hit my people," Qin Feiyang muttered. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he followed Huiyi into the castle. "Fire Lotus, are you alright?" Mermaid Princess' voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to Mermaid Princess. He saw the Mermaid Princess sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking at Qin Feiyang with concern. "She's fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took out the Jianghu bag. He smiled and said, "These soul stones should be enough for you to cultivate for a while." Everyone opened their eyes and looked at the Jianghu bag with joy. Tantai Li's gaze turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Feiyang, you to cultivate. Look at your cultivation, you've been in the ancient world for so long but you've made no progress, at most half a month." Qin Feiyang said. "Okay. I'll start cultivating now." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile. He didn't know how long it would take to refine a soul stone now. He remembered that it used to take half an hour to refine one. After taking out a soul stone and putting the Jianghu bag on the altar, Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged on the ground and started to refine it silently. Inside the castle, time flew by. About half an hour later, the soul stone in his hand was finally refined. "The time has been shortened by half?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. In other words, now he could refine 4 soul stones in 2 hours. 48 soul stones in 24 hours a day. It took 100,000 divine gems to break through to the advanced divine gems. 100,000 divided by 48 was more than 2,080 days. About 5.5 years. What? 5.5 years. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He didn't know this, but he was shocked when he calculated. It took more than 5 years to refine 100,000 soul stones? He was really lucky to have the castle. Otherwise it would take him a whole 5 to 6 years just to refine these soul stones. The castle's time rule was that 1 day outside was 1 year inside. In other words, now he only needed 5 to 6 days to refine 100,000 soul stones and step into the advanced divine gems. Compared to others, this really saved a lot of time. Late at night, above the 9th heaven palace, a waning moon emitted a weak light. A black shadow quietly came to the sword peak and gently knocked on the tightly shut stone door. The next moment, the stone door opened. Qin Feiyang stood inside the door and looked at the black shadow with a smile. "Come in." After the black shadow entered, Qin Feiyang closed the stone door, turned around and waved his hand. A flame appeared, illuminating the entire cave. And the person standing in front of him was Gao Xiaolong. Of course. Before Gao Xiaolong came, he had sent a message to Qin Feiyang in advance, so Qin Feiyang was able to open the door in time without any accident. Gao Xiaolong took out 2 jade boxes from his chest and handed them to Qin Feiyang, smiling. "This is what Senior Brother Feng asked me to give you." 2 jade boxes, one was the size of a palm, square in shape. The other one was a rectangular jade box that was a foot long. Qin Feiyang first grabbed the square jade box and opened the lid. A black fruit appeared in front of him. This fruit was only the size of a baby's fist, exuding a trace of black fog filled with an evil aura. That's right. This was the Death God fruit. After closing the lid of the box, Qin Feiyang took the long jade box and opened it to take a look. Surprisingly, there was a tree branch that was half a foot long lying inside. This branch was perfectly round, similar to a straight chopstick. It was pitch black with yin energy swirling around it. In a trance, one could even hear ghostly laughter coming from the yin energy. In Soul Wood. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. This young Master Feng was indeed amazing. He got his hands on the Death God fruit and Yin Soul Wood so quickly. Gao Xiaolong said, young Master Feng also said that although he can't help you with things like soul stones, he can provide you with some herbs. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to look for him. Qin Feiyang closed the jade box and smiled, thank him for me. Also, I heard during the day that Shirtai issued a challenge to you? Gao Xiaolong asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. This Shirtai, Gao Xiaolong was about to say something. Bang. The cave stone door was kicked open and Hui Yi stormed in angrily. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang looked suspiciously at Hui Yi. Isn't it because... Before Hui Yi could finish his words, he saw Gao Xiaolong and asked suspiciously, he is? Qin Feiyang said, he's called Gao Xiaolong, one of us. Hui Yi nodded and said angrily, you don't know this Shirtai is actually Feng Zijuan's man. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Gao Xiaolong and asked, is that so? This Shirtai can be considered Feng Zijuan's confidant. He usually follows behind Feng Zijuan like a dog. This time he issued a challenge to you, 100% it was ordered by Feng Zijuan. Gao Xiaolong said. Not only that, after Shirtai issued the challenge, he spread the news everywhere, cutting off your escape route. Because now, everyone knows about it. If you don't show up tomorrow, there will be people talking behind your back. Wei Yi said. That's right. Moreover, he spread the news everywhere to embarrass you in front of everyone tomorrow. Gao Xiaolong added. So, it was ordered by Feng Zijuan. What did I say? After knowing that I entered the Nine Heavens Palace, he will definitely make a move. Qin Feiyang laughed. Brother Jiang, why do you look like you're looking forward to it? Hui Yi was surprised. This was my plan all along. However, their arrogance exceeded my expectations. They actually dared to harm the Fire Lotus. This debt, I will make them pay double tomorrow. Qin Feiyang sneered. Plan? Hui Yi muttered. This guy was becoming more and more unfathomable, secretly laying out such a trap. This time, Feng Zijuan was probably going to suffer a big setback. Qin Feiyang looked at Gao Xiaolong and said, you go back, tell young noble Feng to prepare to watch the show. Okay. Gao Xiaolong nodded, turned around and teleported, disappearing in a flash. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned to Hui Yi, asking, why did you take so long to gather information? You're not familiar with this place. Do you think it's easy to gather information? Hui Yi rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang said meaningfully, with your brain, it shouldn't be difficult. Hui Yi smiled embarrassedly, saying, I went to inquire about Shangguan Fenglan's situation. I knew it. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Hui Yi glanced outside the cultivation dwelling and said mysteriously, you don't say, there's something you'll never guess. What is it? Qin Feiyang looked at him curiously. Hui Yi said, this Shangguan Fenglan is the sister of the Treasure Pavilion's Shangguan Qiu. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. This was something he really didn't expect. I was still thinking that Shangguan Fenglan could get her hands on 400 million soul stones, so she has such a sister. But this Shangguan Qiu is really not simple. Master is the Treasure Pavilion's chief pavilion master. Her sister is the hall master of the law enforcement hall. No wonder she didn't even take Feng Zijuan seriously back then. Hui Yi sighed. The two sisters? Then I think Shangguan Qiu is more suitable for you than Shangguan Fenglan. Qin Feiyang teased. What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who plays around? Hui Yi angrily glared at Qin Feiyang, but then he rolled his eyes and changed the topic. He laughed mischievously and said, however, if I can get both of these sisters, then I'll be able to hold my head high for the rest of my life. In the future, I'll be able to walk with my back straight. Qin Feiyang was stunned and kicked him without hesitation, saying angrily, get out of my sight as far as you can, and don't appear in front of me again. You're jealous. Hui Yi hurriedly dodged and then raised his middle finger. He scorned Qin Feiyang and then disappeared like a wisp of smoke. You want to get the sisters and you say you're not a playboy? I've really never seen such a shameless person. Qin Feiyang shook his head. However, now the relationship seemed to have become a little complicated. Shangguan Qiu cooperated with Mu Tianyang, he cooperated with Shangguan Fenglan, and he and Mu Tianyang were life and death enemies. She was almost unable to make sense of it. Headache. Rubbing his forehead, Qin Feiyang closed the stone door of the cave residence, entered the ancient castle and continued to refine the soul stones. Chapter 2009. Between the inner and outer gates, there was a wide river that meandered from north to south. There was a huge square above the river. In the middle of the square there were 10 altars. On each altar there was a number. Battlefield number 1. Battlefield number 2. And finally battlefield number 10. That's right. This was the entrance to the battlefield. Early in the morning, people came to the square one after another. There are a lot of people here today. A mere outer disciple is so popular? Brother, that's not right. Everyone is here to watch the show. Don't you think this Jiang Haoyin is too daring? He even dares to offend Feng Zijuan? He's courting his own death. Before Jiang Haoyin entered Empyrean Palace, as long as he hid, Feng Zijuan couldn't do anything to him. Now that he has entered Empyrean Palace, how can Feng Zijuan deal with him? Isn't it as easy as killing a chicken? That's right. It's said that a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Now it seems that it's not without reason. He even dares to accept Shirtai's challenge. Shirtai is a half-step divine lord. I heard that he has a perfect divine technique and a perfect support divine technique. He even has a supreme grade divine artifact. How can an outer sect disciple defeat him? Everyone was discussing. When the sun rose, there were already tens of thousands of people gathered in the square. Most of them were outer disciples. The square could hold 50 to 60,000 people. It was very big. Move. Suddenly, a slightly arrogant laugh sounded. Fatso, who was wearing a golden coat, had all kinds of golden rings on his hands and a thick golden chain around his neck. Behind him were 2 followers. He looked like a local tycoon as he swaggered into the square. Brother Fatty, you're here. Brother Fatty, the same old rules? Seeing Fatso arrive, everyone was a little afraid and a little expectant. Of course. Fatso walked to a corner of the square and waved his sleeves. A big golden table appeared on the ground. Let's cut the crap. Shirtai 1 to 1. Jiang Haoyin 1 to 10. Those who are not betting, please move aside and make way. As soon as Fatso finished speaking, the people in the square immediately swarmed forward. I bet on Shirtai. I also bet on Shirtai. It's obvious. We have to bet on Shirtai. Everyone took out their soul stones. Some bet a dozen, some bet a few hundred, and some bet a few thousand. A short while later, the table was filled with soul stones. The 2 lackeys were busy collecting soul stones and taking notes at the same time. Seeing the crowd swarming over, Fatso beamed with joy. I bet 50,000 soul stones. I bet 100,000. To be able to take out so many soul stones, one had to be an inner disciple. Furthermore, he had to be one of the top inner disciples. It's so lively? At this moment, 2 men and 1 woman stepped into the square. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. They were Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Guisweki. What? 1 to 10? When they heard everyone's discussion, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing looked at each other. Such a high payout? Mu Qing laughed secretly. Ancestor, isn't this obviously giving us soul stones? Keep it low, keep it low. Mu Tianyang chuckled, walked to the table, took out a Chengkuan bag and slapped it on the table. Fatso was stunned. He looked at the Chengkuan bag and thought to himself, so arrogant, could it be that he was a rich man? Mu Tianyang glanced at the people around and suddenly grinned, saying, I bet on Jiang Haoyin 5 million soul stones. As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at Mu Tianyang in shock. Fatso and the 2 lackeys were also stunned. They had completely forgotten what they were doing. Wow. There was no suspense. The next moment, the square was in an uproar. What? It's actually Jiang Haoyin? It's still 5 million soul stones. Oh my god, he's crazy. Who is he? Isn't he afraid that these 5 million soul stones will be wasted? Fatso came back to his senses and grabbed the Chengkuan bag. After carefully looking at it for a while, his face suddenly twitched. There really were 5 million soul stones. So many soul stones. Who wouldn't be tempted? Fatso swallowed his saliva, looked up at Mu Tianyang and asked, Are you sure you want to bet on Jiang Haoyin? I'm sure. Mu Tianyang nodded. Generous. Courageous. You're the first person who dares to bet on Jiang Haoyin. Fatso laughed and even gave Mu Tianyang a thumbs up, saying, Tell me your name. Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang said. Fatso looked at the 2 lackeys beside him and said happily, Quickly write it down. Okay. The 2 lackeys, one carefully counted the soul stones, and the other recorded Mu Tianyang's name. Mu Tianyang? This name is so unfamiliar. Wait, I heard that among the new disciples this time, there seems to be someone called Mu Tianyang. A new disciple actually has 5 million soul stones. Could he be a disciple of a big family? But to take out 5 million soul stones at once, even those famous rich families don't seem to have the ability to do so. The surrounding disciples felt that it was very unbelievable. Hearing this, Mu Qing sneered. What was 5 million? In a while this 5 million would become 50 million. Just thinking about it made him excited. What is it? Someone dares to bet on Jianghu yen? 5 million soul stones? A surprised voice suddenly rang out. It's Shi Tai. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in black standing at the entrance of the square with a stunned face. If it wasn't Shi Tai, who else could it be? The people automatically moved aside to make a path. Shi Tai walked step by step to the gambling table and glanced at the crowd. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Who bet on Jianghu yen?" Me. Mu Tianyang smiled faintly. You dare to bet on Jianghu yen? Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Shi Tai sized up Mu Tianyang and sneered. It's our freedom to bet on whoever we want. As for whether or not I'll lose everything, we'll know when the results are out. Mu Tianyang smiled. I've never seen such a stupid person. Shi Tai laughed, took out a Jianghu bag, threw it on the table and said to Fatso, I'll bet 500,000 soul stones on myself. Okay. Fatso nodded. Kid, you'll regret this. Just you wait. Shi Tai smiled coldly at Mu Tianyang, then walked to the altar of the first battlefield. He crossed his arms, glanced at the crowd and asked, Jianghu yen hasn't arrived yet? I didn't see him. Everyone shook their heads. Don't tell me he's too scared to come? Shi Tai laughed. Many people also burst into laughter. Jianghu yen's strength is indeed not good, but he's not that timid. However, at this moment, a faint laughter sounded. Everyone looked up and saw 3 figures flying through the air. The one in the lead was Qin Feiyang. Hui Yi and Fire Lotus followed behind him. Huolian also listened to Hui Yi's words and put on another mask. Looking at the arrogant Shi Tai, a cold glint flickered in the eyes of the 3. They're here. They're finally here. Everyone quickly retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus landed in front of Shi Tai. They really dare to come? Shi Tai was stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled. For the sake of face, I have to come, right? Shi Tai was slightly taken aback. He chuckled and said, Face is worthless. Yes, face is worthless at all. What's valuable is life. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ah, so you also understand. Shi Tai laughed. Of course I understand. Qin Feiyang smiled. The smell of gunpowder is coming. Mu Tianyang smiled secretly. I'm a little puzzled. Isn't Qin Feiyang always afraid of trouble? Why did he accept Shi Tai's challenge this time? Mu Qing was suspicious. I think this Shi Tai must have done something to make him angry. Mu Tianyang guessed. Shi Tai looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Let's not talk nonsense and enter the battlefield. Okay. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brother Jiang, wait. Hui Yi suddenly said. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. Hui Yi pointed to the gambling table and said, Before entering the battlefield you have to bet first. Bet. Qin Feiyang was stunned. There's no time to explain. Come with me. Hui Yi dragged Qin Feiyang to the gambling table and looked at Fatso with a smile. What's the odds for Jianghu yen? Fatso glanced at the 2 and said, 1 to 10. So high. Hui Yi was stunned. His eyes suddenly shone with green light. Without hesitation he took out a Jianghu bag and threw it on the table saying, I bet 12. 5 million soul stones on Jianghu yen. What? 12? 5 million? Oh my god. So much. Previously that Mu Tianyang bet 5 million soul stones on Jianghu yen. That was already shocking enough. Now there's another 12. 5 million. How many nouveaux riches are among the new disciples this time? The square was once again in an uproar. Fatso was also petrified on the spot. 5 million? Qin Feiyang heard everyone's discussion and turned to look at Mu Tianyang. I didn't take a single soul stone from you. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Tianyang said indifferently. You didn't take my soul stones, but how many villages and noble families did you have to kill to get 5 million soul stones? This doesn't include the soul stones that you and Mu Qing have already refined. You're really ruthless. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Don't worry too much. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. Besides, not all the villages and noble clans were massacred by me. Most of them, I only looted their treasure vaults. Mu Tianyang said indifferently. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Uncle Yuan shouldn't have saved this person in the first place. This was simply a scourge. While the two were talking, Fatso had already checked Huiyi's Chengkuan bag. He looked at Huiyi in a daze and asked, "Brother, are you serious?" "Of course." Huiyi nodded. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and register." Fatso's face was red as he roared at the two followers. Literature Museum. Chapter 2010. Huiyi turned to look at Qin Feiyang and urged, "Brother Jiang, you should place your bet too." "Me? I won't bet." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What?" Huiyi looked at him suspiciously. The others were also puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "I don't have confidence in myself. If I lose, won't I lose everything?" Huiyi was stunned. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing were also dumbfounded. What was this guy doing now? The others, on the other hand, burst into laughter, their faces full of ridicule. Shirtai's smile became even more brilliant. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "At least you have some self-awareness. However, it's best for you to bet. Because later you might not be able to walk out of the battlefield alive." "You're that confident?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Yes, I'm that confident." "If you're afraid, it's still too late to back out now." Shirtai sneered. "Even if I'm afraid, I can't be a coward." "You're very arrogant, aren't you?" "Well, if you have the ability, let's have a private bet." Qin Feiyang said angrily. "What do you want to bet?" Shirtai was stunned and smiled. 100 million soul stones. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and said, "What? A private bet of 100 million? The faces of those who were laughing at Qin Feiyang suddenly turned pale. Wasn't the stakes too high? Shirtai's face also became extremely ugly in an instant. "Don't you understand? Then I'll say it again. If I lose, I'll give you 100 million. If you lose, you'll give me 100 million. Do you have the guts?" Qin Feiyang shouted. "Do you have so many soul stones?" Shirtai sneered. Qin Feiyang stammered and looked a little guilty. "If I don't, I wouldn't dare to bet with you like this." "Anyone can say that. But who knows if you have it or not? Come out and show us." Shirtai said indifferently. In his opinion, Qin Feiyang was just putting on an act. In other words, they didn't dare to enter the battlefield with him. They wanted to scare him and take the opportunity to escape. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "There are so many people watching. Are you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" "Nonsense. If you want to go back on your word, what can you do?" Shirtai shouted. "So long-winded. I'll vouch for him." An impatient voice was heard all of a sudden. This voice? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned their heads to look. They saw a black-clothed youth standing outside the square with his hands behind his back. His aura was terrifying beyond compare. Lunatic. Everyone's eyes trembled. Even such a terrifying existence had come. The madman looked at Shirtai from afar and said, "A mere 100 million soul stones is nothing. Shirtai, I'll vouch for Jianghu. Is that enough?" "Enough, enough, enough." Shirtai nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman meaningfully, then looked back at Shirtai and said, "What about you? Can you take out 100 million soul stones?" Shirtai's face was green and red. "If you can't take it out, just admit it. No one will laugh at you. Of course you can also find a guarantor. But I believe that such a large amount of soul stones, no one will vouch for you." Qin Feiyang sneered. "That's right." Qin Feiyang wasn't targeting Shirtai, but Feng Zijuan. If he wanted to play, he would play big. This time he must make Feng Zijuan pay the price. "Vouch?" Shirtai's face was gloomy as he said in a deep voice, "Just you wait." After saying that, he soared into the air and flew toward the inner sect like lightning. What is he going to do? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at Shirtai's back as his eyes flickered. Without thinking, he knew that Shirtai was definitely going to find Feng Zijuan. This was exactly what he wanted. Huiyi's eyes flickered as he transmitted his voice, "Brother Jiang, you're cheating Feng Zijuan." "I'm cheating him." Qin Feiyang sneered. "What's that saying again? You can't bear the evil you bring upon yourself. After suffering such a big loss in the treasure pavilion, why can't this Feng Zijuan learn from his mistakes and behave himself?" Huiyi sighed and said, "However, you must also bet on Fatso Jin." "What?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "This Jin Fatso Jin is Feng Yuan's grandson." Huiyi glanced at Fatso, who was standing beside the gambling table, and transmitted his voice. "What? Feng Yuan's grandson? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. In fact, the real banker is Feng Yuan. This kind of gambling has existed in Nine Heaven Palace for many years. And without exception, Feng Yuan is the one behind all of them. Wei secretly said. So brazen? The great elder doesn't care? Qin Feiyang frowned. Care. That's exactly what the great elder wants. Because the soul stones won from this kind of gambling will not go into Feng Yuan's pocket, but into the resource hall's treasury. In other words, this is using the gambling to earn soul stones from us disciples. Hui pursed his lips. So that's how it is. What you mean is that the resource hall is the one who makes a profit, and the resource hall is also the one who makes a loss. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. The resource hall is actually the great elder's house. Wei said. I really didn't expect Nine Heaven Palace to operate like this. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll place my bet. Then why did you say those words without confidence just now? Hui was stunned and suspiciously asked. I deliberately said that to Shirtai. Think about it, if I directly bet tens of millions of soul stones, Shirtai will definitely think that I'm so confident. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Wouldn't it be boring if he chickened out at the last minute? Qin Feiyang smiled and secretly told the mermaid princess and Qin Rushuang to count the exact number of soul stones. And last night they had already refined a lot. Hui shook his head and laughed. How sinister, setting a trap for Shirtai as soon as he arrived. What? 100 million soul stones. Where do you expect me to find so many in such a short time? Intersect. In a cave, Feng Zijuan looked at Shirtai's shadow with a face full of anger. I know this is making things difficult for senior brother, but Jiang Haoyan has already said that if I don't agree, wouldn't I be falling into his trap? Shirtai said. Falling into his trap? What do you mean? Feng Zijuan frowned. This Jiang Haoyan obviously doesn't dare to fight with me, but he's afraid of embarrassing himself in front of everyone, so he wants to use this bet of 100 million to scare me. I think this person has no ability other than a little bit of cleverness. Shirtai said with a face full of disdain. Are you sure? Feng Zijuan pondered for a while and asked. I'm sure. Shirtai nodded. But 100 million soul stones isn't a small number, even my grandfather won't give it to me. Feng Zijuan sighed. Then you can go look for your sister. She can receive 1 million soul stones a month, would she lack this little bit? Shirtai said. This. Feng Zijuan was a little hesitant. Shirtai said, Senior brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Zijuan gritted his teeth and said, Wait a moment, I'll ask my sister. Okay. Shirtai nodded. Feng Zijuan turned off the image crystal and sent a message to Feng Zihan. Sister. When Feng Zihan's shadow appeared, Feng Zijuan immediately called out affectionately. Feng Zihan looked at him indifferently and asked, You arranged for Shirtai, right? Feng Zijuan nodded. Feng Zihan said angrily, Didn't I say before? Don't get involved in Jiang Haoyan's matter in the future, why won't you listen? I know, but this debt, if I don't settle it personally, I'll feel terrible. And this is a good opportunity. Sister, I've never asked you for anything before, but this time I'm begging you, lend me 100 million soul stones or help me be a guarantor. Feng Zijuan begged. 100 million? Feng Zihan raised her eyebrows. Feng Zijuan briefly explained the situation. Frenzy is also here. Feng Zihan's brows furrowed even tighter. Feng Zijuan said, Sister, I promise this time I'll get rid of Jiang Haoyan. Get rid of him? How did the two people Guiyong sent last time die? You don't know? Feng Zihan said. Those two people are only perfect war gods, and this Shirtai is a half-step divine lord, they aren't on the same level. Feng Zijuan said. Feng Zihan pondered. Feng Zijuan begged, Sister, I beg you help me. Zijuan, this is no small matter. If you succeed, grandfather and the others will naturally be very happy, but if you fail, do you know how they will punish you? Feng Zihan sighed and said. Don't worry, I won't fail. Feng Zijuan solemnly vowed. Feng Zihan took a deep breath and said, All right, I'll vouch for you, I hope you won't disappoint me. Forget it, I'll go and see for myself. There was some helplessness in her words. Thank you, sister. Feng Zijuan was overjoyed and immediately sent a message to Shirtai. After receiving the news, Shirtai was also overjoyed and flew towards the square. He's back. Seeing Shirtai return, Hui's mouth curled into a smile. Shirtai landed opposite Qin Feiyang and sneered, I don't have a soul stone, but someone vouched for me. What? Someone vouched for you? Qin Feiyang looked flustered. What? Are you afraid now? But it's too late. The person who vouched for me is the number one on the heaven list, senior sister Feng Zihan. Shirtai laughed. It's actually senior sister Feng Zihan. The surrounding disciples were shocked. Qin Feiyang stared at Shirtai and said in a deep voice, "Words have no proof." Whoosh. But before he finished speaking, a woman in a light purple dress landed on the square like lightning. It's really senior sister Feng Zihan. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Feng Zihan with eyes full of worship. Shirtai said, "Senior sister, this Jianghu Yin still doesn't believe it, you vouch for me." Feng Zihan didn't speak. She scanned the crowd and finally found Madman outside the square. Swish. She took a step forward and landed beside Madman, frowning. "What do you mean? You're actually vouching for Jianghu Yin?" In fact, she was testing Madman's words. If Madman showed a confident appearance, then this Jianghu Yin might be hiding some unknown method. On the other hand, if Madman was just watching a show, then there was no need to worry. As long as I can enjoy a good show, it doesn't matter even if I have to pay 100 million soul stones. Madman waved his hand generously and said without a care. Chapter 2011. Hearing this, Feng Zihan looked at Qin Feiyang again. Qin Feiyang straightened his back and looked straight at Feng Zihan, but there was a hint of panic in his eyes. And this panic was clearly caught by Feng Zihan. Is he really pretending to be calm? Gradually, Qin Feiyang's eyes began to evade, as if the guilt in his heart was about to be uncontrollable. He asked, "Senior sister, are you really going to vouch for him?" Feng Zihan's eyes flashed and she nodded without hesitation. She was almost certain that Qin Feiyang was pretending to be calm. Jianghu Yin, now that both of us have vouched for each other, let's quickly enter the battlefield. Right? By the way, let me remind you, once you enter the battlefield, life and death are up to fate. Be prepared. Shirtai kept sneering, his eyes full of contempt. Life and death are up to fate? The panic on Qin Feiyang's face was obvious in an instant. Frenzy, your 100 million soul stones are destined to be wasted. I just don't understand, how can such a person enter Turtle King Island? Feng Zihan looked at Frenzy angrily and said. Sigh. Frenzy shook his head and sighed. What are you sighing for? Feng Zihan frowned. You are usually such a shrewd woman, but now you are being played in circles without realizing it. Tell me, what are you thinking? Frenzy shook his head. Played? Feng Zihan was taken aback, and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. The altar of battlefield number 1 had already been awakened. Shirtai was already standing on it, looking at Qin Feiyang provocatively. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out a Jianghu bag, threw it to Fire Lotus, and secretly said a few words before stepping onto the altar. After stepping onto the altar, Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Zihan from afar, and a bright smile crept onto his face. Oh no. Seeing that smile, Feng Zihan had an ominous premonition in her heart. Because it was a sinister smile that indicated that his scheme had succeeded. I bet 37 million soul stones on Jianghu Yin. Suddenly, Fire Lotus's voice rang out again. The entire place fell into a dead silence again. Feng Zihan also looked towards Fire Lotus, only to see Fire Lotus throwing the Jianghu pouch that Qin Feiyang had given her onto the gambling table. 37 million soul stones? Something's wrong. Shirtai, come down quickly. Feng Zihan's eyelids twitched as he shouted at Shirtai. But it was too late. The two of them had already sent the altar into the battlefield. Fatty Goldie came back to his senses and looked at the Fire Lotus in shock. He quickly grabbed the Jianghu bag and checked it. Stop looking. Not one more, not one less. It's exactly 37 million. Fire Lotus said calmly. Terrifying. Where did this fellow get so many soul stones? Mu Qing stared at the Jianghu bag, dumbfounded. Who knows? Mu Tianyang whispered. His heart was also shocked to the extreme. For the past half a year he had been robbing, but he didn't get so many soul stones. Looking at the altar that was gradually dimming, Feng Zihan suddenly turned around and stared at Madman, angrily saying, What do you mean? Are you ganging up to trick me? Trick you? You're thinking too much. You're the one who's stupid, coming here blindly. Madman despised. You. Feng Zihan was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He coldly snorted, Then let me see what ability this Jianghu Yin has to be able to defeat a half-step divine lord. Finished speaking. With a wave of her hand, a wisp of divine power flew out and poured into the blood-colored altar. Following that, a bloody light rushed out from the altar and an image suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. and in the image there was a dark and boundless world. The earth was fragmented, dark clouds surged in the sky, and there were wisps of tragic auras left in the void. This was the first battlefield. And in the void, two figures stood facing each other. It was Qin Feiyang and Shi Tai. "This is your first time entering this battlefield." Shi Tai smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, Hui had already inquired about the situation of the battlefield and told him on the way here. He knew that now the people outside were watching, so he had to end the battle quickly. After all, this Shi Tai was a half-step divine lord. The slightest carelessness could cause him to be injured. Injuries were small, but bleeding was a big deal. Shi Tai smiled and said, "Since it's your first time entering the battlefield, then I will kindly tell you the rules of this battlefield." "Rules? What rules? Isn't it just to use all means?" "Don't talk nonsense, let's begin," Qin Feiyang said lightly. "You actually know?" Shi Tai was surprised. However, Qin Feiyang's attitude made him feel very displeased. Rumble. A monstrous divine might emerged, blotting out the sky as it pressed down on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not move. His face was also without any ripples. "Don't pretend anymore. The oppressive power of a half-step divine lord can even imprison a perfect realm war god, let alone a mere initial realm war god. Now I guess you can't even move." Shi Tai walked step by step towards Qin Feiyang. His face was full of smiles as he said, "Do you know how stupid you are?" Qin Feiyang still did not speak. But there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. He actually thought that he could imprison him with just this pressure? It's too ridiculous. A mere initial realm war god dares to accept the challenge of a half-step divine lord? Tell me, are you stupid or not? But this is also good. Do you know why? Because you've helped me. Shi Tai smiled. Indeed, I've helped you. After killing me, you can ask Feng Zijuan for credit. At that time, a lot of wealth and a good future will be waiting for you. Qin Feiyang said. He can still talk. Shi Tai's expression froze. The people outside also had a look of disbelief. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be unable to even move his mouth after being imprisoned by the pressure of a half-step divine lord? Wealth and a good future, everyone wants it, but it also depends on whether they have the life to enjoy it. Is the pressure of a half-step divine lord very powerful? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. He slowly raised his arm and a murderous aura suddenly surged out. A blood-red long sword quickly condensed in his hand. Boom. As soon as the blood-red long sword appeared, a shocking murderous aura instantly swept across hundreds of thousands of miles of the void like a tide. Even the people outside felt a great sense of threat. This guy really has a trump card hidden. Lunatic muttered. The outcome has been decided. Mu Tianyang smiled faintly. Indeed. Mu Qing nodded. On the battlefield, Shi Tai stared at the blood-red long sword with disbelief in his eyes. Why is this murderous aura so terrifying? He felt as if he was facing a god of death. His body and mind could not help but tremble. The arrogance from before was also nowhere to be found. Actually, I don't care what you want to do to me, but you hurt Fire Lotus. This is absolutely unforgivable. Forgive me for the mistake you have made. Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with murderous intent. He used the travel character art and teleported behind Shi Tai. So fast. Shi Tai's eyes trembled. He hurriedly turned around, divine power surging out as he lunged at Qin Feiyang. Bullying my family, even if you are the Heavenly Emperor, I will not allow it. Qin Feiyang shouted explosively as he raised his hand and waved it in midair. An expanse of golden light surged out explosively, and it was like a golden tide that roared through the sky as it fiercely collided with the divine energy. Boom. After a short stalemate, the divine power immediately rebounded and drowned Shi Tai. Screams of pain and agony immediately rang out. What's going on? He actually rebounded Shi Tai's divine power? The people outside were in disbelief as they watched this scene. What kind of technique was this? It was so heaven-defying. Even Feng Zihan's pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing looked at each other and glanced at Fire Lotus at the same time. So it was because Shi Tai had bullied this woman. He was courting death. What did Qin Feiyang care about the most? That was the people around him. Bullying the people around him was tantamount to touching his reverse scale. But then again, who was this woman? Why did Qin Feiyang care so much about her? I don't think I've seen her before. On the battlefield. How can I be so useless? I'm even afraid of a low-tier god of war? No. I'm a half-step monarch god. One is the sky, one is the earth, how can I lose to him? Shatter. Shi Tai, who was submerged in divine power, had an extremely malevolent expression. Following a roar, a huge black tiger broke through the divine power and pounced towards Qin Feiyang with its claws and fangs bared. The terrifying divine power shattered everything in all directions. Divine technique. Qin Feiyang squinted his eyes. It was a perfect divine technique. I can't fight it head-on. Swish. The Xing character formula and teleport. In an instant he disappeared from Shi Tai's sight. The giant black tiger missed and shattered tens of thousands of miles of space. Shi Tai's eyes were filled with surprise. But in the next moment, a terrifying light appeared behind him. Qin Feiyang raised his blood-colored long sword and furiously chopped down. Waves of blood-red sword energy pounced towards Shi Tai like a toppling mountain and overturning sea. I'm a half-step monarch god. I won't lose. Shi Tai's hair fluttered in anger. With a clang, a black battle axe appeared. Divine power surged. The battle axe instantly recovered. Then, he grabbed the battle axe and slashed at the sword energy. Rumble. The sword energy was shattered. A mouthful of blood surged up Qin Feiyang's throat, but he forcefully swallowed it down. His eyes were filled with astonishment. This was actually a supreme-grade divine artifact. A half-step monarch god's cultivation base coupled with a supreme-grade divine artifact was still somewhat difficult to deal with. Haha. Regardless of how strong your means are, it still can't make up for the gap between our cultivation bases. Go to hell for me. Shi Tai is floating again. Holding his battle axe, he charges towards Qin Feiyang. You're really arrogant. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Instead of retreating, he moved forward to meet him. Just before the two met, Qin Feiyang flashed again and disappeared without a trace. Don't hide if you have the guts. Shi Tai roared. You're thinking too much. I don't want to fight you head-on. I just don't want to destroy that battle axe. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in Shi Tai's ears. However, when these words fell into Shi Tai's ears, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. He actually had ideas about his battle axe. Clang. With a backhand he slashed out with the battle axe. The void was shattered and the wind was deafening. The power emitted was extremely terrifying. Chapter 2012. Your battle awareness is not bad. Qin Feiyang muttered. He dodged the battle axe and teleported. Using the walk character, he instantly appeared in front of Shi Tai. Clang. The blood-red sword in his hand went straight for Shi Tai's abdomen. But as the blood-red sword was about to pierce Shi Tai's abdomen, Shi Tai suddenly sped up and retreated. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Do you think you're the only one with an auxiliary divine art? I have one too. Although it's not as good as your auxiliary divine art, it's still a perfect one. Shi Tai laughed as the battle axe shone brightly. A giant axe shadow split the sky and the earth as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. He's still a bit difficult to deal with. Qin Feiyang murmured. Most of the opponents he had met before were peak perfection battle gods. Although there was only one level difference between a peak perfection battle god and a half-divine lord, their strength and speed were worlds apart. Especially in terms of divine arts. The divine arts of a peak perfection battle god couldn't surpass the divine lord level no matter how high their level was. Because not every divine art was like the six-word divine art, which could ignore the existence of realms. But a half-divine lord was different. Although a half-divine lord was only half a step, he had officially entered the divine lord level. In other words, a half-divine lord was no longer restricted by this level. Therefore, a divine art used by a half-divine lord was naturally more powerful than a peak perfection battle god. Of course, if Shi Tai didn't have a perfect divine art or a supreme-grade divine weapon, Qin Feiyang would still be able to defeat him. For example, He Long. He was also a half-divine lord, but because he didn't have a powerful divine art, he couldn't even fight back when Qin Feiyang used the six-word divine art. In the blink of an eye, the giant axe shadow had already arrived. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. It seemed that he had to use some tricks. Actually, even if Shi Tai had a perfect divine art or a supreme-grade divine weapon, it would be easy to defeat him. The main reason was that Qin Feiyang really didn't want to destroy this battle axe. This was because Tang Hai and the others lacked divine artifacts. As for peak god artifacts, even in the ancient realm, they were very difficult to find. Thus, they could only settle for the next best thing and start with top-quality god artifacts. After all, a supreme-grade divine artifact had already given birth to an artifact spirit. As long as it was given enough time, it could grow into a pinnacle divine artifact or even a legendary divine artifact. Whoosh. As the giant axe shadow was about to strike, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he activated his concealment art. Seeing Qin Feiyang disappear, Shi Tai instinctively turned his head and looked behind him. However, there was no sign of Qin Feiyang in the void behind him. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Why did he disappear for so long? It should be known that regardless of whether it was teleportation or a powerful auxiliary divine art, they could only disappear for a moment. Where are you looking? Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded in front of Shi Tai. Shi Tai shuddered and quickly turned around. However, there was no sign of Qin Feiyang in front of him. What the hell is going on? Shi Tai was extremely puzzled. There was only a voice but no one? Could it be that he knew how to turn invisible? Suddenly, a blood-red long sword, like a poisonous snake, emerged from the void and instantly pierced into Shi Tai's lower abdomen. Ah! Shi Tai immediately let out a painful scream, and his aura was like a deflated balloon. Without the support of divine power, the battle axe in his hand dimmed. How is this possible? Shi Tai lowered his head and looked at the blood-red long sword in his lower abdomen, his eyes filled with disbelief. I'm sorry, I won this battle. Qin Feiyang also appeared in front of Shi Tai with a faint smile on his face. How did you do it? Shi Tai looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked in disbelief. I have mastered a divine art that can turn me invisible. Qin Feiyang said lightly. You can really turn me invisible? Shi Tai was stunned and roared, Are you kidding me? Using such a despicable method. Along with this roar, a divine sense that blotted out the sky and covered the earth emerged and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and drew out the blood-red long sword. With a light wave, the divine consciousness was completely shattered. Divine consciousness was like divine power, without the help of any divine art or divine weapon. It was like a dead tree in front of the blood-red long sword, unable to withstand a single blow. With the divine consciousness shattered, Shi Tai let out a miserable scream. He felt as if his divine soul was about to be torn apart. With a bang he fell to the ground below. The battle axe in his hand also fell to the ground. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed on the ground. He grabbed the battle axe and threw it into the castle. Then he raised his hand and with a clang, the blood-red long sword was placed against Shi Tai's neck. He lost just like that? The square outside was dead silent. Tens of thousands of disciples opened their eyes in anger. Shi Tai was a half-step divine lord. How could a mere lesser-tier battle god defeat him so easily? Oh my god. What was going on? Was this a joke? Not to mention a small success war god, even a perfection war god would never be able to defeat a half-step divine monarch. What is that blood-red longsword? Even the divine body and divine consciousness of a half-step divine lord were pierced through and shattered. Waves of shock surged through everyone's hearts. A war god of war god defeated a half-step divine lord, in the Nine-Heaven Palace? No. Even in the entire North region, this was the first time this had happened. Actually, many people didn't know that Qin Feiyang wasn't the only one who could do this. Beside them, there was another person who could do this. This person was Mu Tianyang. In the square. Feeling the killing intent and sharpness of the blood-red long sword, Shi Tai fell to the ground. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Is this the result you wanted? No. It's my fault. I was blind and shouldn't have challenged you. Please let me go. Shi Tai shook his head and his face was filled with fear. It's really nothing to challenge me. What makes me angry is that if you want to send a letter of challenge, then send a letter of challenge. Why did you bully my sister? Qin Feiyang's sword fell and with a flash of sword light, Shi Tai's 2 arms were cut off on the spot. 2 bowl-sized wounds were bleeding profusely. I'm sorry, I apologize, junior brother Jiang. No. Big brother Jiang, I'm willing to compensate for your sister's loss. I'm even willing to kneel down and apologize to her in front of everyone. I beg you, please be merciful. Shi Tai was terrified to the extreme. But before he could finish his words, Qin Feiyang raised his hand and with a flash of sword light, Shi Tai's 2 legs were cut off. I've always been a kind person. But I won't let those who bully my family off easily. Even if you're number 1 on the sky leaderboard, it's the same. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were emitting blood-red killing intent. These words weren't only spoken to Shi Tai, but also to the people outside. Especially Feng Zihan. In short, this was a warning. If there's anything, just come at him. But if anyone dares to bully the people around him, they will all die. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes at this moment, Feng Zihan's eyebrows twitched. Her slender fingers were tightly clenched. She didn't care about the warning. The only thing that made her angry was that he actually pointed out the number 1 on the heaven list in front of everyone. Wasn't this deliberately targeting her? At the same time, the disciples once again looked at Fire Lotus. Their eyes were already filled with fear. In the future, who would dare to bully her? They were also envious, because everyone wants such a strong brother who loves them so much. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in the image and felt touched. Although they weren't blood-related siblings, she could clearly feel that Qin Feiyang truly treated her as his blood-related sister. On the battlefield, I really know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Shi Tai laid on the ground like a puddle of mud. He looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully. His heart was filled with despair. Forgive you? That's too simple. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and lowered his head to look at Shi Tai. He smiled and said, "Do you still remember how you treated my sister?" Shi Tai stammered. "You really didn't dare to say it? It just happened yesterday. Don't you remember it so quickly?" "But I won't forget." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Shi Tai hard on the face. With a bang, Shi Tai flew out and hit a rock. His head was bleeding. "Do you remember it now?" Qin Feiyang walked over step by step. I remember. Shi Tai nodded repeatedly. He was filled with regret. If he knew that this person was so cruel, he wouldn't have dared to touch Fire Lotus even if he was beaten to death. It's good that you remember. My principle as a person is that I won't offend people if they don't offend me. But if they provoke me, then I'll definitely repay them 100 times. Qin Feiyang picked Shi Tai up with one hand and raised his other arm. The blood-colored sword dissipated. Following that, he slapped Shi Tai's face one after another without mercy. Smack, smack, smack. One crisp slap after another resounded in the battlefield and the square outside. Everyone exchanged glances. An inner sect disciple, and a half-step divine lord at that, was actually abused to this extent by an outer sect disciple. It was truly more painful than death. In the end, Shi Tai suffered a total of 100 slaps. His face had long turned into mud. He didn't even have the strength to scream. Can't take it anymore? It's not over yet. Qin Feiyang laughed coldly. He took out a healing pill and stuffed it into Shi Tai's mouth. He's already been abused to this extent and it's not over yet? He's still feeding him a healing pill? Does that mean that he'll continue after Shi Tai recovers from his injuries? Is this guy a devil? Everyone was aghast. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Who could withstand such inhumane torture? Bang. Suddenly, in the scene, Qin Feiyang smashed Shi Tai to the ground, then stepped on Shi Tai's head and sneered, "Since you like to rub so much, then I'll let you rub as much as you want today." His foot continued to exert force. Shi Tai's entire face kept rubbing against the ground. Blood dyed the soil red. The flesh on his face was torn apart bit by bit. That heart-wrenching pain made him faint several times. Devil. He's really a devil? This scene made everyone shudder with fear and trepidation. Such a fierce person must be kept at a respectful distance in the future. Chapter 2013. Just kill me. I'm not begging you to let me go, I just beg you to kill me quickly. Shi Tai also completely collapsed. This kind of torture was worse than death, it was better to die a quick death. You want to die? Sure. But first answer a few questions of mine. Qin Feiyang was very satisfied. The anger in his heart finally dissipated. Shi Tai said weakly. Qin Feiyang said, "Who ordered you? Don't you know?" Shi Tai said. Qin Feiyang said, "I want you to say it yourself." "It's Feng Zijuan." Shi Tai said. "What did he ask you to do?" Qin Feiyang asked. "He asked me to challenge you, and then on the battlefield, to kill you," Shi Tai said. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Why did he want to kill me?" Back then in the treasure pavilion, you caused him to lose face, so he held a grudge, and wanted to get rid of you," Shi Tai said in a staccato voice. Amazing. The dignified resource hall master's grandson, the son of 2 law enforcement elders, actually plotted against me, an outer disciple, behind my back. This 9 Heavens Palace is indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Qin Feiyang sneered, and with a stomp, Shi Tai's mind was shattered, and his divine soul was annihilated. Outside. At this moment, the disciples present all looked at Feng Zihan, their eyes extremely strange. Feng Zihan raised his eyebrows, his expression extremely unhappy. The last few questions were obviously deliberately asked by Qin Feiyang. Swish. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang appeared on the altar, without the slightest injury on his body, only the bloodstains of Tai. He stood on the altar like a king returning, sweeping his gaze across the entire place. At the scene, besides Feng Zihan, Frenzy, and a few others, no one dared to look him in the eye. Feng Zihan coldly glanced at Qin Feiyang, then turned around and soared into the sky. There was nothing he could do about it. He had already embarrassed himself enough today. He really didn't have the face to continue staying here. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "Senior sister, are you leaving just like that? What else do you want?" Feng Zihan stopped in the air, turned around and stared coldly at Qin Feiyang. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was watching, she would have made her move immediately. Of course it's the 100 million soul stones. Don't tell me that senior sister's memory is also that bad, Qin Feiyang said. Feng Zihan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said, "I'll go to my abode to get it later." She never thought that Tai would lose, so she didn't prepare 100 million soul stones. All right. After all, senior sister is number 1 on the heaven roll. She definitely won't go back on her word. Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course. Feng Zihan was on the verge of exploding. He smiled and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang said again, "Wait, senior sister. Is there anything else?" Feng Zihan clenched her fists and turned to look coldly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't you think you owe me an apology?" Apology? Feng Zihan raised an eyebrow. Qin Feiyang said, "Is Feng Zijuan your younger brother?" Yes. Feng Zihan nodded, an uneasy premonition rising in his heart. That's right. Your younger brother harmed me behind my back. As his elder sister, shouldn't you apologize to me on behalf of your younger brother? After all, Empyrean Palace is also a place of reason, right? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Feng Zihan gritted his teeth and said, "This is your personal grudge. What does it have to do with me?" Senior sister, touch your conscience and tell me, is this really just a personal grudge between me and Feng Zijuan? Don't take us for fools. If senior sister really has nothing to do with this matter, then why are you vouching for Tai? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. If it's just a personal grudge, why would senior sister Feng Zihan vouch for him? What Jiang Haoyan said makes sense. Senior sister Feng Zihan might be the real mastermind behind this. I also heard that senior sister has moved to the outer sect. It probably has something to do with getting rid of Jiang Haoyan. Everyone whispered to each other. Feng Zihan scanned the crowd and his face darkened. He stared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "Don't you dare slander me." Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you dare say that you don't know about this matter?" "I don't know." Feng Zihan said coldly. The dignified number 1 on the heaven leaderboard actually goes against his conscience. How disappointing. Fine. Senior sister is a big shot and has a backer behind her. I can't afford to offend her. Let's forget about this apology. I only hope that senior sister and the others won't make things difficult for me in the future. I'm just an outer sect disciple. I'm no threat to you. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Enough. Don't be sarcastic. I'll apologize to you on behalf of my useless brother. I'm sorry. Are you satisfied now? Feng Zihan said gloomily. Qin Feiyang gave her a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Senior sister is indeed worthy of being the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard. You're knowledgeable and reasonable." Thank you for the compliment. Feng Zihan laughed angrily and turned to leave without looking back. Brother. Fire Lotus retracted her gaze and immediately greeted Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang jumped down from the altar and rubbed Fire Lotus's head. He said with a smile, "Girl, how was it? Are you satisfied now?" "Thank you, brother." Fire Lotus nodded. "We're siblings. Why are you being so polite?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Hui stepped forward and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, you killed 3 birds with 1 arrow this time." "I don't understand what you're talking about," Qin Feiyang said. "Still playing dumb?" The first bird killed Tai and vented Fire Lotus's anger. The second bird made Feng Zijuan the target of public criticism and made Feng Zihan lose his composure in public. Moreover, he lost 100 million spirit stones. The third bird indirectly proved your ability to Shangguan Fenglan. If this isn't killing 3 birds with 1 arrow, then what is? Hui transmitted his voice. Brother Hui knows me best. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. Hey, Jin Fatso, don't just stand there. Quickly exchange for spirit stones. At this time, Mu Qing's voice rang out. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked over and saw Mu Qing standing next to the bet with an excited face. But Jin Fatso opposite her had a bitter face. They thought, This battle would definitely be Shirtai's victory. However, they didn't expect that the result would be Jiang Haoyin who took the crown of victory. Although this time, everyone bet on Shirtai and only Jiang Haoyin, Huiyi and Mu Tianyang bet on Qin Feiyang, the amount of money these three people bet was too big. One bet was 5 million. There was 12. 75 million each. Jiang Haoyin was even more excessive, directly betting 37 million. The bets of these three people were much more than the total bets of those who had bet on Shirtai. And if Shirtai won, then these spirit stones would belong to his resource hall. But now Shirtai lost. Then he had to pay. And Jiang Haoyin's odds were 1 to 10. 1 to 10. In other words, Mu Tianyang 50 million. Huiyi 127. 5 million. Jiang Haoyin 370 million. Losing so many spirit stones could be described as a blood loss. Huiyi walked up and said with a smile, "Yes, Jin Fatso, don't dawdle, quickly compensate us with spirit stones." This, can it be a little less? Jin Fatso looked at them and laughed. No. This time, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang had a tacit understanding and shook their heads at the same time. Fatty Jin looked at them fawningly and said, "But there are too many of them. You set the odds, what does it have to do with us? Hurry up or we'll go ask the great elder for it." Huiyi said impatiently. Okay. I'll give it to you right away. Jin Fatso's face changed and he quickly looked at the two little followers and shouted, "Why aren't you counting the spirit stones?" "Brother Fatty, we have already counted. The spirit stones we brought this time are only a little more than 100 million, plus the spirit stones we bet on Shirtai, it's far from enough to compensate." The two little followers said with a bitter face. This? Jin Fatso was stunned. Mu Tianyang said, "Let me tell you, not a single spirit stone less. If you don't have it, immediately go to the resource hall to get it, or we'll really go ask the great elder to help us." Don't worry. Jin Fatso hurriedly smiled apologetically, looked at the two little followers and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Go back and get it." Okay. One of them immediately soared into the sky and disappeared like lightning. "I'm so envious." Yeah. If I had known, I would have bet on Jiang Haoyin too. If I had known, I would have bet all my wealth. Unfortunately, I didn't know. We've really lost a lot this time. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. They had earned so many spirit stones in one go, which really made them envious. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and looked out of the square, but found that Madman had already left without anyone knowing. This time he really had to thank Madman. If it weren't for Madman vouching for him, Feng Zihan wouldn't even be able to think about the 100 million spirit stones. Mu Tianyang secretly laughed. "Brother Qin, I told you as long as we cooperate, these spirit stones will naturally fall into our pockets." Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "When did we cooperate? This time you're benefiting from me, do you know?" Yes. "Thank you." Mu Tianyang smiled very happily. Although he didn't earn as much as Qin Feiyang, he only had Mu Qing and Guisweki by his side. For now it was enough for a long time. Qin Feiyang was different. With so many people by his side, if he divided a little with each of them, there wouldn't be much left. Speaking of cooperation, I remember something. My cooperation with Shangguan Qiu, it was you who ruined it. Qin Feiyang secretly said. This matter really has nothing to do with me. Mu Qing acted on his own initiative. It's a misunderstanding and I've already scolded him. Look, we have no relatives in the northern region, and you're our only old friend. How can we steal your business? Mu Tianyang said righteously. Keep pretending. Qin Feiyang sneered. It would be a pity if he didn't become an actor. Mu Tianyang secretly laughed and said, Brother Qin, don't be angry, why don't we make another plan? To earn some more spirit stones? Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's interest was aroused and he secretly said, Tell me about it. Look, although everyone knows your strength now, they still don't know my strength. I'll find someone to challenge and then we'll make a big bet. Mu Tianyang smiled slyly. Now he didn't look like an emperor at all. He was completely a money grubber. Chapter 2014. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded, That's a good idea, but it's a little troublesome. What is it? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Swish. Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but at this time, the follower hurriedly ran back and took out 3 Chengkuan bags and handed them to Jin Fatso. Each Chengkuan bag had a name written on it. They were Jiang Haoyin, Huiyi and Mu Tianyang. Are you done counting? Jin Fatso asked. Yes. The follower nodded. Jin Fatso reluctantly looked at the 3 Chengkuan bags and handed them to Qin Feiyang and the other 2, saying, You can count them. Qin Feiyang and the other two grabbed the Chengquan bags with their names written on them. Mu Qing, you count them. Fire Lotus, you count them. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang threw the Chengquan bags to Mu Qing and Fire Lotus at the same time. Hua Yi personally counted them and his face bloomed with joy. Mu Tianyang asked secretly, Brother Qin, what's the trouble you mentioned just now? I believe you also know that during the assessment, all the big shots of the Ninth Heaven Palace were watching the whole process. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. I know about this. Mu Tianyang replied. Feng Yuan must have been there at that time. So he definitely knows your strength. And the manipulator behind this bet is Feng Yuan. Tell me, when you challenge someone else, will he raise the odds? Maybe he won't even let Jin Fatso open the bet. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Makes sense. Mu Tianyang pondered. How about this, I'll challenge people on the heaven list. Suddenly, Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed and said in a deep voice. Challenge someone on the heaven leaderboard? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The people on the heaven ranking are all extremely powerful. If I challenge them, Feng Yuan definitely won't think that I can win. When the time comes, the odds will naturally go up. Although it might not be as good as your current odds, it should still be 1, 2 or 1, 3. This way we can earn quite a lot of soul stones. Mu Tianyang said. Challenge someone on the heaven leaderboard? Are you confident? Don't scam me. It wasn't easy for me to earn so many soul stones. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang vigilantly. If I cheat you, isn't that the same as cheating myself? As for confidence, you don't have to worry. Although I lost to you back then, that was because you activated the slaughter zone. Without activating the slaughter domain, you might not be able to defeat me. Mu Tianyang smiled confidently and said, Besides, I have a heaven-defying divine artifact. What are you afraid of? Even with a heaven-defying divine artifact, you can't fully recover. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. I can't fully recover right now. But with the sharpness of the blood blade, even if I can't fully recover, crushing a legendary divine artifact is as easy as playing with a toy. In short, you just have to trust me. Mu Tianyang secretly said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and shook his head. Let me think about this matter. You can plan first. By the way, did Feng Wenhai look for you? Yes. He asked me, what is my relationship with you? Mu Tianyang said. Then how did you answer him? Qin Feiyang asked. How can I answer? Deny it? But after being tricked by you, he didn't believe it at all. Admit it? Then, when the time comes, I will definitely become their target of elimination. So, I can only tell him ambiguously that you and I are enemies and friends. Mu Tianyang said helplessly. Looking at Mu Tianyang's pouting expression, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to laugh. At this time, Mu Qing put away the Chengquan bag and looked at Mu Tianyang with a smile. Done counting 50 million, not a single one less. Hua Yi also put away the Chengquan bag with a smile on his face. After a while, Fire Lotus also nodded to Qin Feiyang. See, my resource hall is open and above board. I will never cheat you, disciples of your soul stones. Jin Fatso laughed. Yes, yes, yes. The three of them nodded. Mu Tianyang sent a sound transmission. Brother Qin, then I will go and plan first. Qin Feiyang secretly replied. Let's go. Mu Tianyang waved his hand and left with Mu Qing and Guisweki, his face beaming with joy. Let's go too. Qin Feiyang smiled at Huolian and Huolian. Then, under everyone's envious gazes, he flew out like lightning. Brother Fatty, this time they are really lucky. The two lackeys looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the others with a gloomy expression. Don't worry, my resource hall soul stones are not so easy to take. Sooner or later they will spit it out. Jin Fatso secretly sneered, then rubbed his forehead and sighed. This matter is troublesome. The old man must be very angry now. How can I explain it to him? Hearing this, the two little followers looked at each other and looked at Jin Fatso sympathetically. They were just errand boys. Everything was done by Jin Fatso, so even if they were to blame, it couldn't be blamed on them. However, Jin Fatso would definitely be punished this time. At the same time, 9 Heaven Palace, Conference Hall. The Great Elder sat majestically. The group of giants next to him all lowered their heads and remained silent. Shengguan Fenglan and Feng Yuan were also there. However, the expressions of the two at this moment were completely opposite. Shengguan Fenglan's face was calm, but there was a trace of ridicule in her eyes when she looked at Feng Yuan. The anger on Feng Yuan's face was undisguised. At the same time, he was also extremely nervous, floating up to the Great Elder from time to time. Sweat could be faintly seen on his wrinkled forehead. The great elder suddenly looked at Feng Yuan and said lightly, "Aren't you going to explain?" Feng Yuan quivered and hurriedly got up. "Great elder, I don't know about this." "You don't know?" "Feng Yuan, do you think that this old man has become muddle-headed? What is your grandson doing? How can you not know?" The great elder laughed hoarsely. Feng Yuan wiped his sweat and said anxiously, "Great elder, I really don't know. If I know, I will definitely stop Feng Zijuan." The great elder smiled and said, "Feng Yuan, you don't have to be nervous. In fact, this is not a big deal. Between disciples there are grudges and friction is normal. Fenglan, am I right?" Shengguan Fenglan nodded. Feng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the great elder changed the topic and said, "This old man doesn't care about the friction between disciples. Even if Feng Zijuan killed Jiang Haotian, it can only be blamed on Jiang Haotian's incompetence. But if we senior figures also intervene in the grudges between disciples, it is absolutely intolerable. Because this will destroy the balance. Once this balance is broken, there will be internal strife in Jiutian Palace. Feng Yuan, do you want this balance to be broken?" The great elder looked at Feng Yuan with a smile and asked. "Of course not." Feng Yuan hurriedly shook his head. "That's right. This person, especially the management like us, must be fair and just in front of the disciples and be a good example. That's why we'll just have to watch the disputes between the disciples below." The great elder laughed. Great elder's words are very true. Feng Yuan nodded. "All right, let's put this matter behind us. And this Jiang Haotian is indeed a talent. If there's a chance, let him enter the inner sect," the great elder said. "This," Feng Yuan frowned and said, "Great elder, I'm afraid this matter is not appropriate. He slandered our Jiutian Palace. To let him stay in the outer sect is already benevolent. If we let him enter the inner sect, I think many disciples will not be convinced." "That's true." The great elder nodded. "Great elder, can I say my opinion on this matter?" Shengguan Fenglan suddenly said. Feng Yuan looked at Shengguan Fenglan and frowned without a trace. The great elder was stunned and said with a smile, "Go ahead." "I think so. If Jiang Haotian stays in the outer sect for the rest of his life because of a moment of youthful frivolity and made a small mistake, it is a bit cruel," Shengguan Fenglan said. "What you said makes sense." The great elder nodded. "Shengguan Fenglan, slandering our Jiutian Palace, is it only a small mistake in your eyes?" Feng Yuan said angrily. "Feng Yuan, why are you angry? I love talent and can't bear to do it. Besides, this person is not a saint, who doesn't make a mistake," Shengguan Fenglan said. "Then what do you mean?" Feng Yuan said. "I suggest that we observe for a while. If Jiang Haotian really repents, then we might as well give him a chance to enter the inner sect," Shengguan Fenglan said. "This suggestion is good, it's decided. The matter of observing Jiang Haotian will be left to the law enforcement hall," the great elder said with a smile. Shengguan Fenglan smiled and said, "Great elder, I'll leave this matter to Feng Wenhai. I believe he will handle it impartially." "That's good. That's it for today, go do your own things." The great elder waved his hand and said with a smile, "We'll take our leave." Everyone got up and bowed respectfully, then turned and walked out one after another. But suddenly, Shengguan Fenglan seemed to have thought of something and stopped. When Feng Yuan passed by Shengguan Fenglan, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes, but he didn't ask much and walked out of the hall without looking back. Seeing Shengguan Fenglan standing still, the great elder asked suspiciously, "Fenglan, is there anything else?" When everyone left, Shengguan Fenglan turned to look at the great elder and said, "Yesterday at the stairway to heaven, Master told me something." The great elder was stunned, then shook his head and said with a smile, "That old man, what good news can he tell you?" "Master told us to stop looking for the whereabouts of the Vice Palace Master. And he also asked me to tell you to be careful not to draw fire to yourself," Shengguan Fenglan said. "Stop looking for him?" The great elder frowned and said, "Does he know the whereabouts of the Vice Palace Master?" "I asked but he didn't say," Shengguan Fenglan said helplessly. "It's really his character." The great elder shook his head and said helplessly, "Then what did he mean by drawing fire to himself?" "I don't understand either. But I feel that it should have something to do with Jiang Haotian. Because at that time the old man and I were discussing Jiang Haotian," Shengguan Fenglan said. "Jiang Haotian?" The great elder pondered for a moment and after a while he sighed deeply and said, "This old man should know something, but with his character no matter how we ask he will definitely not tell us. Forget it, pay more attention to Jiang Haotian in the future, he must be under our control." "Then what if we lose control?" Shengguan Fenglan asked. I think you should know what to do? The great elder said with a smile. Understood. Shengguan Fenglan nodded and didn't stay any longer. She turned and left quickly. After staying in Jiuqian Palace for so long, she knew this old man very well. Although he seemed kind, in fact he was a very ruthless person. Chapter 2015. Outer Sect. After returning to the Sword Peak, Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the cave abode number 1 in silence. Brother, what are you looking at? Fire Lotus asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I really want to thank Madman in person. Then let's go. Fire Lotus said. This time, Madman had indeed helped them a lot. Forget it. He obviously doesn't want to interact with me too much. Qin Feiyang shook his head, brought Fire Lotus, walked to the entrance of the cave abode and opened the stone door. But suddenly, he lowered his head to look at the ground, a trace of doubt crawling up his face. Under the stone door there was a Chengkuan bag. Why is there a Chengkuan bag? Fire Lotus also noticed it. She picked up the Chengkuan bag and checked it. Her expression was suddenly stunned. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi looked at her in confusion. Take a look for yourself. Fire Lotus handed the Chengkuan bag to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took it in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. What is it? Hua Yi became more and more suspicious. 100 million soul stones. Qin Feiyang said. Hua Yi was stunned and said, Did Feng Zihan give it to you? Who else could it be other than her? But this woman is really careless. She actually threw 100 million soul stones at the door. Isn't she afraid that someone will pick it up? Qin Feiyang shook his head, his expression full of helplessness. Who would dare to pick up Feng Zihan's things? But she really took out 100 million soul stones, which is somewhat beyond my expectations. Hua Yi shook his head and smiled. With so many people watching, if she were to act shamelessly, she would be destroying her own image. Qin Feiyang took the Chengkuan bag and entered the cave abode. Fire Lotus smiled slightly. Seeing that Hua Yi had also followed in, she asked suspiciously, Big brother Hua Yi, you've already earned so many soul stones, why are you still following us? Those who don't know would think that you're our little follower. How much do I have? Look brother. Jean Fatso has 370 million, and Feng Zihan has another 100 million. All of this adds up to almost 500 million soul stones. What I have is just a fraction. Hua Yi said with an envious expression. Small change? Huolian was slightly taken aback and said speechlessly, Then give us the change. Yeah. We don't mind. Qin Feiyang also laughed. Don't even think about it. Hua Yi clutched his universe bag, his face full of vigilance. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Brother Hua, to be honest, you don't want to cultivate, but we do. Can you give us some privacy? Qin Feiyang said. That's good. Let's cultivate together and have a companion, right? Hua Yi chuckled. Fire Lotus said angrily, I just don't understand. We just met by chance, why are you pestering us? Little sister Fire Lotus, if you talk like that, I'll feel uncomfortable. After all, we've gone through thick and thin together. Hua Yi looked at Fire Lotus with dissatisfaction. If I tell you to leave, then leave. What nonsense are you talking about? Fire Lotus was speechless and pushed Hua Yi out. Hua Yi kept scolding him for being heartless. However, Fire Lotus remained indifferent. With a bang, she closed the stone door. Following that, Fire Lotus turned and walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said helplessly, Qin, shu. Qin Feiyang made a shushing gesture and said, In the future, other than in the ancient castle and Black Tortoise realm, you have to call me brother. Especially the word Qin, don't mention it. What's wrong? Fire Lotus was suspicious. In this ancient realm, many people have hidden soul stone. So, even in the cave, even if there's no one around, it's not necessarily safe. Qin Feiyang secretly said. You mean there might be someone spying on us in the dark? Fire Lotus looked at the void in surprise. I don't exclude this possibility. Maybe there's someone standing beside us with a spatial divine object. Qin Feiyang said. I'll be careful. Fire Lotus nodded. Let's go to the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two of them instantly disappeared. At the same time, in a large hall, accompanied by a loud slap, a purple-clothed youth flew out and slammed into a stone pillar in the hall. Blood gushed out of his mouth. This person was Feng Zijuan. An old man stood in the middle of the hall, his hair standing on end. He was fuming with rage, his eyes glaring. If this person wasn't Feng Yuan, Who else could it be? Feng Zihan, Feng Wenhai and Jin Fatso were also there. The three of them stood by the side and looked at the angry Feng Yuan and the embarrassed Feng Zijuan. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Bastard, bastard. What stupid things have you done? Today I must beat you to death. Feng Yuan was furious to the extreme. He stepped forward and kicked Feng Zijuan's lower abdomen again. With a scream, Feng Zijuan flew out again. He then covered his lower abdomen and curled up in the corner, groaning in pain. Grandpa, Feng Zihan couldn't bear it and was about to plead. However, before Feng Zihan could say anything, Feng Yuan went forward in anger and slapped Feng Zihan's face. A blood-red palm print suddenly appeared and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It's fine if your brother is stupid, but why are you being stupid too? In front of so many people, you were played by that little bastard. In the future, won't you, the first person on the heaven roll, become a joke? Feng Yuan shouted angrily. I was wrong. Feng Zihan was the first on the heaven roll. In front of this old man, he did not dare to disobey him at all. He lowered his head and said, And you? Feng Yuan looked at Jin Fatso again. Jin Fatso's body trembled. He quickly knelt on the ground and said in panic, Grandfather, I'm sorry, This old man wants to know, why did you raise the odds to 1 to 10? Feng Yuan said. Jin Fatso stammered. Feng Yuan said, You want to say that you think Jianghu Yin is just a waste and will definitely lose to Shi Tai? That's what I think. Jin Fatso simply admitted it and then closed his eyes. No matter what, he couldn't avoid being beaten up. However, Feng Yuan did not make a move. Looking at Feng Zijuan, Feng Zihan and Jin Fatso for a long time, he let out a long sigh and turned back to his seat. He actually didn't beat me? Jin Fatso opened his eyes and looked at Feng Yuan suspiciously. You are all this old man's descendants? How could this old man really have the heart to beat you to death? It's just that today's matter really made this old man angry. Do you know that the great elder is already betting on Yigleo's husband? Feng Yuan said. What? Feng Wenhai was shocked and hurriedly asked, What did he say to you in the great council hall? He didn't mention any names, but everyone present knew that he was talking about this old man. Regarding Jianghu Yin, we must settle this matter as soon as possible. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment, looked at Feng Wenhai and said, Wenhai, go and make some arrangements. Arrange what? Feng Wenhai was suspicious. The great elder admires Jianghu Yin very much and has the intention to let him enter the inner sect. This matter is absolutely not allowed. Get someone to continue to pretend to be Jianghu Yin's accomplice and go outside to slander the Nine Heavens Palace. This way, when the great elder receives the news, he will definitely not show mercy. Feng Yuan said. Feng Wenhai frowned. Then where is Shangguan Fenglan? Shangguan Fenglan's attitude is still to let you deal with Jianghu Yin's matter. I can see that she doesn't suspect you and still trusts you. Go ahead and do it. Feng Yuan said. Yes. Feng Wenhai respectfully responded. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Zijuan and said, Feng Zijuan. Grandson is here. Feng Zijuan hurriedly got up and knelt beside Jin Fatso. Feng Yuan sighed. This old man doesn't ask you to be as promising as your sister. I only ask you to stop making mistakes for this old man. Grandson understands. Feng Zijuan hurriedly nodded. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Zihan and said, Zihan, grandfather has a question to ask you. Why did you go to the outer sect? Feng Zihan looked a little flustered. Feng Yuan said, Is it because of Jianghu Yin? Yes. Feng Zihan nodded. In fact, she was doing it for frenzy, but there were some things that she didn't dare to say. Enough. You're doing this out of kindness. However, there are already people discussing this matter. You'd better return to the inner sect immediately. You can't ruin your reputation in Nine Heavens Palace and affect your future because of a mere Jianghu Yin. Feng Yuan said. Yes. Feng Zihan nodded respectfully. Since things had already turned out like this, what else could she say? Everyone disperse. Feng Yuan waved his hand. An ant-like outer sect disciple had caused their Feng family to become like this. It was simply a great shame. Late at night, Qin Feiyang, who was cultivating in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes and took out the image crystal. A shadow appeared. It was Gongzi Feng. As soon as he saw Qin Feiyang, Gongzi Feng gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Big brother Jiang, today's show is really wonderful. As long as you're satisfied. Qin Feiyang smiled. Satisfied, very satisfied. That Feng Zijuan was beaten up miserably by my grandfather during the day. Gongzi Feng smiled until his face was round. You were also there? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Me? How could I be there? What happened to the Feng family? They never thought of me. I only learned about it when I went to see Feng Zijuan later." Gongzi Feng pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang said, "That's good. It's best if you don't get involved in this matter." "You've already told me this, I remember." Gongzi Feng nodded and smiled, saying, "You didn't see how much Feng Zijuan hated you. However, because he hated you too much, he let down his guard against me and said something that was extremely unfavorable to you." Gongzi Feng's expression turned serious. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Last time, didn't you ask me to investigate those who pretended to be your accomplices and slandered Nine Heavens Palace? I didn't investigate those people. But this time, my grandfather asked my father to arrange for people to pretend to be your accomplices and slander Nine Heavens Palace. Big brother Jiang, this might be an opportunity," Gongzi Feng said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly, saying, "You won't cry until you're in the coffin. Big brother Jiang, my grandfather is determined to kill you this time. You have to think of a way as soon as possible." Gongzi Feng was worried. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while, then looked up at Gongzi Feng and said, "Let me ask you a question. You have to answer me honestly. Don't hide anything." "Of course." Gongzi Feng nodded. Chapter 2016. Although you appear to hate your grandfather and father very much right now, I can tell that within that hatred, there is also a trace of longing. You desire to receive their love and care. Qin Feiyang said. "I won't. I only have hatred for them. I want to avenge my mother." Gong Zifeng shook his head. "Don't deny it. I have the same experience as you, so I know very well what you are thinking in your heart. You want to take revenge on them because you want to seek justice for your mother. What I want to ask you is, if one day I really want to kill them, what will you do?" Qin Feiyang said. Gong Zifeng wanted to say that they deserved it, but he hesitated when the words were about to come out of his mouth. Some things, when one really had to face it, one would know that it was a very difficult choice. Qin Feiyang said, "See, in your heart you don't really want them to die. Otherwise you wouldn't hesitate now." Gong Zifeng looked at Qin Feiyang with some dissatisfaction, but after a long time he lowered his head dejectedly and said, "Big brother Jiang, am I very weak and incompetent?" Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. It was really not good to criticize these things. Because in the past, when faced with such things, he had also felt helpless and helpless. "How about this? I won't force you. You have your choice and I also have my own things that I must do. I only have one condition: don't betray me. Otherwise I won't forgive you," Qin Feiyang said. "Thank you, big brother Jiang." Gong Zifeng looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully and said solemnly, "Don't worry, even if I die, I won't betray you. I believe you. Don't betray the trust one have in you." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and then turned off the image crystal. "Qin Dage, you really believe him?" Fire Lotus stood at the side and looked at Qin Feiyang with a frown. "Isn't it good to have more trust between people? Besides, he doesn't know my true identity. Even if he wanted to betray me, the most he could do is give Feng Wenhai some information about me," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Alright, I'll leave it to you. However, Feng Yuan framed you this time. You can't just sit and wait for death." Fire Lotus said in a deep voice. "I know. Once I break through to the greater success Battle God realm, I'll make the arrangements. Go outside and keep an eye out for me," Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the Fire Lotus away. Then, after pondering for a moment, he sent a message to Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. After giving them a few instructions, he began to focus on refining the soul stones. 470 million soul stones was already enough for 4 people to step into the half-step Divine Lord realm. Thus, Qin Feiyang could finally boldly refine them without worry. But all in all, these soul stones were far from enough. After all, in this ancient castle, besides him there was the mermaid princess Tantai Li, Qin Rushuang, White-Eyed Wolf, Lei Bao, Willow Tree, Golden Leopard, Chui Li, Yu Huang, and Blood Kirin. In addition to Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and Dan Wangkai. 8 people and 5 ferocious beasts. The number of soul stones required for this was an astronomical figure. This did not include the Fire Lotus. Once he found the alchemy fire and alchemy furnace and got rid of his undead body, the Fire Lotus would also need soul stones to cultivate. This was a problem that he did not dare to think about. Because when he thought about it, Qin Feiyang had a headache. He even had the impulse to rob the soul line of the Nine Heavens Palace. Day after day passed. Outside, the disciples were in an uproar. "What?" Jiang Haoyin's accomplice is still slandering our ninth heaven palace? He really won't change. This person must be severely punished and our ninth heaven palace will be cleared. Everyone was discussing this. Fire Lotus had been paying attention to this news. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, she was worried. Fortunately, the upper echelons of ninth heaven palace did not make any moves. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. His eyes were like 2 bright moons shining brightly. And his aura had soared to the level of a great success war god. With the ancient castle and soul stones, it's indeed fast. Feeling the surging power and divine power in his body, Qin Feiyang's face was full of smiles. Then he restrained his aura and looked at the mermaid princess and the others. The blood Kirin had also broken through to the level of a great success war god. After stabilizing its realm, it began to break through to the level of a great success war god. In its eyes, with so many resources and such a good cultivation environment, if it did not work hard, it would be a waste of time. The white-eyed wolf and the other beasts, as well as the mermaid princess and the others, had all become lesser success war gods. Now they were all working hard to break through to the level of a great success war god. Everyone's cultivation was improving by leaps and bounds. Only Dan Wangkai was lacking. Phew. After letting out a long breath, Qin Feiyang stood up and left the ancient castle. When he appeared in the cave, he immediately saw Fire Lotus sitting on a stool with a worried expression. What's wrong? Did someone offend you? Qin Feiyang smiled. You can still smile. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and briefly explained the current situation. So it's because of this. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. I'm worried to death. Why aren't you worried at all? Fire Lotus frowned. What's the hurry? Haven't I already come out of seclusion? Qin Feiyang said. Then what are you going to do? Fire Lotus asked. This matter? Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but at this moment, a terrifying aura descended. Jiang Haoyin, Jiang Rushuang, Jiang Fire Lotus, Hui come out. Following that, a cold voice rang out. Qing Li? Fire Lotus was stunned and frowned. What is he doing here? Won't you know if you go out and take a look? Qin Feiyang smiled and strode out of the cave. Looking at Qing Li who was standing in the sky, he cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Elder Qing. May I know why Elder is looking for this disciple? At this moment, Hui also walked out of the cave and looked at Qing Li suspiciously. Qing Li glanced at the 3 of them and frowned. Why don't I see Jiang Rushuang? Qin Feiyang said, Elder, my sister is in seclusion. May I ask why Elder is looking for the 4 of us? Even now, she still has the mood to cultivate in seclusion? Qing Li secretly sneered and said, The law enforcing Elder has received orders from Wenhai to bring you to the law enforcement hall immediately. Feng Wenhai. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he asked suspiciously, What happened? What happened don't you know in your heart? Hurry up. Qing Li coldly snorted. Fire Lotus's eyelids twitched and she said, Qin Dage must be starting to deal with us. Don't panic. Qin Feiyang secretly comforted and said with a smile, This disciple is going to tidy up some things. Elder, please wait for a moment. After that, without waiting for Qing Li's response, he pulled Fire Lotus and turned back to the cave. Hui also hurriedly ran into Qin Feiyang's cave. Qing Li was taken aback and suddenly sneered. A person who was about to die, why would he need to tidy up? However, he did not know that when Qin Feiyang entered the cave, he immediately took Fire Lotus and Hui, entered the Black Tortoise world, and flew towards the heaven stairway without anyone knowing. About several hundred breaths of time passed. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and the others did not appear, Qing Li stepped in front of the cave and impatiently shouted, Hurry up! What are you waiting for? But after waiting for a moment, there was still no response. Qing Li frowned and quickly walked in. Looking at the empty cave, he was stunned. Where were they? Meeting hall. A group of big shots sat silently at the table, each of them thinking about their own matters. After a while, the great elder was the first to speak, breaking the silence with a smile. Now that I think about it, ever since this Jiang Haoyin entered Nine Heavens Palace, we've been gathering here every few days. If it was before, we wouldn't even see each other once in a year. Feng Yuan said unhappily, Great Elder, from what you're saying, are you praising him? Everyone has their own value. Maybe the value of Jiang Haoyin's existence is for us to meet here more often and improve our relationship. Have you really not noticed that we are much more harmonious than before? The great elder smiled. Feng Yuan was speechless. Shengguan Fenglan, who was sitting opposite Feng Yuan, had a calm expression. but there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. What the hell was this kid doing? It had been 5 or 6 days, but there was no movement at all? Da-da. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps, a middle-aged man in black walked into the hall, his face full of anger. Feng Yuan asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you?" Feng Wenhai said in a deep voice, "Father, Hall Master's great elder, something bad has happened." Everyone was puzzled. Feng Wenhai said, "Jianghu and the other 3 have fled for fear of punishment." What? A group of big shots stood up. Only the great elder, who had been sitting in his chair, did not have much of a reaction. "How do you do things? Just a few outer disciples, you actually let them escape?" Feng Yuan said angrily. Chapter 2017. Father, this has nothing to do with me. Not long ago, I sent a message to Cheng Li and asked him to bring Jianghu and the other 3 to the enforcement hall. But just now, he sent me a message saying that the 4 of them are missing. If it were me, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Feng Wenhai said. Then why didn't you go there yourself? Feng Yuan shouted. How would I know that Cheng Li is so useless? I didn't know that they would escape. Feng Wenhai said with grievance. Bastard. Feng Yuan was furious. The others also had angry looks on their faces. Shangguan Fenglan suddenly turned to look at the Great Elder and said, "Great Elder, give the order to arrest these 4 people." She was worried that Qin Feiyang and the others would run away with the soul stones. It really happened now. How dare they lie to her? She couldn't forgive them. Great Elder, it's obvious now that not only did they not repent, but they also entered the 9th Heaven Palace with a purpose. Feng Yuan said in a deep voice. What purpose? The Great Elder frowned. Didn't they earn some soul stones a few days ago? That's their purpose. Feng Yuan said. These little fellows are really audacious. The Great Elder shook his head and smiled. All right, we'll do as Shangguan Fenglan said and immediately issue the arrest warrant. Back to Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Before Feng Wenhai went to the conference hall, the 3 of them had already walked down the sky stairway and passed by the white-haired old man, disappearing into the Sky Dragon Mountain range. Because the news had not spread out, the white-haired old man did not know. So, Cheng Li ran over and asked the white-haired old man. When he heard that the 3 of them had left, he became anxious and immediately sent a message to Feng Wenhai. Feng Wenhai was furious. He took out an image crystal and quickly sent out an order. Somewhere in the Sky Dragon Mountain range. Inside the Black Tortoise realm. Hui Yi looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Brother Jiang, Fire Lotus, what's going on?" "You don't know?" Fire Lotus was surprised. "I've been in seclusion these days." "Wait. Did something happen in the past few days?" Hui Yi was bewildered. "How rare." "He actually went into closed-door training." "I thought you went to inquire about Shangguan Fenglan's situation again." Qin Feiyang joked. Hui Yi's face darkened and he said, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and tell me what happened." "Something big happened." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Fire Lotus, tell him." Fire Lotus nodded and told him about how Feng Yuan and his son had framed them. "Damn it. This is too much." Hui Yi was infuriated by Huang Xiaolong's words. He frowned and said, "That's not right. If we leave the 9 Heavens Palace now, isn't that the same as fleeing from punishment? Absconding? That's the effect I want." Qin Feiyang sneered. "What?" Hui Yi and Fire Lotus looked at each other and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Feng Wenhai and the others must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. But Feng Yuan is the hall master of the resource hall, and Feng Wenhai is an elder of the enforcement hall. It won't be easy to kill them. So this matter must be made known. It's best if everyone in the northern region knows about it. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Are you crazy?" Hui Yi said angrily. "You don't understand. There are very few people who know about this matter. Even if we tell the truth now, we can't bring down Feng Wenhai, let alone Feng Yuan. After all, their status is too high. The Great Elder will at most give them a few words of punishment. But if the entire northern region knows about this matter, the situation will be different. Do you know what's different? Public anger. The 2 giants of the 9 Heavens Palace actually framed their disciples. If they don't give the world a satisfactory explanation, the 9 Heavens Palace's reputation won't be as simple as tarnishing." Qin Feiyang said. "I understand. When the truth is out, to save the public's anger and restore the 9 Heavens Palace's reputation, the other giants will definitely kill one as an example." Hui Yi said in realization. "Yes. Although Feng Yuan is behind all this, he definitely won't die." Then it must be Feng Wenhai who will be the scapegoat. Qin Feiyang said. Haha, brilliant. Hui laughed. Huolian also looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. It turned out that he already had a card up his sleeve. No wonder he wasn't worried at all. Wait. Since it's the truth, there must be evidence. Do you have any evidence in your hands? Hui frowned. I think I should have. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Hui was stunned. What did that mean? Qin Feiyang didn't explain and smiled. Brother Hua, I'll have to trouble you to disguise yourself and sneak into Sky Dragon City to investigate the situation. Okay. Hui nodded and asked, what about you? Of course I'm going to find evidence. Qin Feiyang said. Hui said, I'm counting on you this time. I'll try my best. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's not that you have to try your best, it's that you have to do it. Without evidence, no matter how perfect your plan is, it's useless. Hui glared at him and swallowed an illusory pill, turning into an old man in his 70s or 80s. He then nodded at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Hui immediately appeared in the void outside. He then opened an altar and quickly disappeared. Fire Lotus asked worriedly, Qin Dage, can you really find evidence? It's not me. It's Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. Before I went into seclusion, I told them that with their ability, I think it shouldn't be a problem. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out an image crystal to send a message to Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. Bus. The two shadows soon appeared. Young master. The two seemed to be in a restaurant and bowed to Qin Feiyang. Where are you now? Qin Feiyang asked. Jade Zither Pavilion. Zhao Tailai said. What? Jade Zither Pavilion? Brother Zhao, Brother Tang, don't you know that Jade Zither Pavilion is Feng Zihan's territory? Fire Lotus was shocked. Of course I know. But Fire Lotus, there's a saying that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Zhao Tailai smiled. I really admire you guys. Fire Lotus shook her head helplessly. Qin Feiyang said, Old Zhao, looking at the smile on your face, is it done? Of course. Old Tang and I have gone out in person. Is there anything we can't do? Zhao Tailai said proudly. Qin Feiyang said, what about the alchemy fire, the furnace, and the background of the city lord of Star River City? It's all done. Zhao Tailai nodded. Amazing. Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course. We didn't waste our time by your side all these years. Zhao Tailai said with a smile. Stop flattering me and get to the point. Tang Hai rolled his eyes at Zhao Tailai and looked at Qin Feiyang. Young master, are you coming to us or are we coming to you? I'll come to you. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said. Tang Hai nodded and gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and appeared above the Sky Dragon Mountain range with Fire Lotus. Then he opened the altar and went directly to Jade Zither Pavilion. It's them? At the same time. In the conference hall. Feng Yuan suddenly stood up and pointed at the image in the void in front of him. These big shots had been here all along. And the first elder had personally used his great ability to find Qin Feiyang and the others. Even if we find them, there's nothing we can do. Yeah. Because we don't know where they've been teleported to. A few of the big shots sighed. Feng Yuan frowned and looked at the first elder. It's useless to look at me. With my current ability, I can only spy on the Sky Dragon Mountain range. Beyond the range of the Sky Dragon Mountain range, there's nothing we can do. The first elder shrugged helplessly. Shengguan Fenglan said, I think it's very likely that they've gone to Sky Dragon City. I'll send someone to search immediately. What have you been doing? Feng Yuan snorted. What do you mean? Shengguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows. Did I say something wrong? If you hadn't let them go at the stairway to heaven, would this have happened? Feng Yuan said. Shengguan Fenglan said angrily, I did that for the good of Jiuqian Palace. Yes, I admit that. But you also have to admit that this situation is caused by you. Feng Yuan said. Don't worry. I will take full responsibility for the mistakes I have made. Then he opened an altar and left without looking back. The scene ended there. However, Qin Feiyang was not happy after reading this. Instead he frowned even more. Young master, what are you doing? Zhao Tailai looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang asked, didn't you see Feng Wenhai from the beginning to the end? No. Zhao Tailai shook his head. This is a bit difficult. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said, isn't the evidence already conclusive? How can it be difficult? Zhao Tailai was puzzled. Old Zhao, you think too little of Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai. When these two videos are exposed with Feng Yuan's ruthless character, he will definitely make Guyong the scapegoat. In other words, we went through so much trouble but in the end the person we got rid of was just a pawn, Guyong. Qin Feiyang said. Makes sense. When the time comes, Feng Yuan and Feng Wenhai will insist that Guyong did all this behind their backs. Then they will be able to clear their names. Fire Lotus said. Zhao Tailai was stunned and frowned. Old Tang and I didn't think about this. Then what do we do now? Tang Hai looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled. Although Feng Wenhai didn't show up, these 2 videos can be used to make Guyong hesitate. Young master, you mean to use these 2 videos to threaten Guyong and make him cooperate with us? Zhao Tailai said. That's right. Guyong can get to Feng Yuan's side and make Feng Yuan trust him so much. He must be a smart person. As long as we take out the videos, he will know what the consequences will be. I believe that in this world, there should be no one who isn't afraid of death. Qin Feiyang smiled. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Fire Lotus said, Then let's go back to Ninth Heaven Palace to find Guyong now? Qin Feiyang was stunned and smiled bitterly. Girl, do you think we can still go back now? Fire Lotus was stunned. Indeed. It was estimated that the entire Ninth Heaven Palace was looking for them now. But if they didn't go back to Ninth Heaven Palace, how could they find Guyong? Qin Feiyang smiled. Actually, we don't need to go back to Ninth Heaven Palace to find Guyong. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang took out the video crystal. A shadow appeared. It was Gong Zifeng. Big brother Jiang, where are you? Do you know that the Great Elder has issued an arrest warrant for you? I heard that the Law Enforcement Hall Master, Shangguan Fenglan, has personally gone to Sky Dragon City. Upon seeing Qin Feiyang, Gong Zifeng said anxiously. Arrest warrant? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The speed was really fast. Gong Zifeng sighed. Big brother Jiang, I know you were wronged but you can't just run away like this. I didn't run away. Qin Feiyang said. You didn't run away? Then why did you leave Ninth Heaven Palace? Gong Zifeng looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. You don't have to care about this. Now, I need you to do me a favor. Qin Feiyang said. What favor? Gong Zifeng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, Do you know Guyong's background? Guyong? Gong Zifeng was stunned and nodded. Of course I know. He was originally from a small village. Later on, he entered Ninth Heaven Palace and gradually became my grandfather's confidant. Small village, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Then where is his small village? I'm not sure about the exact location. But now, it's useless even if you look for him because his family has already moved to Sky Dragon City. Gong Zifeng said. Moved to Sky Dragon City? Qin Feiyang was stunned and smiled. This saves a lot of time. Big brother Jiang, don't tell me that you're in Sky Dragon City now. Gong Zifeng asked carefully. Not only am I in Sky Dragon City, but I'm also in your big sister's restaurant. Qin Feiyang smiled. Gong Zifeng was stunned and exclaimed, Jade Zither restaurant? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Gong Zifeng's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. He's actually in Jade Zither restaurant? Oh my god. This is too crazy. You don't have to worry about me. Tell me, where is Guyong's family in Sky Dragon City? Qin Feiyang asked. Near the North City Gate. I'll give you the coordinates. After Gong Zifeng gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang, he frowned. Are you going to do something to Guyong? Why? You can't bear to? Qin Feiyang asked. How is that possible? This person has my grandfather's support and has never taken me seriously. Even if he is monitoring me, he is brazen. I have long wanted to kill him. Gong Zifeng snorted coldly. You will get what you want. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned off the image crystal. Qin Dage, let's quickly retreat. If Shangguan Fenglan finds us, we won't have a good time. Fire Lotus immediately said. Retreat? Qin Feiyang shook his head and took out an illusory form pill to change his appearance. What are you doing? Fire Lotus was surprised. Of course I'm going to find Guyong. Qin Feiyang smiled and sent the 3 of them to the castle. Then he opened an altar and directly descended on a small path near the North City Gate. This was considered the outskirts of Sky Dragon City. There were independent courtyards all around. The small path was lined with trees and it was quite quiet. And in front of Qin Feiyang, there was a courtyard that covered an area of 500 to 600 feet. In the courtyard there was a lotus pond. The green lotus leaves were like jade plates. Under the sunlight they shone with a sparkling light. Beside the lotus pond, there was a 3-story pavilion. At this moment, there was a woman who was trimming the flowers and plants in the courtyard. "It should be here," Qin Feiyang muttered and walked to the door of the courtyard. Through the fence, he looked at the woman and asked, "Excuse me, is this Guyong Senior Ji's house?" The woman stopped what she was doing and looked up at Qin Feiyang. She asked suspiciously, "Yes, may I ask who you are?" The woman's cultivation was not strong. She was only a 7-star combat emperor. "I am Mushan. I took the liberty of coming here today to thank Elder Gu. May I know if Elder Gu is here?" Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. He was gentle, polite, and approachable. But even so, the woman was still vigilant and asked, "Thank him for what?" "Senior Gu accidentally saved my life, so I have been looking for an opportunity to thank him in person," Qin Feiyang said. "Then you can send a message to him." The woman said, "I wanted to. But I don't have a deep relationship with Senior Gu. Back then he saved this junior unintentionally. Perhaps he didn't even notice this junior. But to me it is equivalent to giving me a new life. So when I came to Sky Dragon City this time, the first thing I did was to ask about Senior Gu. I didn't expect Senior Gu to be from Nine Heaven Palace. I can't enter Nine Heaven Palace, so I can only come here. Please inform Senior Gu." Qin Feiyang bowed and said with an extremely sincere expression, "This." The woman hesitated. "Don't worry, I will not disturb him. I will thank him in person and leave. Please grant this junior's wish to repay your kindness," Qin Feiyang said. The woman looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment and slowly let down her guard. She nodded and said with a smile, "All right, come in and sit for a while. I will send a message to him." After saying that, the woman turned and entered the pavilion. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully and slowly walked into the courtyard. He looked around like a curious baby. Chapter 2019. At the same time. In the attic. Beside a window, a woman stood there, secretly peeping at Qin Feiyang. "It seems that there is no problem." After a long time, the woman muttered, then took out an image crystal to send a message to Guyong. "I didn't expect a woman to be so vigilant. It seems that this Guyong has done a lot of heinous things." Qin Feiyang glanced at the attic. But why didn't he see Guyong's other family members? Could it be that this woman was the only one? A moment later. Boom. A terrifying aura descended in the sky above Sky Dragon City. Following closely, a majestic spirit sense enveloped the entire Sky Dragon City. And? Qin Feiyang looked at the sky, his eyes full of surprise. It seemed to be Shangguan Fenglan's aura. She really came to Sky Dragon City. Looking at this woman, she must have thought that he had run away with the Soul Stone. He took out the hidden Soul Stone without leaving a trace. It was the hidden Soul Stone that he had obtained from the statue of the first leader of the Vangu League in the Black Tortoise world. At this time, the woman hurriedly ran out, looked at the sky in surprise and said, "What's going on?" "I'm not sure." Qin Feiyang shook his head, then looked at the woman expectantly and asked, "Senior Gu, when will you be back?" "I'll be back soon. But from what he said, he really doesn't have any impression of you," the woman said. At that time, when Senior Gu saved this junior, there were a lot of people around this junior. And this junior is just a nobody. A big shot like Senior Gu will definitely not notice this junior. Qin Feiyang laughed. The woman smiled and continued to look at the sky. About a moment later, Shangguan Fenglan's spirit sense retreated, and her aura also dissipated. However, the entire Sky Dragon City was in an uproar because of Shangguan Fenglan's arrival. Swish. Finally, an 8-feet-tall man descended into the courtyard. It was Guyong. The woman pointed at Qin Feiyang and said to Guyong, "He's the one looking for you." Guyong nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment. He smiled and said, "Little brother, how come I don't remember where I saved you? Senior, you're so forgetful. How long has it been since I left Nine Heaven's Palace? Have you already forgotten about me?" Qin Feiyang snickered. Guyong was shocked. He transmitted his voice. "Could it be that you are?" Senior's memory is pretty good. "Yes. I'm the Jianghu Yin you're looking for." Qin Feiyang thought. "Damn it. What are you doing here?" Guyong immediately roared. These two sentences were not transmitted through voice transmission. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly asked, "Husband, what's wrong?" Guyong was about to speak. Qin Feiyang snickered. "So this is your wife, then you have to be careful, don't scare her." Guyong's pupils shrank. He tried to calm down and waved to the woman. "You go back to the house first. I have something to discuss with this little brother in private." Okay. The woman looked at the two suspiciously, nodded, then turned and entered the house. What do you mean? Guyong thought. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, it's not convenient to talk here, let's go to a safe place. Where to? Guyong raised his eyebrows. You'll know when you get there, don't resist. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Guyong to the courtyard of the Black Tortoise world. This place is? Guyong looked around, his face full of surprise. My spatial divine item. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and pointed to the stone bench beside him. Please sit. Guyong looked at the stone bench and said gloomily, You're too despicable, haven't you heard that you shouldn't implicate your wife and children? I didn't say I was going to hurt her, why are you so agitated? Sit. Qin Feiyang said. Guyong snorted coldly, Don't give me that, if you have something to say, just say it. Fine. Qin Feiyang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, Zhao Tailai appeared out of thin air, smiling, Old Zhao, let him see. Okay. Zhao Tailai took out an image crystal, and the two images appeared in the void above at the same time. What? Guyong was stunned as he looked at the two images. What's going on? There was no one nearby at that time, so why was it recorded? And by someone close to Jianghu? A moment later. The images finally finished playing. Qin Feiyang sat on the stone bench and smiled, Tell me about your current mood. Zhao Tailai also put away the image crystal and looked at Guyong mockingly. Guyong stood there for a long time, unable to recover his strength. Qin Feiyang was a little impatient. He knocked on the stone table and said, I'm waiting for your words. Guyong quivered and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai. Suddenly, he smiled sinisterly and said, You want to use this to threaten me? Obviously. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Haha, kid, you're too naive. If you directly handed this evidence to the big shots above, I would definitely not be able to escape death. But you came to find me in private. Aren't you courting death? Guyong laughed. Is that so? Qin Feiyang chuckled. You're just a small success war god? You've already broken through? That doesn't matter. A mere large success war god is not even an ant in front of a small success divine lord like me. As for the person next to you, he's just a piece of trash. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my hand. As long as you're dead, who will know about this evidence? So you're still too inexperienced. Guyong sneered as his divine aura rolled out. Who's the inexperienced one? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. The power of laws of the Black Tortoise realm suddenly appeared out of thin air like a tide and pressed down on Guyong. What kind of power is this? Guyong was shocked. Under this power, he felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire and could not move an inch. It's indeed very easy for you to kill us outside. But here you're just a little lamb. So don't resist. Sit down and have a good chat with the young master. Zhao Tailai sneered. Guyong looked at Zhao Tailai, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, What do you want me to do? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, With your brain, I don't believe that you can't guess. That's impossible. It's not like you don't know Feng Yuan's position in the Nine Heavens Palace. If you want me to help you deal with him, it's the same as sending me to my death. Guyong said angrily. If you don't do this when these videos are exposed, you will still become their scapegoat. Isn't the result the same? Qin Feiyang smiled. But, Guyong hesitated. Qin Feiyang said, I can promise you that as long as you help me, I will let you go and won't hurt your family. Guyong said, Even if you let me go, Feng Yuan won't let me go. Then don't give him the chance to kill you. As for me, I only need a video. I don't need you to testify in person. Qin Feiyang said. Guyong was taken aback. You mean you want me to get a video of them framing you? That's right. When you get the video, take your wife, hide your identity and run away. Although this way you won't be able to return to the Nine Heavens Palace, at least your life will be saved. After all, in a person's life, power and status are fleeting clouds. Life is the most important thing. Qin Feiyang smiled. You even thought of my escape route in advance. You're really benevolent. Guyong sneered. I'm a good person to begin with, Qin Feiyang said. Shameless. Guyong laughed angrily. Qin Feiyang didn't care at all and smiled. Then, are you going to do it or not? Guyong lowered his head and didn't say anything. After a while, he looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. Will you really let me go? A gentleman's word. I won't lie to you. Qin Feiyang nodded. Oh. Guyong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll do it. That's the right way. But I don't really dare to trust you. So it's necessary to control you. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands, and an enslavement seal appeared. What's this? Guyong frowned and his face was full of vigilance. Don't worry, it won't hurt your life. It's just controlling your divine soul so that you won't betray me. When I get the evidence, I'll immediately remove the control on you, Qin Feiyang said. Guyong closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. In order to deal with this boy, it could be said that he had deliberately racked his brains, but in the end he fell into the hands of this boy. If it was a funny ending, it would be really funny. Don't resist. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the enslavement seal disappeared into the top of Guyong's head. After the enslavement seal was completed, Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai were completely relieved. My enslavement seal can not only erase your divine soul, but also peek into your inner thoughts, so don't play any tricks, Qin Feiyang said. At this point, what tricks do I dare to play? I just want to end this matter quickly. Guyong sighed helplessly. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, if you want to be free, then quickly send a message to Feng Yuan. Send a message? Guyong was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, is there a problem? Guyong frowned and said, didn't you ask me to get a video of them framing you? Why are you sending a message now? What do you mean? Do you think that I asked you to go back to them to get evidence? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Isn't it? Guyong asked rhetorically. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You and Feng Yuan can talk as usual, and we'll record it with the video crystal next to you. It's also evidence, Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Guyong was slightly stunned and patted his head hard, saying with a wry smile, look, I'm scared silly by you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, calm down, don't show any flaws. Let's begin. Guyong let out a long breath, took out the video crystal and poured his divine power into it. The video crystal immediately emitted a dazzling light. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no response from Feng Yuan. What's going on? Zhao Tailai frowned. Guyong thought, maybe Feng Yuan is still in the conference hall. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, then send a message to Feng Wenhai. Chapter 2020. Zhao Tailai was stunned and hurriedly said, young master, sending a message to Feng Wenhai and sending a message to Feng Yuan are two different concepts. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said. Think about it. If we send a message to Feng Yuan now with this evidence, we can directly accuse him. But if we send a message to Feng Wenhai, Feng Yuan will definitely be able to find an excuse. And relatively speaking, Feng Yuan is a bigger threat than Feng Wenhai. So now that we have this opportunity, we should get rid of Feng Yuan first, Zhao Tailai said. Naive. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to speak, Guyong mocked first. Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows and said, do I not make sense? What you said is very reasonable. But you ignored Feng Yuan's position in Nine Heavens Palace. In other words, even if this matter is exposed, he will be fine. At most, he will be punished by the Great Elder. Guyong said. Are you kidding? Zhao Tailai frowned. Do I look like I'm kidding? Feng Yuan not only has a high position, but he is also good at winning people's hearts. Even if the Great Elder wants to kill him, the other big shots will plead for him. Facing the pleading of the big shots, what do you think the Great Elder will do? He will definitely give him a way out. The most important thing is that everything in the resource hall is managed by Feng Yuan. If he is killed, the resource hall, which has no successor, will definitely fall into chaos. This is the situation that the Great Elder doesn't want to see the most. Guyong sneered. Makes sense. Let's follow the previous plan and start with Feng Wenhai. As for Feng Yuan, we have to do it step by step. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded with a smile. This is a wise move. However, although we failed to topple Feng Yuan this time, I reckon that after this incident, the Great Elder will also begin to arrange for the next successor of the Hall Master of the Resource Hall and slowly strip Feng Yuan of his power. Guyong said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, you are quite far-sighted. If I can't even think of this, then all these years in Nine Heavens Palace have been wasted? Guyong snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then let's send a message to Feng Wenhai. After saying that, he took a few steps back with Zhao Tailai. Guyong activated the image crystal again. About 10 breaths of time passed. A phantom appeared. Who else could it be but Feng Wenhai? Old Zhao, get ready. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Zhao Tailai nodded. He took out the image crystal and started recording. Old Gu, what's the matter? Feng Wenhai smiled. Guyong replied, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask, have you found Jiang Haoyin's whereabouts? No. Feng Wenhai shook his head. Guyong sighed. I'm also investigating, but there's no news at all. It's as if he's evaporated into thin air. Don't worry. The entire northern region is under the control of our Nine Heavens Palace. We'll find him sooner or later. Feng Wenhai sneered. I know that too. But I can't help but worry. This Jiang Haoyan is like an old fox. If he finds evidence of us framing him, won't we be finished? Gu Yong said worriedly. Feng Wenhai's expression changed drastically when he heard that. He said in a low voice, Old Gu, don't talk nonsense about this. Be careful not to be heard by others. Don't worry, I'm the only one here. Gu Yong said. That's good. Feng Wenhai heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Yong sighed. In order to frame him, we've planned for so long. We can't fail. He won't. The arrest warrant has been issued, and the Great Elder also believes it. Moreover, the people I sent to pretend to be his accomplices have been silenced. Where can he find evidence? This matter is already set in stone. Don't think too much about it. Feng Wenhai comforted. Silenced? Gu Yong murmured. Wenhai, tell me the truth. Will there be a day when you will silence me too? How is that possible? You're someone by father's side. Even if I had such thoughts, I wouldn't have the guts. Wait, what's wrong with you today? Why are you acting so strange? Feng Wenhai looked at Gu Yong suspiciously. Gu Yong sighed. It's all Jiang Haoyan's fault. He's making me feel uneasy and uneasy. Feng Wenhai smiled in realization. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. All right, I'll continue to investigate. Gu Yong said. Feng Wenhai nodded, and then the phantom dissipated. Gu Yong exhaled and looked at Qin Feiyang. Is it okay now? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai nodded to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Gu Yong. It's okay. Gu Yong said, then quickly fulfill your promise and remove your control over me. However, Qin Feiyang smiled without saying anything. Gu Yong's eyelids twitched and he said angrily, You lied to me? Qin Feiyang said, I'm not a gentleman, so from the beginning, I never thought of letting you go. You're despicable. Gu Yong roared. Don't be agitated, let me finish. Although I wanted to kill you at first, what you said when you talked about Feng Yuan made me look at you in a different light. Qin Feiyang smiled. And then? Gu Yong frowned. Qin Feiyang said, I want you to abandon the dark and join the light. Abandon the dark and join the light? Gu Yong was slightly taken aback. You want me to join you? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. I don't raise timid people here. I'm timid and afraid of death? Who wouldn't be afraid when encountering such a thing? Ask the person next to you. See if he's afraid. Gu Yong was a little unconvinced. Are you talking about me? Zhao Tailai asked expressionlessly. Yes. Gu Yong nodded. Zhao Tailai said resolutely, I will never betray the young master even if I die. You make it sound nice, but that's because you haven't encountered it yet. Gu Yong sneered. You're wrong about that. We've gone through so many life and death situations together, but every time he was by my side. The friendship between us is not something you can understand. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Gu Yong still had a look of disdain and asked, Since you're not joining you, then what do you mean by abandoning the dark and joining the light? Gongzi Feng. Qin Feiyang said. Gongzi Feng? Gu Yong was stunned, then his face changed. What do you mean? You want me to join Gongzi Feng? Could it be? Yes. Gongzi Feng and I have known each other for a long time, and he told me a lot of things about you. Qin Feiyang said. This, Gu Yong's face was dull. He really didn't expect Gongzi Feng to be with Jiang Haoyan. Qin Feiyang said, You're smart and strong, so I want you to go to his side, help him plan and protect him. To put it bluntly, he's not qualified at all. Gu Yong sneered. Don't underestimate anyone. Especially someone with Gongzi Feng's experience. Of course, if you refuse, I won't force you, but this will be your burial ground. Qin Feiyang smiled. You? Gu Yong glared at him and shouted, You're forcing me. I didn't say anything, I'm discussing with you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Gu Yong sighed dispiritedly and said, All right, I'll listen to you. Very good. If he has any tricks, report to me immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Tricks? Gu Yong was stunned and frowned. You're not asking me to help him, you're asking me to monitor him. Helping and monitoring are the same. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. But I'm already in this state. If I return to Nine Heavens Palace, Feng Yuan will definitely not let me go. Gu Yong said. I believe you'll have a way. As for the slave seal, when Feng Yuan dies in the future, I'll naturally help you remove it. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're really careless. When others see Feng Yuan they can't wait to hide, yet you still want to kill him. Guyong said. So what if he's Feng Yuan? If he provokes me, even if he's the palace master of Nine Heavens Palace, I'll make him pay the price. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Guyong's mind buzzed. What kind of young man is this? His courage is so terrifying. Right. How long have you been following Feng Yuan? Qin Feiyang asked. Guyong thought for a moment and said, it should be more than 3,000 years. Qin Feiyang said, then you should know a lot of secrets about Nine Heavens Palace, right? Secrets? Guyong was suspicious. Qin Badian. Qin Feiyang said word by word. What? Qin Badian? Guyong's gaze trembled, and there was deep fear in his eyes. You know? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. Of course I know. Not only me, everyone in the North region has heard of his name. It's just that too much time has passed and people have gradually forgotten him. Guyong said. Qin Feiyang asked, then where is he now? I don't know. Guyong shook his head. How can you not know? Haven't you heard Feng Yuan mention it? Qin Feiyang frowned. The name Qin Badian is a taboo in Nine Heavens Palace. No one dares to mention him, including Feng Yuan and the other big shots. Guyong said. Taboo, Qin Feiyang murmured. What did my ancestor do in Nine Heavens Palace? Why is everyone so afraid of him? Zhao Tailai comforted, young master, don't worry, we'll find out sooner or later. Qin Feiyang nodded. You're investigating Qin Badian? Why do you want to investigate him? Is it his enemy? Guyong heard Zhao Tailai's words and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Zhao Tailai shouted, don't you know what you should ask and what you shouldn't ask? Guyong's pupils shrank and he didn't speak again. Enough. While there's still time, go and settle down your wife. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes, I have to settle down properly. Guyong sighed. He knew Feng Yuan too well. When he knew that he had betrayed them, he would definitely not let his family off. By the way, do you have any children? Qin Feiyang asked. No. But my old mother and father are still alive. They should be in a small tea house nearby, drinking tea and chatting with friends. Guyong said. Then go and settle them down quickly. In addition, you have to go and exchange for an image crystal. Qin Feiyang said. I know this. Guyong nodded. Okay. After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Guyong out. Chapter 2021. Zhao Tailai frowned and said, young master, are we really going to let him go? He's being controlled by the slave seal. He can't do anything. It's okay. Has the treasure pavilion auctioned any 9 yellow dragon pills these days? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Not only the treasure pavilion in Sky Dragon City, but the other pavilions in other cities are also crazily auctioning, causing quite a stir. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, are they soul stones or divine crystals? Divine crystals. However, I don't know how Mu Tianyang and Shangguanqiu made the deal. Zhao Tailai said. My head hurts. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. If it weren't for Mu Tianyang and Shangguanqiu, it would be a large sum of soul stones. Young master, what is Mu Tianyang trying to do? Sometimes he's against us, sometimes he's nice to us? Zhao Tailai was suspicious. That's easy. He doesn't have the confidence to get rid of me. Otherwise he would have killed me. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai nodded and took out 2 iron boxes and an alchemy furnace from his Chengkuan bag. The alchemy furnace was the size of a wash basin. The lower half was green and the upper half was red. It was shining brightly and exuded a strong divine power. This furnace is called the Green Phoenix Furnace. It's a low-grade divine alchemy furnace. Don't blame us. After all, the divine crystals you gave us can only buy alchemy furnaces of this grade. As for the 2 iron boxes, they contain alchemy fire. Zhao Tailai said with a smile. Why would I blame you? I'm already very happy to get this alchemy furnace. Qin Feiyang smiled. He glanced at the azure wand cauldron and opened the 2 metal boxes. Waves of heat immediately surged out violently. The aura emitted was undoubtedly a 9th grade alchemy fire. Zhao Tailai said with a smile, we bought the alchemy fire and furnace from the Star River City branch. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was curious. Didn't you ask us to investigate the background of Star River City's city lord? Tang Hai and I have discussed it. Since Shangguanqiu doesn't want to sell, we'll go to Xinghe City. After arriving at the treasure pavilion in Celestial River City, Old Tang and I disguised ourselves a little and easily bought these alchemic flames and alchemical furnaces. Zhao Tailai smiled. Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up and asked with a smile, Then, did these branches ban us? We didn't go to the other branches so we don't know. But it seems that the treasure pavilion of Star River City has also banned us. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. The Shengguanqiu is really ruthless. I have to admit that this woman does have some skills. However, I'm very unhappy with her way of doing things. After all, there's a saying that goes, even if the transaction fails, the benevolence remains. Is it necessary to ban us? Zhao Tailai snorted through his nose. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. Then his eyes flashed and he said, we can't just sit and wait for death. Young master, what do you mean? Zhao Tailai was surprised. You don't have to worry about this. I'll handle it. Let's go to the castle. We'll fuse the alchemic flames and start refining. Qin Feiyang smiled. What about Feng Wenhai? Zhao Tailai was stunned and asked. We've got the evidence. There's no hurry. Let them continue to make trouble. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai smiled and said, I understand. The higher you jump, the harder you fall. Qin Feiyang laughed and led Zhao Tailai into the castle. Did you hear? There's a man called Jiang Haoyin who is wanted by the Ninth Heaven Palace. I've known about this for a long time. I heard that before entering the Ninth Heaven Palace, this Jiang Haoyin had been slandering the Ninth Heaven Palace behind their backs and was found out. Then why didn't they punish him severely? This is the mercy of the Ninth Heaven Palace. Not only did they not kill him, they even allowed him to enter the Ninth Heaven Palace. But I didn't expect that after becoming a disciple of the Ninth Heaven Palace, he still didn't change and continued to slander the Ninth Heaven Palace behind their backs. Don't you think this kind of person is despicable? Despicable? He deserves to be killed. Yeah. The big shots of the Ninth Heaven Palace are not bad. It's fine if he doesn't repent, but he actually went from bad to worse? I've never seen such a shameless person before. Outside. Not only in Sky Dragon City, the news had already spread in other cities and there were curses everywhere. Treasure chamber. Shengguanqiu sat in the study room with an account book in his hand and looked at it carefully. Swoosh. Suddenly, a purple-robed youth appeared in the room out of thin air. Shengguanqiu frowned slightly and looked up. When she saw the purple-robed youth's face, her brows relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. The purple-robed youth cupped his hands and smiled. Steward Shengguan, it's been a few days. How have you been? Shengguanqiu smiled and said, thanks to you, I've been in a good mood these days. The purple-robed youth said, so, the batch of Jianghu yellow dragon pills that I gave you made a lot of money? No. Brother Mu, you're wrong. It's not me who made money, it's the treasure chamber. Shengguanqiu stood up and pointed to the tea table beside him and said, Brother Mu, please take a seat. No need. The purple-robed youth took out a Qingquan bag and threw it on the table, saying, there's a total of 10,000 pills here. It should be enough for the auction for a long time. Shengguanqiu grabbed the Qingquan bag and checked it carefully. The smile on his face grew wider. Don't just smile. The last batch of pills has been sold. Isn't it time to split the profits? The purple-robed youth said. Yes. Shengguanqiu came back to his senses and took out a Qingquan bag, saying, I've already prepared it. The purple-robed youth took the Qingquan bag and checked it for a while before putting it away. He looked at Shengguanqiu and smiled, saying, Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Shengguanqiu smiled and asked curiously, by the way, what's your relationship with Jiang Haoyin? The purple-robed youth was stunned. He frowned and said, why do you ask? This person was none other than Mu Qing. At first, when you came forward to stop me from cooperating with Jiang Haoyin, I thought you were old enemies. But 2 days ago, I received news that you seem to have an ambiguous relationship with Jiang Haoyin's elder sister and younger sister. Shengguanqiu said. Nonsense. Mu Qing could not help but get angry when he heard this. Is this nonsense? At that time after the assessment, many people saw it with their own eyes. Shengguanqiu said. Mu Qing did not bother to explain. He frowned and said, does this have anything to do with our cooperation? No, I'm just curious. If I offended you in any way, please forgive me. Shengguanqiu quickly smiled apologetically. Mu Qing said, actually, you should thank me. What do you mean? Shengguanqiu was suspicious. If I didn't come forward, you would have cooperated with Jiang Haoyin. Now that Jiang Haoyin is wanted, your treasure school will definitely be affected. Mu Qing said. Shengguanqiu was stunned. He smiled and said, that makes sense. Last question, do you know where Jiang Haoyin is now, Brother Mu? Mu Qing was surprised and asked suspiciously, why are you asking about him? No other reason. I'm just curious. Sheng Guanqiu smiled unnaturally. You can't always use the word curious as an excuse. Mu Qing's eyes became playful. Really? I don't think so. Sheng Guanqiu smiled embarrassedly. Miss, let me give you a piece of advice. If you're not from Ninth Heaven Palace, don't worry about them. More importantly, don't affect our cooperation. Mu Qing said meaningfully. Then he opened an altar and left without looking back. Sheng Guanqiu stood alone in the study for a long time. Suddenly, a sigh was heard. A woman in purple walked out of the void. It was Shangguan Fenglan. Sister. Sheng Guanqiu was not surprised at Shangguan Fenglan's appearance. He had known about Shangguan Fenglan for a long time. I wanted to use you to get some useful information from Mu Qing. I didn't expect him to see through me. Shangguan Fenglan sighed. Sister, I'm useless. Sheng Guanqiu blamed himself. Shangguan Fenglan smiled and said, Don't blame yourself. It's not that you're useless. These people are too smart. You don't have to worry about this. Otherwise, if you annoy him, it will really affect your cooperation. Okay. Sheng Guanqiu nodded. I'm puzzled. What kind of people are Jiang Haoyin, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing? Each one is more clever than the other. Shangguan Fenglan was quite angry. After thinking for a while, she snorted and said, No, I have to meet Mu Tianyang in person. I don't believe that I, the leader of the law enforcement hall, can't defeat a mere disciple. Mu Tianyang may not know where Jiang Haoyin is, right? Sheng Guanqiu said. No. I have a feeling that he knows. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head, opened an altar and left. It's a mess. Sheng Guanqiu shook his head and sighed. He had stirred up a storm in Sky Dragon City. He was really a star of misfortune. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang had merged with his elixir fire. The Nether Devil Flame had also been promoted to the level of the inferior Divine Elixir Fire. Divine Elixir Fires and Divine Elixir Furnaces were also divided into inferior, medium, superior, supreme, peak, and legendary. It was the same level as a divine weapon. However, after merging with his elixir fire, Qin Feiyang did not immediately refine the spirit-breaking pill. This was because he had to familiarize himself with the new elixir furnace and elixir fire. After all, he only had one set of ingredients for the spirit-breaking pill. He could not afford to fail. And now, the elixir he was refining already had 9 elixir veins. He was only one step away from becoming a divine elixir. After an hour of familiarizing himself with the elixir, he could finally control the fire. After calming himself down for a while, Qin Feiyang took out the 9 suns thunder fire, death fruit, ghost wood, and ghost flower and placed them beside the elixir furnace. After that, he opened the elixir scripture and carefully read the steps of refining the spirit-breaking pill, as well as the fire required for each ingredient. After a while, after memorizing everything, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and activated the Nether Devil Flame again, starting to refine the spirit-breaking pill. Everyone was cultivating in peace, including Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. After knowing that Qin Feiyang had obtained a large number of soul stones, they no longer had any worries. They recklessly refined the soul stones and tried their best to break through to the God of War. Chapter 2022. The first ingredient was the departed spirit flower. 30% completion. Remove the impurities and extract the spirit liquid. During the extraction process, not only did he need to focus, but he also needed precise control. If the temperature inside the cauldron was a little higher or lower, the cauldron would be destroyed. The cauldron might even explode. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to be careless. And at this time he couldn't make any noise. Otherwise it would disturb his concentration. For ingredients like the departed spirit flower, extracting the spirit liquid would take a long time. Gradually, Qin Feiyang's forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing this, Fire Lotus took out a handkerchief and wanted to help Qin Feiyang wipe it off. But suddenly, the blood Kirin silently appeared beside her. It stopped Fire Lotus and said, Don't touch him. What? Fire Lotus thought. Don't you know how to make pills? At this time, the worst thing is to be disturbed. The blood Kirin thought. Fire Lotus heard this and cold sweat appeared on her back. You can just stand aside and watch. The blood Kirin said and then retreated. Fire Lotus quickly and quietly retreated to the blood Kirin's side. She asked, Why are you awake? I was on the verge of a breakthrough, but I saw the young master making pills. I was afraid of disturbing him, so I didn't break through. The blood Kirin thought. Huolian nodded in realization. The blood Kirin asked suspiciously, Don't you know anything about alchemy? I don't know. Fire Lotus shook her head. You don't know? What do you mean? The Blood Kirin looked at her, confused. My mind is blank. I don't even remember the god skills I used to have. Fire Lotus sighed. Don't worry. When the young master makes the departed spirit breakthrough pill, you will definitely regain your memory. The Blood Kirin smiled and comforted her. I hope so. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang again, her eyes full of anticipation. A moment later, wisps of faint medicinal fragrance floated out from within the Azure Phoenix cauldron. Rays of gray divine light also shot out from within the Azure Luan cauldron. Fire Lotus stood on her tiptoes and looked into the cauldron. She immediately saw a drop of gray spirit liquid floating within the cauldron. In addition to the medicinal fragrance, there was also a very strong evil aura. The departed spirit flower had already disappeared. I didn't expect the first medicinal herb to take so long to refine. The Blood Qilin mumbled. Could Qin Feiyang's spiritual power last until the end? Although Qin Feiyang's mind power had already reached a shocking level, this was still his first time refining a pill of this level. Therefore he couldn't help but worry. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. His expression remained calm. After refining the spiritual medicine of the ghost flower, he did not rush to refine the next one. Instead he slowly increased the heat. When the flame had stabilized at 55%, he gently waved his hand. A strand of mental energy appeared and swept the Yin spirit wood into the Azure Phoenix cauldron. This was because the Yin spirit wood required 55% of the flame. Qin Dage is really amazing. Although this is his first time refining the departed spirit barrier-breaking pill, he did it without any hesitation or sluggishness. Fire Lotus's eyes were full of stars as she transmitted her voice. Of course. Otherwise, why would he be called a monster of alchemy? I think even the alchemy geniuses of Empyrean Palace might not be as good as him. The Blood Qilin said proudly. Fire Lotus said in surprise, You know him quite well. Although I haven't been with him for long, I know all about his past deeds. The Blood Qilin laughed inwardly. About half an hour passed. The Yin spirit wood and Reaper fruits spirit liquid had been refined one after another. Actually, refining the spirit liquid was nothing for Qin Feiyang. The most important step was the next step. The departed spirit flower, Yin spirit wood, and Reaper fruit were all items of extreme Yin and evil. Therefore, the spirit liquid that was refined also contained an evil aura that was difficult to erase. If he wanted to refine the departed spirit barrier-breaking pill, he had to completely dispel the evil aura. This required the Nine Suns Lightning Fire. The Nine Suns Lightning Fire was an item of extreme Yang and could be considered the nemesis of items of extreme Yin. The next step was to fuse the Nine Suns Lightning Fire with the 3 drops of spirit liquid to dispel the evil aura. Qin Feiyang had never experienced this method of refining pills before. Although items of extreme Yang were the nemesis of items of extreme Yin, they were also incompatible with each other. The fusion of these two auras would inevitably cause a collision. If there was a collision, there was a possibility of failure. Therefore, his energy had entered a state that he had never been in before. He was highly focused and forgot everything. In other words, at this moment, there was nothing in his mind other than alchemy. A wave of mind power emerged from the top of his head and wrapped around the Nine Suns Lightning Fire, sealing all of its aura. Then he used his mind power to control the Nine Suns Lightning Fire and slowly entered the Azure Phoenix cauldron. At the same time, the 3 drops of spirit liquid in the pill furnace were also enveloped by mind power, completely sealing off the evil aura. This was done to prevent the 2 auras from colliding. Because, if he did not seal these 2 auras, the moment the Nine Suns Lightning Fire entered the pill furnace, it would probably riot. On the contrary, if he sealed these 2 auras, they would not be able to collide. Finally, the Nine Suns Lightning Fire entered the pill furnace. Qin Feiyang had to control the temperature of the fire, control the Nine Suns Lightning Fire and the 3 drops of spirit liquid, and seal their auras. Could be said that he was doing 3 things at once. In less than an instant, beads of sweat flowed down his forehead like rain. The Blood Qilin said to himself, Let's retreat a little more to prevent the furnace from exploding. If the divine level pill furnace exploded, even a divine beast that was about to step into the realm of War God would be seriously injured. The Fire Lotus nodded. As the Blood Qilin retreated, he also secretly woke up the White-Eyed Wolf, the Mermaid Princess and the others. Everyone opened their eyes at the first moment and quietly retreated to the back corner, looking nervously at Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's mind stirred, and the mind power that wrapped around the 3 drops of spirit liquid and the Nine Suns Lightning Fire slightly loosened. Immediately, a wisp of extreme Yang Qi and a wisp of extreme Yin Qi appeared and filled the pill furnace. However, whether it was the extreme yang qi or the extreme yin qi, they were both very weak and could not even be felt. Qin Feiyang did not dare to completely remove the seal. Otherwise, the two auras would rush out at the same time and collide with each other, causing the furnace to explode. On the contrary, just like now, by unlocking the seal bit by bit, allowing the two auras to slowly meet and gradually devour the evil aura, it would greatly reduce the risk. Taking a step back, even if the two auras collided, it would be under control and the furnace would not explode. Time passed quietly. The entire castle was dead silent at this moment. The two auras occupied one side of the pill furnace and did not pounce on each other for a long time. It was as if they minded their own business. This gave Qin Feiyang a headache. One was extreme yin, the other was extreme yang, and they were playing peacefully? What kind of joke was this? However, Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry and waited quietly. About a few hundred breaths passed. Finally, the extreme yang qi emitted by the heavenly thunder flame began to slowly surge towards the extreme yin qi. The extreme yin qi seemed to have also sensed the provocation and threat, and was unwilling to be outdone as it surged towards the extreme yang qi. The two auras finally met. Qin Feiyang could clearly sense that the aura in the pill furnace had become chaotic. As soon as the two auras met, a scene of you chasing after me appeared, both wanting to devour the other. But in the end, it was still the extreme yang qi that steadily gained the upper hand and obliterated the evil yin qi. The chaotic aura also stabilized. It works. Fire Lotus's spirit was lifted. There was definitely no problem. Qin Feiyang also heaved a sigh of relief. After the previous fusion, he had already grasped the propriety and began to gradually increase the release of the seal on the 9 suns thunder fire and the 3 drops of spiritual liquid. The two auras met again. The aura in the pill furnace became chaotic again, as if it would explode at any time. This process was even longer than refining the spiritual liquid. It wasn't until an hour later that the evil yin qi was completely expelled. Qin Feiyang made a prompt decision and began to fuse the 9 suns thunder fire and the 3 drops of spiritual liquid. The next step was simple for him. After the fusion, it solidified into a pill. About a moment later, under everyone's expectant gaze, a purple pill took shape and flew out of the pill furnace. At the same time, a strong medicinal fragrance, like a tide, instantly flooded the entire ancient castle. Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief, and following that, a sense of dizziness welled up in his heart. Seeing that he was about to fall, the mermaid princess hurriedly stepped forward and supported Qin Feiyang, calling out, "What's wrong?" Fire Lotus's expression also changed, and she anxiously ran to Qin Feiyang's side, her eyes full of concern. "It's okay. It's just that my nerves were too tense and my energy was too focused for too long. Now that I've relaxed, I can't recover." Qin Feiyang shook his head hard and waved his hand with a smile. Hearing this, everyone's anxious hearts finally relaxed. Then, everyone raised their heads and looked at the undead barrier-breaking pill floating above the pill furnace. The pill was perfectly round and the purple light was dazzling. The aura it emitted was also very pure yang qi, and not a single trace of evil yin qi could be felt. On the surface of the pill, there were even traces of electric arcs. The blood Kirin turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked with concern, "Young master, how much power do you have left?" Qin Feiyang froze and asked suspiciously, "Are you worried that my power will run out?" The blood Kirin nodded. "How is that possible? During the last test, my power was over level 50. It must be higher now." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's good." The blood Kirin nodded. Qin Feiyang turned and looked at Fire Lotus. He smiled and said, "Girl, are you ready?" "Yes, this is not a child's play." When the inner demons went through the test, it was, Zhao Tailai said. "Ahem." Before Zhao Tailai could finish, Tang Hai coughed and interrupted him. Then he pointed at Qin Feiyang. Zhao Tailai's face changed and he quickly said, "I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean to mention the inner demons." "Why are you so nervous? The inner demons are our friends. When you mention them, it's normal to think of them. I was worried that you would forget about them." Qin Feiyang smiled. "No matter who we forget, we won't forget him. We were just worried that we would bring up the past and make you sad," Zhao Tailai said. Chapter 2023. Am I really that weak? It's all in the past, it's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Fire Lotus again. "I'm ready." Huolian took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang. Her eyes shone with a resolute light. "Good. You guys continue to cultivate. I'll take Fire Lotus to the Black Tortoise world to undergo the tribulation. Qin Feiyang instructed everyone before grabbing the undead barrier-breaking pill and bringing Fire Lotus to the depths of the desert. After all, there were many living beings in the Black Tortoise world. If they underwent the tribulation elsewhere, they would definitely hurt the innocent. Most importantly, it would cause a commotion. And there was nothing in the desert except for storms. As for ferocious beasts, there were only a few in the depths of the desert. Take it. Qin Feiyang handed the undead barrier-breaking pill to Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus took the pill, looked at the sky, gritted her teeth and threw it into her mouth. Wait. But at this moment, a slightly childish voice sounded. Qin Feiyang were stunned. They raised their heads and looked over. They saw a little boy wearing a small dudu standing in the air above them. His little face was filled with seriousness. It's you? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The little boy ignored him and looked at Fire Lotus. You can't undergo the tribulation. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. Do you know how terrifying the undead tribulation is? The undead are dead. To be reborn is to go against the heavens and change their fate. And this kind of heaven-defying action will be obliterated, the little boy said. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, how does it compare to the inner demon's tribulation? The little boy said, it's even more terrifying than the inner demon's tribulation. It's even more terrifying. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The little boy said in a low voice, I can guarantee that she won't succeed. In the end, her soul will be destroyed and she won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Fire Lotus lowered her head and looked at the undead barrier-breaking pill in her hand, her eyes flickering. Trust me. Living an ordinary life like this is better than having one's soul destroyed. The little boy looked at the Fire Lotus and said. Fire Lotus took a deep breath and raised her head to look at the little boy. Thank you. However, instead of living like this without knowing what my surname is, I might as well fight to the death. Are you sure? The little boy raised his eyebrows. Fire Lotus nodded and put the undead barrier-breaking pill into her mouth without hesitation. As soon as the undead barrier-breaking pill melted, Fire Lotus couldn't help but hug her head and cry out in pain. Because she was an undead, she was also full of yin energy, so she was also very afraid of this kind of yang energy. Usually, as long as there was no direct contact, it would be fine. But now, the 9 Suns Thunder Fire had been refined into a pill. After Fire Lotus consumed the pill, it meant that the 9 Suns Thunder Fire's yang qi was now in her body. She felt as if there was a raging fire in her body that wanted to incinerate her body. Sigh. The little boy shook his head and sighed, I really have to hand it to you people. It's not good to live, but you insist on courting death. Finished? He looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, Brat, let me tell you, you can't use the origin energy of the Black Tortoise realm to help her block the heavenly tribulation. What? Qin Feiyang frowned. The Black Tortoise realm is just a small world that has just been born. It is still very weak and does not have much origin energy. It cannot withstand such torment. After the little boy finished speaking, he did not give Qin Feiyang a chance to ask any questions and instantly disappeared without a trace. Wait. Qin Feiyang looked around, his face full of suspicion. All along, the Black Tortoise realm had always been very strong. How could it be weak? Boom. Suddenly, an ear-deafening rumble sounded in the sky. The sky above the desert was suddenly shrouded by clouds of fire, and a terrifying heavenly might descended. Qin Feiyang hurriedly came back to his senses and retreated, then paid attention to Fire Lotus. Although Fire Lotus's expression was pained after consuming the undead barrier-breaking pill, her determined gaze remained the same. Crack. The heavenly tribulation brewed for a moment before finally descending from the sky. It was a fiery red thunderbolt that exuded a terrifying yang qi. Compared to it, the yang qi of the 9 Suns lightning fire was like a firefly compared to the sun, not worth mentioning at all. Naturally, the yang qi emitted by the lightning power was even more threatening to Fire Lotus. However, she did not dodge and stood in the void, waiting for the heavenly tribulation to descend. There was a loud bang. The lightning power descended and landed on Fire Lotus's body. The expression on Fire Lotus's face instantly shattered, and her entire body smashed into the desert below like a meteorite. But the lightning power did not dissipate, and chased after Fire Lotus and drowned her on the spot. Fire Lotus wailed in pain. The lightning power turned into flames that not only enveloped her, but also stuck to her skin. No matter what she did, she could not extinguish the flames as if they were maggots attached to her bones. Her clothes also melted. Even her skin was melting. It is indeed more terrifying than the inner demon's heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang muttered. Back then, when the inner demons underwent their heavenly tribulation, although it was also very terrifying, he managed to withstand it. But now, it was only the first lightning tribulation, and Fire Lotus's situation was very bad. Before the first lightning power dissipated, the second, third, and fourth lightning struck one after another, not giving Fire Lotus any chance to breathe. Under the heavenly might, Fire Lotus could not resist at all, and could only be struck. Crack. When the 10th lightning power descended, Fire Lotus's body could no longer withstand it and was torn apart. However, she was not killed and returned to her previous undead form, turning into a gray fog. In other words, she was beaten back to her original form. But even if she was beaten back to her original form, the sea of fire formed by the lightning power was burning Fire Lotus crazily. Qin Feiyang could no longer see Fire Lotus's painful expression, and could only hear the endless screams. This made him very anxious. In fact, he knew that the most terrifying thing was not the heavenly tribulation, but the extreme yang energy in the heavenly tribulation. This thing was extremely harmful to Fire Lotus. Wait. Extreme yang qi was the nemesis of yin and evil things. What would happen if it was a living person? A living person should not be afraid of this extreme yang energy, right? At this thought, he looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. The last time he used the inner demon's heavenly tribulation, the strength of his body had been greatly improved. And now the opportunity had come again. How could he miss it? Boom. Another thunderbolt struck down. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate any longer. With a leap he rushed to the top of the Fire Lotus. Qin Dage, what are you doing? Fire Lotus's anxious voice immediately sounded. I can help you pass the tribulation, and at the same time I can temper my body. Why not? Qin Feiyang laughed heartily as he faced the thunderbolt. The lightning power suddenly blasted on his body. With a loud bang, Qin Feiyang's body was immediately covered in blood, and he was smashed into the desert below. Qin Dage, Fire Lotus exclaimed. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang rushed out of the yellow sand wrapped in flames. The flames formed by the lightning power were no threat to his body at all. But looking at the sky, the corners of his mouth pursed into a bitter smile. When he faced it personally, he realized that he had underestimated the heavenly tribulation. Although the yang qi was useless to him, the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation was not something he could withstand. Crack. Another thunderbolt struck down. Fire Lotus shouted, Qin Dage, don't take the risk for me, I'll do it myself. You call me big brother, how can I not help you? Qin Feiyang smiled and activated the battle formula. He rushed into the sky and faced the lightning power. Boom. This time, he withstood it. After all, the blood-red armor could block 90% of the attacks, and under the bombardment of the lightning power, only a few cracks appeared on the armor. Taking this opportunity, Qin Feiyang hurriedly absorbed the lightning power and tempered his body. Crack. The heavenly tribulation fell one after another, bombarding Qin Feiyang's body. The blood-red armor was indeed terrifying, and it withstood more than 10 lightning bolts. But after the blood-red armor was broken, Qin Feiyang was blasted into the desert again. His skin and flesh were torn open and blood splattered everywhere. Enough. It's really enough. Fire Lotus was so anxious that she was about to cry. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang flew into the sky and stood in front of Fire Lotus, looking like a man covered in blood. He smiled and said, I'm fine. After saying that, he faced the next lightning bolt. Qin Dage, looking at the figure that rushed into the sky without hesitation and risked his life to protect her, Fire Lotus cried. They were not related, but just because she called him big brother, he loved her so much, took care of her, and even risked his life for her. Although she was an undead, she also had feelings. How could she not be moved? And this back view would forever be branded in her soul. Boom. Qin Feiyang relied on his strong willpower and finally made it to the 50th lightning bolt. Is it the same as the inner demon's tribulation with 99 lightning bolts? After getting up from the desert, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel despair. Fire Lotus's tribulation was not only more powerful than the inner demon's tribulation, but it was also much faster. He didn't even have a chance to breathe. What should he do? If this continued, not only would he not be able to help Fire Lotus, but he would also die here. Wait. Isn't there still a legendary divine artifact? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted, and he rushed toward the lightning bolts while saying to himself, Great-grandmother, give me the divine pagoda. Inside the ancient castle, Tantai Li heard this and immediately took out the divine pagoda. Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and the divine pagoda appeared, and 3 types of divine power poured into the divine pagoda. Clang. The divine pagoda immediately woke up and faced the tribulation. Boom. The divine pagoda was blasted away, and more than a dozen cracks appeared on it. But even so, Qin Feiyang was still very happy, because at least he had time to rest. While controlling the divine pagoda to resist the heavenly tribulation, he took out a large number of healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. These healing pills were all concocted just before he concocted the undead barrier-breaking pill. Therefore, each healing pill had 9 veins, and the energy it contained was extremely huge. Moreover, his bloodline power also had an extremely strong healing ability, and he had even fused with the fire of life back then. Therefore, his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, he also took out a few thousand divine crystals, crushed them all with a wave of his hand, and then swallowed them into his stomach to replenish the divine power he had consumed. In the ancient world, divine crystals were not only a currency, but they could also replenish divine power. Chapter 2024. Crack. After withstanding 6 heavenly tribulations, the divine tower was on the verge of shattering. Qin Feiyang decisively put away the divine tower and took out the Sun Destroyer bow. If it was really shattered, even a legendary divine artifact would not be able to repair it. The Sun Destroyer bow was a pinnacle divine artifact and naturally could not compare to the divine tower. After 3 heavenly tribulations, it was in danger of shattering. Qin Feiyang put away the Sun Destroyer bow and took out the battle axe from Shirtai's hand. He originally thought, this battle axe was a perfect divine artifact and could withstand 1 or 2 heavenly tribulations. But in the end, with only 1 heavenly tribulation, the battle axe was shattered with no possibility of repair. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a little distressed to lose a perfect divine artifact just like that. He originally wanted to ask the mermaid princess to use the golden bead to block the heavenly tribulation, but now he decisively gave up this idea. Could be seen that the heavenly tribulation of the fire lotus was at least 1 or 2 times more terrifying than that of the inner demons. And now, only 60 heavenly tribulations had passed. If the heavenly tribulation of the fire lotus really had 99 heavenly tribulations, that was to say, there were still 39 heavenly tribulations. How could he survive that? Boom. However, the heavenly tribulation did not give him time to think. The power of thunder rolled over and annihilated in all directions. The 3 divine artifacts bought him some time, and his injuries and divine power recovered a lot. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and endured it, because there was no other choice. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind, with the power of thunder, shatter the seal. The Shadowless? Qin Feiyang's spirit was lifted and he secretly exclaimed, "You're still here? I've been here the whole time." The Shadowless smiled. The whole time. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "Then why didn't I feel it?" The Shadowless said, "This question is a bit stupid." Qin Feiyang was stunned and then shook his head with a wry smile. Yes, this was indeed a very stupid question. This Shadowless man was clearly an extremely terrifying existence. If they didn't want him to know, then he definitely wouldn't be able to sense it. After calming himself down, Qin Feiyang asked, "You said earlier that you wanted to use the power of lightning to shatter the seal? Could it be the seal of the ancient castle?" "That's right," the Shadowless replied. "Are you kidding me?" Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. He frowned and said, "Although the power of the lightning is very strong, the seal was set up by the small beast. I can feel that the power of the lightning is far weaker than the small beast. If we only rely on the power of thunder, we won't be able to break the seal laid down by the small beast. But last time when I fought with snow, I forcefully tore open a crack in the castle. With this crack, the ancient castle will be able to absorb the power of lightning and turn it into its own power to completely break the seal," Shadowless said. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Last time when he fought with the demon ancestor, snow did forcefully tear open a crack in the ancient castle. But he had never thought of absorbing the power of lightning. "You know how helpful it will be to you after the seal is broken. Hurry up and act," the Shadowless man said. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and said telepathically, "Ancient castle, can you hear me? I want to use the power of lightning to break the seal placed on you by the small beast, so I need your help." But the ancient castle didn't respond. But Qin Feiyang didn't ask again, because he believed that the ancient castle must have heard him. Boom. The power of lightning fell from the sky, bringing with it a world-destroying aura. Qin Feiyang raised his head and stared at the power of lightning. His eyes flickered. Boom. The power of lightning fell, but Qin Feiyang was indifferent, as if he had given up resisting. Looking at this scene, Fire Lotus was extremely anxious. With a loud sound, the power of lightning blasted between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. Qin Dage, Fire Lotus cried out in despair. One had to know. Between the eyebrows was directly connected to the sea of consciousness and divine soul. And the heavenly tribulation was so terrifying. If it hit between the eyebrows, wouldn't it instantly shatter the sea of consciousness and divine soul? She had already seen Qin Feiyang's head shatter and blood splatter on the lake. But suddenly, streaks of black light gushed out from between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. Immediately, all the power of lightning was absorbed into between his eyebrows like a tide. And looking at Qin Feiyang again, there was no wound between his eyebrows. Oh. Fire Lotus was dumbfounded. What was going on? Crack. Boom. The next heavenly tribulation was absorbed into between his eyebrows by the black light just like before. And after the black light appeared, no new wounds appeared on Qin Feiyang's body. His old injuries were almost completely healed. Fire Lotus was dumbfounded. What kind of method was this? How could it swallow the heavenly tribulation? You can transcend the heavenly tribulation like this? The little boy didn't really leave. He had been hiding in the void. At this moment, seeing this scene, he was extremely shocked. He was originally prepared to collect Qin Feiyang's corpse, but he didn't expect the situation to turn around so quickly. Crack. The heavenly tribulation continued to fall. It was already the 98th heavenly tribulation. However, the ancient castle still didn't break the seal. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel uneasy. Was the ancient castle not confident? Boom. The 99th heavenly tribulation finally fell. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but tremble as his face turned deathly pale from the destructive power it emitted. The power of this heavenly tribulation was actually the same as the inner demon's heavenly tribulation. It was the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulations. This made Qin Feiyang panic. Fire Lotus heavenly tribulation was originally stronger than the inner demon's heavenly tribulation. And the sum of the 98 heavenly tribulations was naturally far more than the last heavenly tribulation of the inner demons. At this moment, even Qin Feiyang was a little scared and didn't dare to take this heavenly tribulation head-on. But when he thought of the ancient castle, he suddenly gritted his teeth, jumped up, raised his head and faced the power of thunder between his eyebrows. Qin Dage, don't! Fire Lotus shouted anxiously. She naturally also felt the power of the last heavenly tribulation. Shrouded in the aura of this heavenly tribulation, she felt nothing but fear. But Qin Feiyang took the initiative to meet it. Wasn't he courting death? How could she not be anxious when she saw the man who took care of her, loved her, and treated her as his sister die? But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Boom. In a flash, the power of thunder hit Qin Feiyang between his eyebrows. At that time, Qin Feiyang fell down and smashed into the desert on his back. But, at the same time, the black light between his eyebrows was unprecedentedly bright. Then, the black light swept up the power of thunder and disappeared between his eyebrows. Ah! Fire Lotus was shocked. It could even swallow such a heavenly tribulation? She looked at Qin Feiyang between his eyebrows again. At this moment, the black light had dissipated, and there was only a small wound between his eyebrows. Amazing! Fire Lotus came back to her senses and her face was full of admiration. At this moment, above the sky, a golden light tore through the tribulation clouds and fell like lightning, enveloping Fire Lotus. In the golden light, Fire Lotus felt as if she was bathing in the warm sunlight, and her body and mind were unprecedentedly comfortable. Moreover, she could clearly see that her undead chi was dissipating bit by bit, and her body was also being rebuilt bit by bit. This also meant that she had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Qin Feiyang crawled out of the yellow sand. He raised his head and looked at the Fire Lotus. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. Fire Lotus's heavenly tribulation was finally over. However, he touched his eyebrows and his eyes were full of suspicion. Why didn't the ancient castle have any reaction after absorbing the power of thunder? Don't you want to break the seal? Qin Feiyang asked in his mind. Boom. After a moment of silence, Qin Feiyang's eyebrows suddenly exploded with a loud sound. This loud sound came suddenly and was extremely loud. Qin Feiyang's body shook violently, and his mind was also rumbling. Crack. Immediately after, another crisp sound was heard. Hearing this sound, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Was the seal broken? However, when he couldn't wait to summon the ancient castle, he was surprised to find that it was still the same as before. He couldn't control the ancient castle. What was going on? Could it be that the seal wasn't broken? Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Shadowless man, what the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang asked hurriedly. I somewhat underestimated the strength of the small beast. With the help of the power of thunder, I can't break the seal it set up. The shadowless man sighed. What? This still can't be broken? Qin Feiyang's face was dull. The power of thunder, especially the last one, could be said to be an existence that could destroy heaven and earth. But it still couldn't break the seal of the small beast. How strong was this small beast? However, although the seal was not broken, the original crack on it has become a little bigger. It will naturally be easier to break it next time. In other words, this time your efforts and the ancient castle's efforts were not in vain, and it is also meaningful. The shadowless man said. Just a little bigger? Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. It wasn't until now that he understood that it was not that the ancient castle didn't want to break the seal, but because it knew that it couldn't break the seal, it wanted to save the power of thunder and use it together when it got stronger next time. Previously, the ancient castle used the power of thunder to forcibly break the seal, firstly to answer the doubts in his heart, and secondly to indirectly tell him that the seal was not so easy to break. Although it hasn't been completely broken, it's good to make the crack a little bigger. Qin Feiyang could only comfort himself in this way. And the voice of the shadowless man didn't appear again. Obviously it had disappeared. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sensed his physical body. This time, the strength of his physical body had also improved a lot. Now, even if it was a high-grade divine weapon, he was confident that he could crush it with his bare hands. And before, he could only crush middle-grade divine weapons with his bare hands. As for high-grade divine weapons, he could only resist them with his bare hands. In other words, his physical strength had improved by a level. And if he could crush a high-grade divine weapon with his bare hands, then in the future, when facing a supreme-grade divine weapon, he could naturally resist it with his bare hands. If the dozens of power of thunder were not absorbed by the ancient castle and used to temper his physical body, then at least it could be improved by 1 or 2 levels. Although it didn't achieve the expected effect, it was still okay. Chapter 2025. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and looked up at Fire Lotus. The tribulation clouds had dissipated and the sky was clear again. Fire Lotus was shrouded in golden light. Her body had been reconstructed. Her skin was like congealed fat and glowed with a hazy light. There was also a faint smile on her sparkling cheeks. Her eyes were slightly closed and she looked like she was in a deep sleep. At this moment, there was no longer any evil aura on her body. Instead, it was replaced by a sacred aura that could not be blasphemed. She stood in the void, her fine black hair fluttering in the wind like a fairy. She was stunning beyond compare. The fire lotus mark between her eyebrows was still there. Qin Feiyang only glanced at her for a moment before he withdrew his gaze and turned to look elsewhere. Because Fire Lotus was not wearing anything at this moment. Her impressive figure and tender skin were all visible at a glance. Gradually, the golden light around Fire Lotus dissipated. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at herself. Her face was full of joy. Then, she noticed Qin Feiyang below and lowered her head to look at him. Her expression was filled with gratitude. But just as she was about to call out to Qin Feiyang, she fell silent again. The look in her eyes also changed. There was an extremely complicated emotion in them. Sigh. After a long time she sighed softly. The emotion in her eyes dissipated and she returned to normal. Qin Dage. She called out softly. Qin Feiyang immediately raised his head to look, but he saw that Huolian's body was still completely naked. His face suddenly twitched and he hurriedly turned his head and said helplessly, "Girl, I'm still a man." Fire Lotus was stunned. Only then did she notice that she was not wearing any clothes. She blushed and hurriedly activated her divine power to transform it into a light yellow long dress to cover her body. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang again and murmured, "Girl." This name made her feel inexplicably close. "Are you done?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fire Lotus regained her senses and said, "It's done." Only then did Qin Feiyang turn around and land in front of Fire Lotus. He reached out to tidy up her messy hair and stared at her with a smile. "It's not easy to be reborn as a human. You must cherish this opportunity." "All right." Fire Lotus enjoyed this adoration. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "What about your memories?" When Fire Lotus heard this, she lowered her head and said dejectedly, "I haven't remembered yet." Qin Feiyang frowned. He had already gotten rid of his undead body, so why hadn't he regained his memories? Fire Lotus said, "Although my memories haven't been restored, I seem to have gained some fragments." "For example?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fire Lotus thought for a moment and said, That rusty axe seems to be my previous divine weapon. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, that's simple. I'll have Zhao Tailai return it to you later. Apart from this, do you have any impression of your name, identity, family, and so on? That axe had always been with Zhao Tailai. I do, but it's very blurry. I can't see it clearly. Fire Lotus shook her head. Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that the undead bottleneck-breaking pill couldn't restore Fire Lotus's memories? Fire Lotus smiled and said, actually, it doesn't matter. It's pretty good like this now. I have you as my brother and the mermaid sisters. I'm very satisfied. I'm worried about you and you're comforting me instead? Qin Feiyang angrily knocked Fire Lotus's forehead. Fire Lotus giggled. All right. We won't force this matter. Let nature take its course. And now, since you've gotten rid of your undead body, you can naturally cultivate. Work hard in the future. Don't drag us down. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I promise I won't. Fire Lotus raised her small hand and giggled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then he appeared in the castle with Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus, congratulations. Everyone immediately gathered around. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, why aren't you cultivating? With such a big commotion, how can we still be in the mood to cultivate? Mermaid Princess rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. She grabbed Fire Lotus's hand and said with a smile, Sister, whether it's in the past or in the future, we're all family. If you have any needs, don't be polite. Thank you, Mermaid Sister. Looking at these familiar faces in front of her, Fire Lotus couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging in her heart. Sister Fire Lotus, I heard the conversation between you and the young master just now. Here you are. Zhao Tailai took out the rusty axe and handed it to Fire Lotus. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Fire Lotus looked at the axe and said gratefully. Then she reached out and grabbed the axe. At the moment when the axe entered Huolien's hand, strands of divine light burst forth from the axe. There was even a piece of rust that fell off. Everyone looked at the axe in surprise. This was the first time they saw rust fall off. But just as everyone was looking forward to seeing the true face of the axe, the divine light gradually dissipated. Only a piece of rust fell off. Fire Lotus, what's going on? Zhao Tailai raised his head and looked at Fire Lotus in astonishment. I don't know either. Fire Lotus shook her head. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Fire Lotus has only recovered some scattered memories. Don't force her. All right. Zhao Tailai nodded and put away his curiosity. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, when are we going back to Nine Heavens Palace? No hurry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled, let's cultivate. Everyone shook their heads speechlessly. If it was someone else with evidence in their hands, they would have already rushed back to Nine Heavens Palace. Unlike this guy who didn't care at all. However, even Qin Feiyang himself wasn't in a hurry, so there was no need for them to make a fuss. Thus, they all went into seclusion again. Qin Feiyang also took out some soul stones and prepared to refine them. But at this time, Fire Lotus hesitated, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Qin Dage, I want to go out. Go out. Qin Feiyang was stunned. And? Fire Lotus nodded. Go out for what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fire Lotus pondered for a while and said, in my memory, there seems to be a place that has a deep relationship with me. I want to go and take a look. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang nodded his head in realization. After thinking for a while, he got up and smiled, then I'll accompany you. Right now, I'm wanted everywhere outside. I'm worried if you go alone. It's fine. I'll be careful. Don't delay your cultivation. Fire Lotus hurriedly waved her hand. No, Qin Feiyang shook his head. There's really no need. Although I'm weak, I can still hide my identity. Fire Lotus said. Really? Qin Feiyang frowned. You just need to give me a few teleportation altars. I'll be back soon. Fire Lotus laughed. All right then. Qin Feiyang took out 5 to 6 altars and gave them to Fire Lotus. He reminded her, be careful. Fire Lotus nodded and kept the altars. The axe was also kept in her chi-si. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fire Lotus out. The place she appeared at was Guyang's house. But now this place was empty. Fire Lotus stood in the courtyard and looked around. She then looked in the direction of Ninth Heaven Palace. Her eyes were a little confused. But gradually, the confusion disappeared with the wind and was replaced by a smile. This feeling I've never felt before, I want to cherish, Huolien muttered. Then she condensed another mask to cover her face. After that, she opened a teleportation altar and walked onto it. P.S. The third chapter will be a little late. Friends who can't wait, read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 2026. Tens of thousands of miles away from Skydragon City, there was a majestic mountain range that was vast and boundless. The mountain stream was filled with lush vegetation and fierce beasts. Many giant peaks towered into the sky. But the most eye-catching thing was the river. Within the mountain range there were countless rivers. Looking down from above, the crisscrossing rivers that extended in all directions looked like a spider web. And at the center of it all, there was a huge city that stood tall and majestic. Above the city gate there were 3 bold and vigorous words. Star River City. Star River City was named after these rivers. On the streets of the city, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. The shops on both sides were filled with a dazzling array of treasures. The sound of people's laughter, discussions, and bargaining intertwined together to create a peaceful atmosphere. And at the center of the city was the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion occupied a large area, almost 1/5 of the entire Star River City. There were many experts and the security was extremely tight. Schwa. Suddenly, a woman with a graceful figure actually ignored the powerhouses of the City Lord's mansion and directly descended in the air above a grand and magnificent hall. This was the Star River City Lord's palace. Who is it? The guards around the palace immediately sensed the woman's aura and immediately looked up at her and shouted, "Star River City Lord, come out." The woman was wearing a mask and her eyes were as cold as ice. She shouted with a ruthless tone. Mask? She seems to be Jiang Haoyan's younger brother, Jiang Fire Lotus? The guards were bewildered. Schwa. A muscular man rushed out of the palace and looked up at the woman. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This person was the City Lord of Star River City. He was 8 feet tall and had bulging muscles all over his body. He was like a small giant and was filled with an explosive aura. Did Jiang Haoyan ask you to come and apologize? The City Lord of Star River City said gloomily. No. My brother doesn't know, so I came to find you. The woman said. That's right. She was Fire Lotus. The City Lord of Star River City said, So, you want to help Jiang Haoyan apologize? Apologize? Fire Lotus muttered. Let me tell you, a debt of blood must be paid in blood. This matter will not end so easily. Since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll kill you first and collect some interest. The Star River City Lord bellowed as a terrifying aura surged out of him, pouncing towards the Fire Lotus. Perfect Divine Lord. Fire Lotus's expression remained unchanged as she looked at the Star River City Lord. What? You can actually see through my cultivation? The Star River City Lord was shocked. Your little bit of cultivation isn't even worthy of my attention. Furthermore, I have not come here with the intention of apologizing to you. Rather, I wish to obtain an answer from you. Fire Lotus said calmly. Celestial River City's eyebrows furrowed. How could he be so calm? What answer? Fire Lotus said, Nyeyun's death ends here. You're not allowed to cause trouble for my brother. If you agree, then nod your head. If not? Hearing this, the Star River City Lord did not wait for Fire Lotus to finish her words before he roared, What if I don't agree? If you don't agree, Fire Lotus muttered as killing intent flashed across her eyes, then you can reunite with Nyeyun in the underworld. How dare you? A mere war god dares to speak such arrogant words. Let me tell you, a life for a life is a right and proper thing to do. Jiang Haoyan killed my son, so he must pay for it with his life. Little girl, you've got guts. You dared to barge into my City Lord's mansion alone. Fine, I won't kill you. However, don't even think about leaving the City Lord's mansion. Be my woman from now on, bear my children and forgive Jiang Haoyan for his wrongdoings. The city governor of Milky Way City licked his lips as he looked at the Fiery Lotus with a lewd look on his face. The surrounding guards could not help but burst into laughter when they heard this. Fire Lotus did not get angry. Instead, there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. What's going on? She's not afraid at all? The guards were suspicious. What a bunch of ignorant idiots. In the North region, no one has ever dared to be disrespectful to me, let alone say such words. Very good. Fire Lotus nodded. Stop being so pretentious. The Star River City Lord sneered. What could a mere low-level martial immortal possibly do? My brother is very busy and has no time to deal with small fries like you. Let me do it for him. None of you will live. As soon as Huolian finished speaking, the rusty axe appeared. Boom. A destructive aura immediately gushed out from the axe. The Star River City Lord looked at the axe in shock and a chill that could not be dispersed emerged in his heart. What was going on? One must know. He was a perfect monarch god. Even if the axe was a legendary artifact with this woman's cultivation, it was impossible for her to pose a threat to him. But why was there a sense of fear in his heart now? Wither. Fire Lotus said calmly. Clang. The rust on the axe fell off piece by piece, emitting a multicolored divine light. At this moment, the rust was like flower petals, pleasing to the eye. At the same time, it carried an unparalleled sharpness. Whoosh. With a wave of Fire Lotus's hand, the rust instantly turned into streams of light and pierced through the sky. The Star River City Lord roared and attacked without hesitation. His divine power covered the sky and pounced on the rust. However, the rust easily penetrated the divine power. One of the pieces of rust, which was only the size of a fingernail, disappeared between the Star River City Lord's eyebrows with a whoosh. Fresh blood blossomed like a beautiful rose. How is this possible? The Star River City Lord's eyes widened in anger. Then he fell to the ground. City Lord. The group of guards' expressions changed. They hurriedly ran over and gasped. The City Lord had actually died. Oh my God. What kind of artifact is that axe of hers? It's just a piece of rust, but it killed a perfected divine lord in an instant. The guards fell to the ground in despair. They didn't even have the strength to move. Whoosh. Ah. Countless pieces of rust cut through the void. The guards fell one after another. Their foreheads were all pierced. Their divine souls were annihilated, and their blood dyed the ground red. In less than 3 breaths, there was no longer a living person here. However, Fire Lotus seemed to have done something very normal. She glanced at the corpses indifferently and opened an altar. As for the rust, it quickly flew back and landed on the axe. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, an old, angry roar resounded. An old man with white hair rushed over murderously. The aura he emitted was even stronger than the Star River City Lord. Fire Lotus turned to look. She didn't speak and her expression was still cold. What did my son do? Why did you kill him? The white-haired old man landed in front of Fire Lotus. He looked at the Star River City Lord's corpse and said angrily, Nye Mingshan, perfected divine lord. Fire Lotus said indifferently, You know me? The white-haired old man was surprised. In the North region, I know anyone with a bit of strength and status. And you were once a deacon elder of Nine Heaven Palace. However, because of favoritism, you were expelled from Nine Heaven Palace. At that time, you were only a great success divine lord. Fire Lotus said. This? The white-haired old man looked at Fire Lotus with a dazed expression. Nine Heaven Palace had always cared about their reputation. Therefore, this kind of thing wouldn't be announced to the public. In other words, the truth of him leaving Nine Heaven Palace was only known to the upper echelons of Nine Heaven Palace. The disciples of Nine Heaven Palace, including the City Lord Manor, had always thought that he went into seclusion. But this woman in front of him not only knew about this, she even knew his cultivation when he was expelled from Nine Heaven Palace. Who exactly was she? Fire Lotus said, You are quite famous in the North region. But why are your descendants so weak? What do you mean? Nye Mingshan frowned. Your grandson Nye Yun, for a few soul stones, colluded with others to kill the innocent during the test. And your son is also unreasonable. Nye Yun asked for it but you still want to avenge him. So this is the descendant you taught? Fire Lotus said indifferently. Nye Mingshan's face turned green and red. Actually, I know that you were trying to curry favor with Feng Yuan. But you used the wrong method and chose the wrong target. My brother Jianghu is not someone you can mess with. After saying that, Fire Lotus stepped onto the altar. Did I give you permission to leave? Nye Mingshan was enraged. His godly power roared as he attacked. Clang. Fire Lotus raised her eyebrows. The rust on the axe fell off and formed a colorful barrier that protected her in the center. With a loud bang, divine power surged and the altar shattered. But Fire Lotus was protected by the rust and wasn't hurt at all. You're courting death. The rust scattered, revealing Fire Lotus's cold eyes. As Fire Lotus waved her hand, the rust rushed toward Nye Mingshan like butterflies. Boom. Nye Mingshan's body shook and a set of armor appeared. It was a peak-level divine armor. However, before the rust, the armor was like tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. In merely an instant, countless bloody holes appeared on Nye Mingshan's body. His body was like a sieve that was penetrated from the front to the back, and blood was flowing out non-stop. So strong. Who are you? Nye Mingshan stared at Fire Lotus in disbelief and muttered to himself before falling down. Who am I? Fire Lotus stared at Nie Mingshan's body and suddenly smiled. Of course I'm Jiang Fire Lotus, Jiang Haoyin's sister. After saying that, she scanned the entire city lord's mansion. When cutting weeds, you have to dig up the roots. Following his words, the countless pieces of rust scattered in all directions like a swarm of locusts. Palaces collapsed one after another, and lives were plundered one after another. Rumbles and screams were endless and resounded through the sky. In less than 10 breaths, the entire city lord's mansion was razed to the ground. No one was left alive. When the rust returned, Fire Lotus put away the axe, opened the altar and left without looking back. Chapter 2027. What's going on? Who did it? The commotion in the city governor's mansion had alarmed everyone in Galaxy City. When everyone rushed to the city governor's mansion and saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked. The huge city governor's mansion had been massacred without a single survivor. Especially when they saw the bodies of the city governor and Ye Mingshan, they couldn't help but be shocked. A perfect Sir God and a perfect Sir God had been killed. The most important thing was that the battle didn't last long. Could even be said that it was very short. In other words, these two were killed in an instant. To kill experts of this level in an instant, how strong was the culprit? 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. This matter quickly spread to other cities, including Sky Dragon City and Ninth Heaven Palace. What? Galaxy City Governor's Mansion was massacred. Did you see who did it? I've been to Galaxy City. Not only was Nie Mingshan in the city governor's mansion, but there were also countless experts. I didn't expect them all to be killed. This is too crazy. What's going on in the North region recently? Big things are happening one after another. Everyone was discussing. Ninth Heaven Palace. Conference hall. All the big shots gathered here again. The Great Elder said in a deep voice, "Everyone has heard about what happened in Galaxy City, right?" Everyone nodded. "I wonder what everyone thinks about this matter?" The Great Elder asked. To be able to kill Nie Mingshan and the entire city governor's mansion, this person's cultivation must have surpassed a Sir God. An expert of this level would be a famous figure in the North region. And at that time no one saw the culprit. It's probably very difficult to investigate. Someone said. It's indeed very difficult. But Great Elder, I don't think we need to care about this matter, right? After all, the major cities in the North region are managed by the city governors themselves. It has nothing to do with Ninth Heaven Palace. Furthermore, Nie Mingshan is not a good person. Back in the Nine Heavens Palace, he used his authority to commit all sorts of crimes. If it wasn't for the fact that he had served the Nine Heavens Palace for so many years, he would have already died. Someone said. How is it unrelated? What is the duty of Ninth Heaven Palace? It's to maintain order and peace in the North region. Now that someone has massacred the city governor's mansion and caused a bloodbath, if we don't step forward, how will the world see us? The most important thing is that if we ignore it, this person will definitely become more and more. Feng Yuan Feng said in a deep voice. Shengguan Fenglan glanced at Feng Yuan and sighed. Recently, our northern region seems to be a little chaotic. Jiang Haoyin? Moreover, I heard that the last time Jiang Haoyin and Madman sparred in the Sea of Heavenly Dragons, they also encountered the subordinates of Star River City's City Lord. So I'm thinking, could it be that this Jiang Haoyin knew that the Star River City Lord wouldn't let him go, so he made the first move? Impossible. Jiang Haoyin's methods are indeed not simple, but to kill Nie Mingshan, this seems a little exaggerated. No matter how they looked at it, this was not possible. Before investigating clearly, it's better not to make wild guesses. Before this old man has already sent people to Star River City. I estimate that it won't be long before news comes back. Let's talk about this Jiang Haoyin first. Fenglan, there's still no news of his whereabouts. First Elder looked at Shengguan Fenglan and asked. Shengguan Fenglan shook her head. First Elder frowned and said, Then, did you get any valuable information from Mu Tianyang? No. Shengguan Fenglan said. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he looked at First Elder and said, This Mu Tianyang and Jiang Haoyin are definitely related. First Elder, I think we should use extraordinary means in extraordinary times. What do you mean by extraordinary means? First Elder was curious. Feng Yuan said, Force a confession. No. The one who made the mistake is Jiang Haoyin. If we were to torture an unrelated person, wouldn't we become a laughingstock if word of this were to spread? Moreover, Mu Tianyang may not really know the whereabouts of Jiang Haoyin and the others. Someone immediately objected. Feng Yuan was furious and shouted, Then, are we just going to let them get away with it? Get away with it? Do you think we, the people of the law enforcement hall, are useless? You don't have to worry about this. Just manage your resource hall well. Shengguan Fenglan said lightly. Okay. Then I'll wait and see how you're going to find these people. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. Whoosh. Suddenly, a man in black landed in the center of the hall. Everyone looked at him in unison. First Elder asked, "How's the investigation?" Indeed, no one survived. And it's also confirmed that whether it's Nie Mingshan and his son, or the others in the city lord's mansion, they were all killed in seconds. Judging from the residual aura at the scene, it should be caused by a divine weapon. But I didn't catch the aura of the perpetrator, so I can't tell who it is. The man in black said respectfully. Divine weapon. Everyone looked at each other. First Elder sighed and said, "It seems that this is another unsolved case, but no matter what, we have to give the world an explanation and continue to investigate." Yes. The man in black bowed and disappeared without a trace. Time passed in a flash. 5 days passed. In the ancient castle, everyone was cultivating in seclusion without paying attention to the outside world. For example, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, White-Eyed Wolf, and the others had all stepped into the advanced war god stage. And Qin Feiyang these days, his heart was in turmoil and he couldn't cultivate in peace. He was naturally worried about Fire Lotus. It was also this morning that Fire Lotus returned. Seeing Fire Lotus return safely, Qin Feiyang finally breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was a little angry. They had clearly said that she would be back soon. But in the end it was a full 5 days. "I'm sorry, Qin Dage, I've made you worry." Fire Lotus lowered her head and said, "You still know that I'll be worried?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at her. "Isn't there a reason for this? I was going to come back that day, but I suddenly heard that the city lord's mansion of Star River City was massacred, so I went to take a look out of curiosity." Fire Lotus said. "What?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Are you talking about Nie Yun's father?" "Yes. The entire city lord's mansion was killed, and Nie Yun's father and grandfather were not spared." Fire Lotus nodded. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was thinking of finding time to go to Star River City to solve this problem. But he didn't expect that someone would beat him to it. Speaking of which, it was a great help to him. "Who did it?" After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang asked. "I don't know. It's said that the people of Ninth Heaven Palace are investigating, but there's no news. However, some people are guessing that it might be related to you." Fire Lotus said. "I'm getting shot even when I'm lying down." Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. There were so many people in the North region, how could it be related to him? "It's because you're so famous now." Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "Humans are afraid of fame, pigs are afraid of being fat, this saying is indeed true." Fire Lotus asked, "You haven't broken through to Perfect War God yet?" "It's still early. To break through to Perfect War God, one needs to refine 1 million soul stones. Although after breaking through to Perfect War God, the speed of refining soul stones has increased a bit, and I can refine about 70 soul stones a day, it will still take a total of 39 years, close to 40 years. Even in the ancient castle, it will take more than a month." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Close to 40 years? Fire Lotus was shocked. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I've never calculated it before, so I didn't know it would take so long just to refine soul stones." "That's right. 1 million soul stones will take a few decades to refine. Then to break through to Perfect War God, half-step Divine Lord." Speaking up to here, Qin Feiyang couldn't continue. To break through to Perfect War God, one needs to refine 10 million soul stones. To break through to half-step Divine Lord, one needs to refine 100 million. All of this was multiplied exponentially. "Time, there's never enough." Fire Lotus asked, "Then when do you plan to return to Jiuqian Palace?" "Jiuqian Palace?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a bit, then said, "It should be about time, we'll go back tomorrow morning." After saying that, he took out an image crystal and sent a message to Hui Yi. The next day, early in the morning, a man and a woman appeared in front of the stairway to heaven. It was Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. The white-haired old man opened his eyes and looked at the two with a surprised expression. "Greetings, senior." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. The white-haired old man didn't reply. An undetectable light flashed across his eyes, then he closed them again. "What's going on? We're wanted criminals right now. Why isn't there any reaction?" Fire Lotus was a bit surprised. "Who knows?" Qin Feiyang shrugged, looked around and smiled. "Hui Yi isn't here yet, let's wait a bit longer. Jiang Haoyan? Jiang Fire Lotus. A few disciples came out of Jiutian Palace. When they saw Qin Feiyang and Jiang Haoyan, they looked at each other. How could it be these two? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? The few of them rubbed their eyes hard and looked at the two of them again. It's really them? Quick, 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 notify the disciplinary hall, Jiang Haoyan and his sister are back. They immediately turned around and returned to Jiutian Palace as if they were injected with chicken blood. What? They're back? What's going on? Don't they know they're wanted? They still dare to go back, aren't they walking right into a trap? After a while, Jiutian Palace was in an uproar. A large number of disciples rushed to the stairway to heaven, accompanied by a group of aggressive enforcers, including the outer elder Cheng Li. His expression was even more terrifying, as if he was going to eat someone. Because Qin Feiyang and the others sneaked away, not only did he lose face, but he was also punished, so he had a stomach full of anger.